The King's Avatar. Author, Butterfly Blue. Volume 1. Chapter 52, Picking a Class. By the time Chen Guo finished looking at the 1,000-chance umbrella, Tang Ru had already returned downstairs. Yi Xiu and Chen Guo both looked at her without saying anything. How can you just leave your money there like that? Tang Ru walked to her original spot. She neatly folded the money on the table and handed it over to Yi Xiu. Chen Guo sighed. This girl really did take things seriously. She wouldn't back out on her word. Chen Guo now hoped Yi Xiu would hurry up and take the money and not let side issues keep popping up. Yi Xiu didn't let her down. He stood up to take the money. Although this was clearly what Chen Guo wanted. After seeing Yi Xiu get ready to take the money, Chen Guo immediately became angry. "You have the nerve to take it?" Chen Guo said. "What's wrong?" Yi Xiu and Tang Ru both said. Chen Guo lost. After all, in the end, she wasn't a part of the bet. "I'll win that money back sooner or later." Tang Ru said when she handed over the money to Yi Xiu. "I'll take responsibility and tell you, that's much harder than you think." Yi Xiu laughed. After putting the money in his pocket, he logged out of the game. He said goodbye and then left. "Doesn't this guy just make you angry?" Chen Guo grinded her teeth towards Tang Ru. "Relax, relax." Tang Ru, who was looked down upon, said pleasantly, "Hurry up and practice. Afterwards, ruthlessly sort out this guy and put him in his place." Chen Guo said, "How big of a difference do you think there is between me and him?" Tang Ru asked Chen Guo. "This." Chen Guo reddened a bit. Even if Tang Ru didn't know how to play, only Yi Xiu dared to say this. In Chen Guo's eyes, Tang Ru was already considered an expert. Tang Ru was better than her, Yi Xiu even more so. Both of these players were better than her. So how could she see how skilled they were, to say nothing of the difference in their skill levels? If she could tell the difference in their skills, then she wouldn't have needed to randomly test for Yi Xiu and Tang Ru to play her killing. "I really can't tell." Chen Guo could only admit this. Tang Ru lowered her head to look at Chasing Haze, who hadn't yet logged out. After a while, she said, "It looks like he's right. I can't even tell how far apart we are. I have to take a comprehensive course." Chen Guo was secretly delighted in her heart. This Tang Ru was finally interested in playing Glory. But she didn't show it in her face and said with a deadpan look, "Luckily, the new server opened yesterday. I'll go and get you an account card." "Okay." Tang Ru obediently let Chen Guo be bursting with joy. When she opened the internet cafe, she obviously had Glory account cards ready. She promptly took a card and helped her create a character. After choosing a name, she entered the game. The beginner village quests couldn't be any easier. If this was an ordinary day, Tang Ru would have already thrown aside this sort of easy task after half a minute at best. But today, she was unexpectedly serious. She even read parts of the beginner guidebook that even Chen Guo felt unnecessary. This girl finally used her seriousness for glory. Chen Guo felt a type of good feeling after obtaining such a positive outcome after so much effort. She was itching to start discussing a very important issue with Tang Ru. "What class do you want to play?" "I still haven't thought about it," Tang Ru said. "There's no need to be in a hurry. Before level 20, you can learn any skill from any class. You can try them all and see which class you find the most suitable." Chen Guo said, "If you keep leveling and simply don't change classes, then you'll be an unspecialized character like Yi Xiu." "Right?" Tang Ru asked. "He's recklessly playing, don't learn from him." Chen Guo jumped in fright. "Reckless playing?" Tang Ru didn't understand. After a character reaches level 50, they need to complete a class awakening quest in order to continue gaining experience and leveling up. But unspecialized characters don't have a class awakening quest, so when they get to level 50, they have no way of leveling. This was the reason why the unspecialized playing style disappeared. Chen Guo explained. "Didn't Yi Xiu say a moment ago that he could continue leveling when he got into the heavenly domain at level 50? Tang Ru said, "Please, it's the heavenly domain. That dueling quest that you did for me was so difficult. How could a level 50 do it?" Chen Guo said. Then Yi Xiu. He's crazy." Chen Guo interrupted Tang Ru. "If he can do it and I can't, won't that mean he's better than me?" Tang Ru said. Chen Guo was startled for a second and then immediately said, "If he can do it, you can also try it. Anyone can start the heavenly domain skill challenges at level 50. There's no restriction for this." "And more," Chen Guo followed. "Do you remember Yi Xiu's weapon? That's the reason he chose to play as an unspecialized. That guy actually has a self-made weapon. The server just opened for 2 days. I don't know he got it. The more Chen Gyu said, the more she doubted herself. This was one of the many questions she had, but she was too embarrassed to directly ask him. Self-made weapon, the extremely strong equipment that you said only professional players had? Tang Ru asked. These questions thoroughly exposed that she was a true newbie in glory. Right. Moreover, it's extremely powerful. Although it's only level 5, it's a silver equipment that supersedes orange equipment. It looks to me that this guy has the means to continue upgrading this silver weapon. Otherwise, there's no way he'd play unspecialized just for this level 5 silver weapon. Chen Gyu said, "How do you make a silver weapon?" Tang Ru asked. "Sister, your questions are too high-end. That's what I want to know." Chen Gyu said, "It would be better if you just became a launcher like me. You've also played my account card many times. You're most familiar with this class, so you'll definitely learn it quickly." Chen Gyu didn't want to talk about self-made equipment with Tang Ru for too long. She was afraid that, after describing the difficulty of self-making, she would excite Tang Ru into this direction instead of the game. That would be bad. Self-made equipment were truly too complicated. So many people had challenged it, but in the end, they all died doing so. Chen Gyu didn't want Tang Ru to waste her energy doing this sort of task. Launcher? Tang Ru refused to comment. Although she didn't have much interest in glory before, she did play it ever so often. In her heart, she really wasn't too interested in the launcher class. She was more interested in those close combat classes. She felt that these classes required more skill. But Chen Gyu was very fond of the launcher class. Tang Ru didn't want to just splash cold water on her. Right when she was thinking, she suddenly remembered the other class Chen Gyu often talked about. Right, that one you often talked about. The one you said was the strongest. That something god, what class was that? Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf? Chen Gyu blurted out. After saying this, her expression dimmed. Chapter 53, Battle Mage. Right, that one. What class is that battle god? Although Tang Ru couldn't even remember the famed name, Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf, Chen Gyu's constant reminders left an imprint in her heart. Besides this, the only other one that left an even bigger imprint was the launcher, Dancing Rain, directly because Chen Gyu also played launcher. She was Chen Gyu's #1 idol and the character Chen Gyu talked the most about. While Tang Ru said this, she looked towards Chen Gyu and immediately saw Chen Gyu's face dim. "What's wrong?" Tang Ru jumped in fright. She knew Chen Gyu for 2 years. Angry Chen Gyu was a common occurrence, but sad Chen Gyu was a first. "Yiqiu?" Retired. Chen Gyu said, "Yiqiu, you mean 1 Autumn Leaf's owner?" Tang Ru said, "Yeah, then 1 Autumn Leaf? 1 Autumn Leaf is still there." But Chen Gyu couldn't clearly describe her concerns. In the Ice Gold Professional Alliance, characters and athletes were divided into 2 categories. For players that liked glory, some people admired those powerful characters, while others admired the athlete's excellent technique. As a result, for titles like Battle God, there were some that believed the title should be given to the character 1 Autumn Leaf, while some believed that it should be given to Yiqiu, the athlete operating 1 Autumn Leaf, and in the middle there were those in dispute. But gradually, similar disputes all gradually gave the title to the character. This was because the character was the Iron Army camp, while the athlete was just one of the numerous soldiers. Athletes would transfer clubs. Athletes would deteriorate and go past their prime. Athletes would eventually retire. But the character never would. As long as the club wanted to, the character could firmly stay in their hands and continue to be upgraded. The older it was, the more skill points it could have, and the better the equipment. Currently, most of the world-shaking characters in Glory were all created in the first server and had already existed for nearly 10 years. Their operators had already changed who knew how many times, but their fame never fell. A flower may blossom again, but a person can never turn young again. As long as a strong character had a strong athlete controlling it, then its strength would be revealed. But the athlete? By natural law, no one could defeat the merciless killer that was time. Yiqiu and 1 Autumn Leaf were a rare exception. Both the character and the operator had been together for 10 years, which was rarely seen in the Alliance. Other characters experienced changes in their operators. Each and every one of those athletes disappeared behind the scenes, leaving behind their famed characters. but the title Battle God had been shared with Yiqiu and One Autumn Leaf the entire time. From when this title was given, Battle God had always belonged to the both of them. Unfortunately, One Autumn Leaf was also a character, while Yiqiu was merely an athlete. Athletes were destined to be the first to leave, while the character's fame would continue to be carried on. While other characters had already been handed over multiple times, it was only the first time for the Battle God. As a result, a large handful of players bitterly wept and, like Chen Guo, would sadden at the mention of the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. As for her, once Yiqiu left, the Battle God title was no longer intact. A lot of hopeful feelings that she had were suddenly ripped apart just like this. Tang Ru didn't understand Chen Guo's grief. She could only quietly sit there accompanying her and hold her hand without saying a word. But all in all, Chen Guo was Chen Guo. She had already grieved yesterday, being distressed over and over wasn't her style. After a while, her spirit had already lifted and she spoke towards Tang Ru. The Battle God's class was Battle Mage. What do you want to play that? Okay, I might one day become that One Autumn Leaf's owner. When that time comes, wouldn't I be the new Battle God? Tang Ru said. Ah, this goal is 1,000 times better than beating that whatever Yiziu. Little Tang, you have to try hard and reach this goal. Chen Guo smiled. Okay. Tang Ru also smiled and then nodded her head. Then do you want me to teach you about the Battle Mage right now? Chen Guo said. Yeah. Tang Ru nodded her head. The Battle Mage belongs to the Mage class. They use magic to strengthen themselves and battle in close combat. They are proficient in 2 weapons, poles and battle lances. Poles usually have an attack speed of 8, extremely quick. Battle lances usually have an attack speed of 2, fairly slow. But their damage and range are high. I personally like Battle Lance because they're more tyrannical. If it wasn't tyrannical, how could it be called Battle God? See, One Autumn Leaf also uses a Battle Lance. One time, Guo. Tang Ru reminded Chen Guo that she was going off topic. Oh, Chen Guo coughed and continued explaining. The Battle Mage's main features is that they can buff their own attributes using magic. After awakening, they also have Battle Spirit. Battle Spirit is a passive skill that completely relies on the operator's skill. If you see that the Battle Mage gets stronger as he fights, don't be surprised. One Autumn Leaf was considered a Battle God because Yiqiu's skill could. Guo. Tang Ru was already helpless. Okay, let's look at a video. While you look, I'll explain. Okay, Chen Guo said. Okay, Tang Ru nodded her head. Chen Guo didn't even need to look up videos on the internet. How could she be short of Battle God videos? She didn't know how many she had collected. After choosing one, she delightedly gave it to Tang Ru and explained it. After explaining it for a bit, the only words she said were gasps of surprise. Wow, look, this time. Whoa, an 88 combo. Do you know how much Battle Spirit will buff his attributes? Ha. This stupid guy, he walked into the knock-up. Guo. Tang Ru helplessly said for the 3rd time. Don't you feel that I should look at more beginner-leveled videos? You want me to just start by learning from the greatest expert among battle mages? Tang Ru powerlessly said. Oh, so it's like this? Then let me look for a bit. The 2 girls immersed themselves in learning about the battle mage in this way, until an employee ran over to tell them that it was time to eat. The employee was impatiently driven away by Chen Guo. Only until a voice, which had irritated Chen Guo every time she heard it, came. Oh, you're learning about the battle mage? Yiziu. Chen Guo immediately turned her head. What do you want? Do you mind? Little Tang wants to play as a battle mage, Yiziu asked. Yeah, Tang Ru nodded her head. I can teach you then, Yiziu said. Humph, no need. Chen Guo expressed her disdain. Boss, do you know what you just refused? Yiziu said seriously. Chen Guo completely ignored him and turned her head to Tang Ru. These are all battle mage guides written by Yiqiu. Look, I've already ordered them for you. From shallow to deep, from attributes to skills to equipment, real combat skills, experience, technique, practice methods, and even a few collection of the best videos. Okay, Tang Ru nodded her head. Really, you don't want the actual person to teach. Do you really want to teach yourself? Yiziu mumbled. You go somewhere else. Can your teaching even compare to 0.1% of these guides? Chen Guo said. Sigh, you'd better not regret it, Yiziu sighed. So noisy. Chen Guo's head didn't even turn. But Tang Ru turned and smiled towards Yiziu. If I have any questions, I'll come ask you. Ha ha, you'll come across one soon. That guide you're looking at is from 9 years ago. There have been many changes in the game within those 9 years. Although you can still look at this guide, there are 4 places you have to pay attention to. The things mentioned there aren't suitable at all for the current battle mage. Yiziu said. Chapter 54, Show Me. Tang Ru was still a newbie in this area, so she obviously didn't understand the situation. And Chen Guo, she played launcher. Although she had watched many Wonderful's videos on battle mages, she never truly researched the class. She had browsed the internet and clicked on guides just this afternoon. Chen Guo was recklessly relying on a hopelessly optimistic gamble. Her search words were battle mage and the author, Yiqiu or One Autumn Leaf. Seeing a match, she picked the guide without thinking too much about it and arranged them for Tang Ru in volumes. But they had only started on the first page, and Yiziu already criticized it, saying that this guide was out of date in some places. Now that he mentioned it, it really had been 9 years. Who knew how many times glory had been tweaked, which class hadn't experienced changes? If there hadn't been a single change in 9 years, wouldn't that mean the players hadn't improved in that time? If it really was like this, then the game Glory wouldn't be so popular. The game also had time to grow. Are you saying the truth? Chen Guo asked Yiziu. Yup. Then which 4 places? Tang Ru asked. Why don't you 2 go eat dinner? I'll revise the guide for you. Yiziu said. Of these 2 people, one of them was engrossed in the game, while the other made a firm resolution to get engrossed in the game. They had researched the battle mage together and didn't think to eat. Once they heard Yiziu say this, they both felt a little hungry. Then we'll head to dinner first? Chen Guo asked for Tang Ru's opinion. Okay, sorry to trouble you. The latter half of Tang Ru's response was directed towards Yiziu. Go. Go. Yiziu drove away the 2 of them. Not long after sitting down, he heard Chen Guo's cry of surprise. Why is today's dinner so luxurious? Who ordered it? Once she heard everyone say that it was Brother Yi, Chen Guo disdained him even more and said to Tang Ru, he really knows how to take advantage of other people. Ha ha, Tang Ru laughed. You too, after losing so many times. You don't feel bad? Chen Guo saw that Tang Ru didn't take the 1,100 yuan she lost seriously at all. Although she had worked 2 years as a long-time employee at the internet cafe, Chen Guo had deliberately raised her salary, but Tang Ru really didn't do anything too different from other employees. In the internet cafe, how many things could a sister do? She could really only keep watch at the reception desk. As a result, her salary couldn't actually be raised by that much. 1,100 yuan couldn't be a small amount for Tang Ru, but Tang Ru didn't seem to mind. Her temper was the complete opposite of this boss Chen Guo's. With the popularity of Chen Guo's internet cafe, at worst, she could guarantee a net income of 1 to 200,000 a month. 1,000 yuan wasn't much for her, but it also hadn't been easy for Chen Guo to have the internet cafe develop to its current level. In addition, with a steady flow of customers, she didn't really have any habit of wastefully spending money. Even for Chen Guo, losing 1,000 yuan in a few casual bouts of player killing made her heart ache for Tang Ru. Of course, Tang Ru said. You've lost all your money. What are you going to eat this month? Chen Guo said. Aren't you in charge of food? Tang Ru smiled. Chen Guo was helpless. Her guarantee that the internet cafe took care of food and shelter raised a bunch of people who spent their income before they earned their next salary. Hurry up and eat. After eating, let's see what new trick that guy's come up with. Chen Guo said. Meanwhile, Yiziu quickly revised the outdated parts. Afterwards, he looked at the materials Chen Guo arranged for Tang Ru. He saw that Miss Hai and Mighty Chen Guo's trademark awareness was extremely strong. She had picked everything that had Yiqiu or One Autumn Leaf on it. Seeing this, Yiziu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cleaned up anything unnecessary, repeated, and outdated. He added in anything missing, deleted anything that could be deleted, fixed anything that could be fixed, and elaborated on anything that could be elaborated on. While busily working in this abyss of suffering, Chen Guo and Tang Ru finished eating and returned. Chen Guo glanced and saw that Yiziu only glimpsed at the guide she had looked hard for, and then threw it in the trash. She immediately rushed up to ask, "What are you doing?" "There's a bunch of useless repeated things in that messy pile of yours. I'm helping you tidy it up," Yiziu said. "Really?" Chen Guo was skeptical. Although Yiziu always made her pissed, Chen Guo recognized his skill in glory. This Yi Xiu really was better than her by a lot. Are you sure? These are all posts written by the god Yi Qiu. Chen Guo. I'm sure. How could I not be, if he knew? He would also be very thankful for having the opportunity to let me tidy it up. Yi Xiu said. No good, let me check that guide you threw into the trash. Chen Guo said. If you can understand it, then go ahead. Yi Xiu laughed. Chen Guo turned gloomy. Truthfully, she had never played Battle Mage. She only had a bit of knowledge on the mid-game and late-game content in those guides. When she reached this content, Tang Ru had to figure it out on her own. But seeing Yi Xiu's very professional look, Chen Guo couldn't help but say, Can you really teach? I can. You know everything about battle mages. I do. You're not afraid that little Tang's going to beat you after teaching her. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiu laughed. How could it be that easy? The master leads the way, but it depends on you yourself to learn. Have you heard of this before? The theories are all the same, but whether or not you can learn it depends on you yourself. Even if I don't teach. The guides are public. If you spend the time, you can definitely learn it. My teaching will only save you some time. What you say is clear and logical. Then let me ask you, if you want to increase hand speed, what should you do? Chen Guo asked. Absolute hand speed or effective hand speed? Yi Xiu asked. Obviously effective hand speed. Chen Guo said, absolute hand speed was just how fast you could hit the keyboard and click the mouse with your eyes closed. If you couldn't use it in an actual battle, then it doesn't matter how fast you were. As a result, effective hand speed was more important. It was the APM after getting rid of all of the useless actions. Yi Xiu groped around his pockets. He took out something and gave it to Chen Guo. Take it and play. What is it? Chen Guo took it and looked. It was a palm-sized plastic board. On top were 3 rows with a total of 10 mouse heads. It was a mini whack-a-mole. Chen Guo turned so furious. Her nose almost went crooked. What type of trick was this? In the end, she heard Yi Xiu turn his head and say, Try it. Try what? The power switch is on the bottom. You can change the level. Turn it to the lowest level and try. I've modified it. I promise you'll love it. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo was skeptical. She turned on the toy and the 10 mouse heads flashed. An electronic beep sounded out, which let Chen Guo set the levels using the mouse heads. Chen Guo pressed on the first head. After a small electronic tune played, the mouse heads began to flash. Chen Guo had played this type of mini whack-a-mole games before. She had to press whichever mouse head lit up. But the toy Yi Xiu gave her was much faster than what Chen Guo had expected. She hurriedly chased after the flashing lights and wildly pressed. Not even 10 seconds had passed. When the mouse heads all flashed, they made a few sounds as if laughing at her, and then announced the end of the game. 120 APM? Yi Xiu laughed. Chen Guo was baffled. People with an APM of 120 can barely go over 5 seconds. Go play with it. It'll help your reaction speed. Yi Xiu said. If your playing speed won't increase, then it's mainly because you can't react in time. Chapter 55, Surpassing the Guide. Little Tang, do you want to try? Chen Guo handed the mini whack-a-mole to Tang Ru. She doesn't need it. This won't help her much. Her effective hand speed is probably around 200, but she's not familiar with the game. Without experience, her ability to judge is lacking, restricting her reaction speed. She still has space to improve, but she can only slowly grind it out in the game. Yi Xiu said. Then, what about you? How fast is your playing hand speed? Chen Guo said. Me. I've already passed the increasing my hand speed stage. My 60 APM is more than enough to beat you. Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo suddenly thought of her first time seeing Yi Xiu's disabled level hand speed, yet he was able to solo the Midnight Phantom Cat only relying on this hand speed. At the time, Chen Guo felt quite mystified. Now hearing that Yi Xiu could destroy her with 60 APM, Chen Guo wasn't mad at all. She had already felt that Yi Xiu wasn't as simple as he seemed, freely switching hand speeds. This was the biggest difference between professional and normal players. How much longer do you need for this? Chen Guo asked Yi Xiu about tidying up the guides. Still a bit longer. The guides Yi Xiu made didn't cover everything. There are guides by others that are quite good too. In a bit. I'll help add them in. Actually, looking at the guides first without touching the game yet isn't good. It's best to experience the game first and have a certain amount of basics before looking at a guide. Yi Xiu said. Why? Wouldn't following a guide help you do less wrong things? Chen Guo said. The guide is only a summary of the author's experiences. The content inside only represents the person's experiences at that time. After a year or two has passed, or even a few months, someone will discover a better way than what the guide says. This isn't only because of game changes, but also because the player's skill levels are constantly increasing. Clear records only exist to be broken. The peak will always lie in the future. Guides are only references and shouldn't be blindly consulted. Otherwise, you'll never break through to the next step. Hearing this, Chen Gyu could only stare blankly. She didn't want to believe that this reasoning had just come from that damned sloppy mouth. This reasoning ignored the god Yiqiu that Chen Gyu worshipped. If they were on an even level, then Chen Gyu would definitely strangle the guy. But at this moment, she felt as if she didn't have any energy. Then, I'll play first. In the end, Tang Ru replied. She sat at the computer station next to Yi Ziu and inserted her account card. Yi Ziu nodded his head and turned his head towards Chen Gyu. I'm going to play whack-a-mole. In this instant, Chen Gyu couldn't help but feel a little skeptical on whether she was being toyed with. Playing whack-a-mole will only help improve your reaction speed. To actually increase your effective hand speed, you have to practice in-game. Yi Ziu said, "Okay." Chen Gyu nodded her head. "Okay, see you later," Yi Ziu said. "Yeah." Chen Gyu agreed. She turned around and left. After walking a few steps, she finally reacted. What's with this guy's attitude? Who was the boss? Thinking of this, she turned her head to look. However, she saw that Yi Ziu looked so serious working on the guides. He didn't have any of that half-dead look. Chen Gyu froze, stumped for words. She unexpectedly felt too embarrassed to disturb him. Looking again at Tang Ru, she saw that Tang Ru was concentrated on the game. After looking at the whack-a-mole in her hands for a while, she silently walked away. Little Tang had talent. Yi Ziu was already extremely strong. But her? Chen Gyu sat at the reception desk in a daze. She herself really liked this game and also hoped to get good at the game. But Chen Gyu knew that it wasn't possible for her to break through to the next step. 27 years old. In terms of esports, this was already a time to recall memories of the past, instead of looking towards the future. Tang Ru smugly entered the game, but after a short while, she had already suffered from setbacks. Her 200 APM couldn't solve this problem. Yi Ziu had also encountered the problem. And Chen Gyu did too the other night playing on her low-leveled account. The problem of too many people in the beginner area. She received quests with great difficulty and took forever to kill a monster. With so many people in the beginner village, no matter how fast your reaction or hand speed was, you would always fail to kill a monster. Tang Ru was tossed from side to side and beaten black and blue, but persevered on. After half an hour, she finally leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Tang Ru let out a sigh and looked towards Yi Ziu. He was still tidying up the guides and was still focused as before. His concentration made even Tang Ru feel amazed. Right when she was looking, she saw the focused Yi Ziu put his left hand into his pocket and take out a cigarette box. He shook twice, and the cigarette jumped into his mouth. Throughout the entire process, his eyes hadn't shifted away from the screen at all. His right hand moved the mouse back and forth without ever stopping either. Just when he was about to light up the cigarette, he was suddenly poked. He turned around and saw Tang Ru. "You can't smoke here. Gyu will get angry." Tang Ru warned Yi Ziu. Oh, Yi Ziu's smoking was a subconscious movement. He didn't need to think about it. After Tang Ru's warning, he discovered that he somehow had a cigarette in his mouth. Their seating was in the corner, however, and was fairly far from the reception desk. Besides Tang Ru and him, there was no one else there. "She can't see it, so I'll smoke one cigarette, don't tell her." Yi Ziu still sneakily lit up his cigarette. In the end, he even turned around and politely asked, "Do you want one?" "No thanks. Have you smoked before?" "I've tried, but I didn't like it," Tang Ru said. "Oh," Yi Ziu nodded his head. He extended his head out and looked at Tang Ru's screen. "What level?" "Level 2, Tang Ru said. Go Tang Ru. This Lord Grim is you, right?" Tang Ru suddenly asked. Yi Ziu looked towards the 10th server's dungeon records on Tang Ru's screen. Lord Grim's great name hung on 4 of the lists. "You're already planning on breaking my record?" Yi Ziu grinned. "I can't for first clears." "Right?" Tang Ru said. "Yeah." Yi Ziu nodded his head. As a result, Tang Ru's gaze fell on Frost Forest's clear record. "This record can't be broken on your own," Yi Ziu said. I still need 4 others to cooperate." Right, Tang Ru said. Later on, there will even be 10-player ones, 20-player ones. And even more, Yi Ziu said. Tang Ru was silent. He didn't know what she was thinking. I've finished this guide. Where should I put it? With the help of the cigarette, Yi Ziu finished tidying the guide. The desktop is fine, but you can do it this way. Tang Ru went over to show him. Internet cafe computers all automatically rebooted, but employees could use an admin account to avoid this. Even in these few simple movements, Tang Ru's nimbleness could be seen. How did you practice your hand speed? Yi Ziu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Tang Ru's movement stopped for a bit. Yi Ziu's keen I saw this minute change. I never practiced it, I was just born like this. Tang Ru said. Really? Yi Ziu smiled and didn't say anything more. He stood up from his seat and gave it to Tang Ru. You continue here. If you have any questions on the game or the guide, just come ask me. Yi Ziu said. Thanks, and you? Tang Ru saw that Yi Ziu was about to leave. I'm going to the smoking area. That place is a bit safer. Yi Ziu said. Chapter 56, Leveling isn't easy. When Yi Ziu passed by the reception desk, he saw Chen Gyu sitting there with the mini whack-a-mole in her hands. She had a bitter look on her, so he didn't say hello to her and ran to the smoking area to find a computer. Nowadays, Yi Ziu's Lord Grimm wasn't well known only in the game. Yi Ziu himself was well known in the internet cafe. Almost all the Glory players there knew that Lord Grimm was this internet cafe's network manager. He also had a self-made silver weapon. Nearly all of the players in the smoking area knew Lord Grimm. Many of them came in the afternoon after work and played until now without leaving. Seeing Yi Ziu come, they all called out to say hello to him. Yi Ziu also casually waved at the people who greeted him. After putting the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it, he entered the game. He immediately suffered from a bombardment of messages. After going online for 5 seconds, the message prompt kept on flashing, flashing, flashing. After looking at them, he saw that they were all the usual greetings. 7 Fields and the others said, Brother Expert, you're here. Immersed Jade, I pay respects to God. Blue Brook Guild's representative Blue River invited him to level with them. Tyrannical Ambitions representative Endless Night reserved him for some midnight dungeon runs. Yi Ziu replied to each of them. 7 Fields, Immersed Jade, and the others each replied with a smiley face. Blue River's leveling invitation and Endless Night's dungeon reservation were both tactfully refused. Each of these players worded their messages to Yi Ziu very carefully. After Yi Ziu replied to all of them, they temporarily went quiet, but more messages quickly popped up. Piles upon piles of friend requests filled the screen. I'm that famous already? Yi Ziu scratched his head. He had only helped set a new clear record and nothing more. The big guilds might have recognized that he was an expert, but they shouldn't have went so far as to kneel down and worship him, right? Yi Ziu ignored all of these notifications. In the end, someone to the side bumped into him. Brother, why don't we be friends? Huh? Yi Ziu turned his head. He discovered that quite a few internet cafe guests had walked towards him and waved their hands to greet him. Brother, let's be friends. These friend requests should all be from this internet cafe. Yi Ziu started sweating. Due to the opening of the new server, the amount of 10th server players in the internet cafe was relatively large. Most of them were just playing for fun and didn't take the game too seriously. But some of them liked to make friends with experts. If they could become friends now, then their relationship would be more solid. As a result, there were quite a few people who wanted to add Yi Ziu as their friend. Oh, what are your names? In front of them, he felt too embarrassed to directly turn down everyone. Yi Ziu asked everyone their game IDs and added each and every one of them as friends. After a short while, Lord Grimm's friends list had already reached 37 people. In addition, none of them were offline. Besides the players he had met in the past 2 days like 7 Fields, the rest were all happy internet cafe guests. Although most of them were from the smoking area, there were also a few people who ran over especially to make friends with him. With such a long list, Yi Ziu couldn't match the real person and their in-game character. Riding on wave of momentum, one player joked, "We're all from the same internet cafe, we should all form a guild together." This call didn't receive many responses. So far, Glory only had 10 servers in total. Adding in the communal heavenly domain, it wasn't rare to meet with someone from the same server. Besides Yi Ziu's expert status as a dungeon record holder, Everyone lined up to make friends with him because they all knew something blue rivers and the others didn't. Lord Grim had a silver weapon. This thing was more eye-catching than a dungeon record. If Blue River and the others knew that Lord Grim was hiding this, they would have tried to rope him in even more crazily. The proposal to establish a guild only received a few cold, hollow laughs. The brother that suggested it felt extremely embarrassed, so he shut his mouth, playing on his own. Everyone wore headphones and once again immersed themselves into the game world. On the other hand, Yizu actively sent a friend request to someone else. Soft Mist. This was Tang Ru's in-game name. Yizu didn't know what it was supposed to mean. He reckoned that she took the mist from chasing haze, took soft from her name Tang Ru, and just randomly put them together. After sending the request, he didn't see a response. Yizu supposed it was because this little sister was too unfamiliar with the game and couldn't even notice this type of system message. Sending more wouldn't work. Sending one would flash in the same way that sending 8 would. As a result, he just left it for now. After organizing the items in his inventory, Yizu prepared to kill monsters and level. The biggest problem with the beginner village was that there were too many people. But after leaving the beginner village, in the level 20 stage, the biggest problem at the moment was still too many people. There were multiple beginner villages to share the server traffic, but after the beginner village, everyone came together onto a single piece of land. Although this land was larger than the beginner village by several times, every level 20 flocked here after leaving the beginner village. In the end, the situation was basically the same as beginner village. The area surrounding Bulls also had vast crowds of people. Last night, Yizu took advantage of the very early hours in the morning when there were less people online to grab and complete a few quests, but now was just at the peak of internet activity, so doing quests would only make leveling slower. Receiving quests and completing quests both required lining up. Killing monsters had to be scrambled over. Just thinking of all this made him shiver in terror. Rather than quests, it'd be better to look for a firm location to clear monsters and level. At this stage, what leveling area had fewer people? Of course it was the higher-leveled areas. Players would lose experience when they died in glory, so most players wouldn't rashly take risks. They preferred to line up for quests, line up for monsters, and level up steadily. If they weren't experts, they wouldn't even think of going to high-leveled areas to level. In glory, dungeons were the fastest way to level. The next fastest was completing quest lines, and the slowest was clearing monsters. But in the current circumstances, he no longer had any dungeon entries left, and he'd have to wait in line to do quests, so clearing monsters were the most optimal choice. Difficulties and so on, those weren't in Yizu's considerations. With his peak level of skill, as long as the NPCS level wasn't too high above his, then there wouldn't be any problem. The experience gained by killing monsters depended on the level difference. This difference still used 5 as a standard. If the monsters were 5 levels above or below the player's level, then the player would only receive minimal experience. Within that range, the higher the level, the greater the experience. As a result, monsters that were 5 levels higher than the player gave the most experience. 5 levels didn't sound like a lot, but in Glory, each level higher had the problem of level suppression. In Glory, levels weren't only used to define players. Physical attack, magic attack, bleed, stun, root, and other status effects had levels too. When the system didn't display the difference in levels, then these levels would all be the same as the player's level. In other words, the current Lord Grimm's level was 21. If he used double stab to cause a hidden boss to bleed, then the bleed's level would be 21. Level 21 damage or a level 21 bleed would have a reduced effect on level 22 and up monsters. The higher the level gap, the more obvious the reduction. This type of situation was called level suppression. The difference between being high-leveled and low-leveled wasn't just the difference in attributes and equipment. The concealed calculations of level suppression added to the difficulties of challenging those at a higher level. Chapter 57 Boneyard. Lord Grimm was now level 21. Killing level 26 monsters would give him the most experience, but it wouldn't give much more. With each higher level, the experience would increase by 2%, so a 5-level difference would give an extra 10%. However, with these 5 levels, the difficulty increase wasn't as simple as just 10%. In addition, if players went to level alone, without even talking about the dangers, the 10% benefit couldn't be seen due to the increased time needed to gain the experience. It might even be less efficient than killing monsters at the same level. But the current situation was special. Yizu didn't care about this small amount of extra experience when killing higher-leveled monsters. Rather, he did it to avoid the vast crowds of people and to look for a quiet place to level. After sorting his equipment, Yizu moved Lord Grimm to the level 23-26 area, Boneyard. Boneyard wasn't only the name of a leveling area, it was also the name of the dungeon. It was the same as Frost Forest. The areas outside Frost Forest were level 20-23 leveling areas and had a large amount of wild monsters. Deeper into the forest were entrances to the Frost Forest dungeon. Similarly, Boneyard had a level 23-27 Boneyard dungeon. Players like Bluebrook Guild's Blue River, these sorts of high-leveled players, had already conquered the Boneyard dungeon. The records showed that the Boneyard first clear party was done by Tyrannical Ambition. Yizu saw that Endless Night's name was there. As for the other 3 members in yesterday's party, they weren't on there. It looked like they weren't Tyrannical Ambition's first-string characters. The Boneyard clear record had already been broken 4 times. The newest record was currently held by Herb Garden. As for Boneyard's 3 hidden bosses, Blue Brook Guild first cleared 2 of them. It looked like these dungeon records spun in these 3 great guilds' palms. Yizu didn't pay too much attention to all that. Lord Grimm quickly reached Boneyard, and sure enough, there weren't many players here. Currently, most players were level 21, and most of them stayed at Frost Forest to scramble for monsters. There were already level 23 monsters suppressing them there, and the monsters in Boneyard would be even more so. After picking a good place to clear monsters, Lord Grimm shook the 1000-chance umbrella. It transformed into the battle lance form and slaughtered its way over. 8 midnight cat fingernails adorned the 1000-chance umbrella, which was equivalent to giving the battle lance a new tip. Adding on the replaced linking axle, these changes upgraded the battle lance form to level 15. Besides this, the original form and other classes' weapon forms were still level 5 and naturally couldn't be compared to the upgraded battle lance form. The Boneyard's monsters were the same as the skeleton graveyards. They were undead monsters. Zombies, skeletons, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, etc. They were levels 23-26. Their main feature was that they had high damage and high defense, but moved relatively slowly. With Yizu's skill, these sort of NPCs weren't any threat. After controlling Lord Grimm to rush forward, he chose an area and began killing monsters there. Yizu killed very casually. He didn't overly pursue crucial hits, combos, juggling, back attacks, and those effect-inducing attacks. In order to fully execute these technical moves, he would need to concentrate more, move faster, micro faster, and all of these things drained his energy. He was only leveling. That's all. Yizu wasn't planning on fighting like he had been in the Professional Alliance finals. Fighting and resting, Lord Grimm may not have killed monsters that quickly, but he was extremely stable. Compared to attacks, Yizu paid more attention to carefully dodging, which made it so that he never needed to run away and rest because he was low on life. He only rested after he ran out of mana. In Glory, food and potions were recovery items. Food had no cooldown but couldn't be used in combat. It restored a lot and recovered it quickly too. Potions weren't as effective as food, but they could be used while in combat. At a crucial point, they could be used as a last resort, but the better the potion's effects, the longer the cooldown. Moreover, potions of the same type shared a cooldown, so it wasn't possible to drink multiple health potions of different levels. NPCs sold food and potions, but they were of the lowest level and were costly. Besides obtaining them from killing monsters of the secondary professions, the cooks could cook food and alchemists could make potions. Each player could learn 2 secondary professions, but only one of them could undergo job advancement. That's right, secondary professions had job advancements. Once a player reached level 50, the secondary profession could only be leveled further after completing the job advancement. At the moment, the new server had only been played on for 2 days. Aside from the big guilds, no one else had begun learning secondary skills. The alchemists and cooks of every big guilds still weren't able to supply enough for their own respective guilds, so they didn't sell their products at the market. Players could only swallow their anger and buy high from the NPCs. The small amount of money they earned from killing monsters and completing quests were all spent on potions. Yizu was no exception. This sort of investment in the early stages of the game was absolutely necessary, but by relying on his outstanding skill, he was able to save quite a bit by not having to spend much on health potions and food. His money was mostly used on the mana recovery items. He was already quite frugal compared to normal players. After clearing monsters for around an hour, Lord Grimm escaped from battle again and drank to recover mana. Yizu also lit a cigarette to rest a little. Right when he did so, a message appeared. Opening it, he saw it was system prompt. Soft Mist has accepted your friend request. After an hour, Tang Ru finally found Yizu's friend request. Another message was sent. Sorry, I just saw it. Tang Ru and Chen Guo really were different. She wasn't like Chen Guo, who actively looked to make friends with others. She wouldn't treat people too warmly, but she didn't make you feel cold. When you spoke, you would feel that she listened very attentively. When she spoke, you would feel that she was speaking to you. If the way Chen Guo talked with others was very wild and street-like, then Tang Ru was scholarly, reserved, proper, and polite, besides the time when she lost a bit of control saying again, 10 times in a row. He couldn't find any faults on her. Yizu believed that this girl definitely had some sort of background. This sort of self-restraint and temperament reflected a good education. Moreover, she had that fast hand speed. When Yizu asked about how she practiced her hand speed, she hesitated. This made Yizu convinced that her hand speed wasn't some sort of innate talent, but rather a result from practicing. This could also be seen from her hands. She was the same as Yizu. She was extremely careful with her hands and took good care of them. Yizu was certain that these weren't hands trained through playing games. Pro players' left and right hands weren't completely the same because most pro players used their left hands for the keyboard and the right hand for the mouse. The two moved completely differently, but Tang Ru's left and right hands moved exceptionally balanced and steady. This unexpectedly made her left and right hands uncoordinated when she played the game. If his guess was correct, Yizu believed that these quick hands were trained through playing an instrument. It doesn't matter. If you have any questions, just message me. Yizu saw that Tang Ru wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't too interested in looking into her background. Truthfully, he himself still had to figure out what exactly his future path was. Closing Tang Ru's chat box, Yizu was about to control Lord Grimm to kill monsters again when suddenly, he heard a fit of fast footsteps from his headphones. Someone swiftly flew past Lord Grimm. With a swing of a pole, the monster, which Lord Grimm was about to attack, was knocked into the air. Chapter 58, Kill Stealing. Senseless, Yizu could only give this evaluation towards this sort of kill stealer. Boneyard didn't have many people. There were plenty of monsters for players to kill, but this guy just unexpectedly stole his target. This type of evil kill stealing was mostly done to show off their own skill. This player held a pole in his hands. Magic fluctuated under his foot. He was a genuine battle mage. The magic fluctuations under his feet were a buff from the battle mage's signature skill, Chaser. Chasers could be triggered through several different battle mage skills for a total of 5. After triggering a chaser, they would circle around the battle mage's body for 30 seconds. Within those 30 seconds, the chaser could fly out and attack the target. After injuring or killing the target, the character would be buffed for 20 seconds. At level 20, battle mages could learn one chaser, Neutral Chaser. It was triggered through Dragon Tooth and did the lowest damage among the 5 chasers. The buff it gave increased the character's movement speed. A level 1 Neutral Chaser increased movement speed by 1%, and the max level 20 increased movement speed by 20%. Chasers were the battle mage's most distinguishable feature, which was why it is said that they used magic to increase their fighting strength. Although Lord Grimm was already level 20, he didn't have the option to learn this skill. This battle mage used this skill very proficiently. After knocking the monster into the air, he quickly moved behind the monster and then stabbed with Dragon Tooth, completing an aerial and back attack. A Neutral Chaser condensed onto the pole tip and flashed to his side. Depending on how the attacks were executed, there were differences between the triggered chasers. Small, medium, large, although the size didn't affect the buff given, it did affect the chaser's damage. In Glory, battle masters were easy to learn, but difficult to master. The usage of chasers as well as the technical requirements for battle spirit all made it difficult to play proficiently. This guy turned around and just happened to face Lord Grimm. Even after kill stealing, this guy still continued to show off in front of him. Yi Xiu looked and felt that this guy wasn't ordinary. Not talking about his flaunting, he could tell just by looking at the character's mocking face. What a disharmonious face. Neither the game's appearance editor nor a random creation could make such a conflicting result. Yi Xiu shook his head. He didn't think that he would be tangled with such a show-off king over a small monster. Who would have thought that, after the show-off king turned around and flaunted in front of Lord Grimm twice, he would suddenly make a mistake? The monster, which had originally been in the air, fell to the ground. Yi Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Right when he was going to leave, he heard this person say his name, Lord Grimm? Yeah, Yi Xiu heard this and turned Lord Grimm around. That person walked towards Lord Grimm while the monster chased after. So it was you, the other side said. You are? Yi Xiu looked at this guy's ID, 1,000 creations. No idea. Was it someone from the internet cafe who he just friended? Yi Xiu opened up his friends and list was about to look when the person said, I heard you're quite good. Come, let's compare notes. Who are you? There were 30 or so people on his friends list. Yi Xiu quickly glanced at it, but didn't see the name 1,000 creations. That's not important. The important point is that I want to duel you. 1,000 creations said. Yi Xiu didn't say anything else and made Lord Grimm turn around to leave. Hey, don't leave, 1,000 creations immediately said, but the half-fought monster was still attacking him. 1,000 creations used a sky strike to knock up the monster and then used falling flower palm. The monster he fought was blown away and just happened to smash into Lord Grimm. After leaving Beginner Village, the system no longer protected players, so players could now play killing each other. Right when this monster looked as if it smashed into Lord Grimm suddenly turned his body. Taking out his battle lance, the monster was stabbed in midair. With a wave of his arm, the monster fell to the ground. He then used a circle swing to finish the combo, killing off the monster that 1,000 creations had blown towards him. You really do have some skills, but I still advise that you go to the arena with me so you don't lose any experience. 1,000 creations said this, but the other side didn't reply back. The other side did the same as him. He used a sky strike at a monster and then used falling flower palm to knock the monster to him. But this time, the falling flower palm was done quicker and the monster flew out towards him. Humph! 1,000 creations snorted in disdain. He stabbed it with his pole and was about to do what Lord Grimm had done. He also used a circle swing to finish off the blown away monster. The pole easily executed it. 1,000 creations was already praising himself, thinking that his previous action was quite cool. But who would have thought that the monster that was flying towards him suddenly fell to the ground? The pole unexpectedly stabbed at air. 1,000 creations was stunned. If this wasn't a coincidence, then this guy had actually used falling flower palm with just the right strength and also calculated that he'd use circle swing to receive it. As a result, the monster was blown away to just outside of the circle swing's range, making his pole miss. What type of terrifying microing was this? You still have a ways to go. When 1,000 creations heard this, he immediately moved his camera over. Lord Grimm was already walking away minding his own business, while he himself was being attacked by the monster he missed. You'd better not leave. People who loved to show off naturally were most afraid of losing face. Now that he was being played with and looked down upon, 1,000 creations wouldn't forgive him. He once again blasted the monster over and chased after him. At the same time, Lord Grimm showed his skills once again. He lifted his hand and used Dragon Tooth. The monster that was flying over was staved off in midair. Following up with a sky strike, he hit the monster high up into the air and then used double stab. The monster opened up its arms and hugged towards 1,000 creations. Fuck! 1,000 creations, who had rushed forward too fast, didn't have time to react. He didn't think that Lord Grimm would play around with this monster for so long before hitting it back. The flying monster hit his face. From a first-person view, the entire screen was filled with air-repulsive, rotting zombie corpse, utterly disgusting. Thousand Creations was hit down onto the ground by the zombie. After pushing away the zombie, he immediately got up. But he discovered that the zombie had latched onto his thigh and opened his rotting mouth about to bite down. Thousand Creations beat it with his pole. After killing off this zombie with great difficulty, he heard creaking bone sounds from his headphones. He didn't know when, but a skeleton had aggroed onto him. The skeleton raised its machete and charged at him. "Don't you like kill stealing? Take your time," Lord Grimm called out. Thousand Creations immediately looked towards him. This guy had already gathered 4 monsters in that short amount of time. At this moment, a falling flower palm exploded out and the 4 monsters were smashed towards Thousand Creations. Chapter 59. Are you playing with a child? 4 monsters, 4 directions. Adding on the skeleton holding a machete, Thousand Creations couldn't run away this time. The chasers and whatnot had already disappeared far away along with the zombie that he had thrown down onto the ground. The camera circled round and round, and all around him were these undead monsters' bones and rotting flesh. Undead monsters moved relatively sluggishly, so they got up quite slowly. Thousand Creations was the first one among them to stand up. His camera angle turned. This time, Lord Grimm didn't leave. Carrying his battle lance, Lord Grimm ran over in large strides. Surprised, Thousand Creations couldn't help but jump backwards. After jumping, he felt extremely regretful again. Why did he hide? Wasn't he the one who wanted to teach him a lesson? At this moment, the sluggish monsters all climbed back up. Although these 4 monsters had smashed into Thousand Creations, their aggro was still on Lord Grimm. The machete-wielding skeleton's target was originally on Thousand Creations, but it had just been smashed by the 4 monsters, which could be considered as Lord Grimm's attack. Its aggro was also on Lord Grimm now. After the 5 monsters got up, they rushed towards Lord Grimm. Thousand Creations had planned to first clear the monsters and then properly fight a round with Lord Grimm. But in the end, Lord Grimm's battle lance had already stabbed towards the monsters, engaging in an intense battle. His viewpoint never turned towards him either. Could it be that this guy only wants to fight the monsters and not me? Are these 5 undead monsters more valuable than me? "Hey!" Thousand Creations yelled. "Oh, you want a monster? Here's one, have fun." Lord Grimm uppercutted and thrusted. A monster was hit over to him and steadily fell in front of Thousand Creations' feet. Thousand Creations was baffled. He had never felt this sort of feeling before. In the past, every time he said to show off, the guys who had their kills stolen were all utterly infuriated. Some even immediately attacked him. But in the end, they were beaten down. That sort of feeling felt so good. But this time, the other side's response made him feel extremely childish. He had gathered 5 monsters and hit over one towards him whenever convenient. This move seemed as if it were saying, "Little child, don't be noisy, Uncle's got candy for you." Thousand Creations stared blankly, not moving. The monster that fell in front of him was still aggroed onto Lord Grimm. After crawling back up, it rushed back. "What, you don't want it?" Lord Grimm actually asked him. Thousand Creations felt an extremely strong urge to gang up with the skeletons and zombies and beat this guy up. "I'll wait until you finish killing the monsters before we properly fight a round." Thousand Creations' tone suddenly became serious. He wasn't as sloppy as before when he was trying to provoke him. "No need," Lord Grimm replied to him. "Why?" Thousand Creations blurted it out and then immediately regretted it. The other side had already said, "You still have a ways to go" once. Why did he need to give him another chance to say it again? No time. In the end, Lord Grimm said this. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. Child, he really was a child that annoyed the adult to play with him. In response, the adult would say to the child, "Uncle's busy, be obedient, play by yourself." He was being treated like this. Thousand Creations didn't know what to say. He might as well just wait until he finishes killing off the monsters. Thousand Creations came up with this plan. As a result, he quietly waited on the side. But at the same time, those 5 monsters wouldn't be so quick to finish off. Should he try and help him? But he immediately felt that he wasn't in a position to do so. As a result, he felt that he might as well just kill a monster to pass the time. But when he finished killing the monster and turned his camera angle back to Lord Grimm, there were still 5 monsters. "Kill another one then." After killing one, Why were there still 5 monsters there? That guy's skill wasn't bad. It didn't make sense for him to take so long. Thousand Creations was at a loss. But after looking more carefully, were these 5 monsters the same as the previous 5? Right when he was unsure, a skeleton was stabbed and then collapsed into a pile of bones. Soon after, he saw Lord Grimm, bringing the other monsters, pull a new one and continue fighting with 5 monsters. Thousand Creations threw up blood. He was waiting for this guy to finish off the monsters and duel with him, but this guy didn't take him seriously at all. That guy was concentrated on leveling. Thousand Creations grew angry. He decided to help him. Wrong, he wasn't helping him. He was disturbing him. He was going to continue stealing until this guy's patience ran out. Thus, Thousand Creations rushed forward and began stabbing at the 5 monsters that Lord Grimm had gathered. Lord Grimm seemed to shoot a glance at him. Immediately following, Thousand Creations received a party invite. Fuck, who wants to form a party with you? I'm here to steal. Thousand Creations angrily declined the invite and continued to kill. The 5 monsters were killed faster now, but after looking at the experience distribution, the expert caser Thousand Creations was thoroughly defeated this time. Because the two didn't form a party, if they attacked the same monster, then the monster's experience would be shared. The first blow and last blow made up for 2/3 of the experience gained. The other 1/3 was determined by how much damage they did. Thousand Creations obviously didn't make the first hit, and he had originally planned to steal the last hit. But in the end, he was unable to take the last hit either. Adding on to total damage done, he was also below Lord Grimm, so he was only able to get a pitiful amount of experience. And in this situation, all of the items dropped belonged to Lord Grimm. But the even more irritating part was that before the 5 monsters fell down, Lord Grimm had already pulled new monsters and continued to fight non-stop. Thousand Creations tried to steal again, but met a tragic end just like the last time. In the end, all he did was help Lord Grimm kill monsters faster. Moreover, most of the experience went to the other side, while he ate the small leftovers. Seeing it like this, Lord Grimm hadn't suffered any losses, while he himself had been squeezed for labor. Thousand Creations was so angry he almost lost consciousness. After this wave, he would actively pull monsters and bring them back. But this time, Lord Grimm brought the monsters away from him, leaving Thousand Creations with the monsters he pulled. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. What was he doing? He quickly cleared away the monsters in front of him and rushed forward. Hey, I'm going to join these monsters and attack you. Stop being so noisy, go level up, the other side said indifferently. Thousand Creations clenched his teeth and brandished the battle pole. He was about to hit Lord Grimm when he suddenly heard, "Huh, why are you guys leveling together?" Thousand Creations immediately turned his head. A party of Bluebrook Guild members was walking towards them. The person talking was the 10th server Bluebrook Guild's guild leader, Blue River. Thousand Creations put away the pole and was about to run. "Where are you going, Thousand Creations?" Blue River yelled. Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. "Guild leader, you have no brains. I don't have the guild name on top of my head, so why are you trying to expose my identity?" So he ran. "But send a message to the guild. Pretend you mistook me for someone else." "What are you doing?" Blue River didn't understand the situation. "I've offended Lord Grimm," Thousand Creations said. What have you done? Did you steal his monsters?" Blue River understood his subordinate's faults. I was about to steal. Thousand Creations cried. Even though he came to offend Lord Grimm, he was the one who felt bad. How wrong was that? Chapter 60, Wild Boss. Thousand Creations was a member of Bluebrook Guild. Even though Yi Xiu made his head and face filthy with dirt, he was considered a rare expert among players. His individual strength might not be weaker than the so-called 5 great experts. In order to have a name like the 5 great experts, a player first had to have incredible strength. Next, they also had to have incredible popularity. Once there were many supporters, the 5 great were made. But Thousand Creations, he had a bit of popularity, but he had an incredibly bad fault. He liked to steal. Bluebrook Guild was one of the 3 great guilds, but because of this, they had high expectations for their guild members. Although they didn't go as far as requiring that members lay low, but stealing, that sort of nasty behavior, was forbidden by the guild. No one could complain about this kind of rule. The sort of powerful but arrogant and despotic guild that formed parties to kill steal were destined to fail. Their guild members' inner qualities were too poor. But unfortunately, Thousand Creations had this kind of hobby. Moreover, he was also an expert, a relatively rare expert too. The guild didn't want him because of his inner quality, but they were also unwilling to part with such an expert. In the end, they could only turn a blind eye to his actions. Fortunately, Thousand Creations could be considered tactful. Whenever he did a misdeed, he never showed the guild's name. So a good deal of bullied players didn't put the debt on Blue Brook Guild. This time, when the 10th server opened, no one knew why this guy just signed up to participate on a whim. Although this guy hadn't caused any problems for their guild yet, he made them feel as if he were a ticking time bomb. Seeing that he actively signed up to go the new server, the guild leader immediately approved and increased his rewards. In the end, he kicked the time bomb to Blue River, making Blue River pray that the time bomb wouldn't explode. Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. The opening of the new server was a time when players often killed monsters to level up. It was as if this time bomb was baking on a stove. Fortunately, the new server was packed with people in the beginning, so everyone stole. Thousand Creations took pleasure in showing off his strength and didn't stand out all. As for later, Blue River planned on putting this guy in his party when leveling. Watching over him, he could lessen the probability of him going out and stealing. But in the end, the second day since the new server's opening hadn't yet finished, and the time bomb had already exploded. Not only that, it didn't explode at any other time. It unfortunately exploded on their most important talent. Lord Grimm, Blue River was somewhat angry. The guild had clearly warned him many times that this talent had to be won over. If anyone saw him, they had to try and deepen their relationship and make friends with him. Thousand Creations should have seen this message. But this punk's method of making friends was fucking stealing. Blue River knew that this wasn't the time to be confused. Because Lord Grimm was someone he was determined to pull into the guild. Then he couldn't hide from him that Thousand Creations was also from Blue Brook Guild. If he pretended to not know him, then what about later? That idiot. Blue River cursed and then ran up to Lord Grimm. He laughed out loud and greeted, "What a coincidence, why are you here too?" "Leveling," Yiziu said. "Ha ha, don't mind that punk. In these 2 days, everyone in the guild has been talking about and praising you. That punk probably didn't feel too good, so he deliberately looked for you to make trouble." Blue River said. How could Blue River have handled the matter more brilliantly? First, he covered up Thousand Creations' intent to steal. He said Thousand Creations was jealous of Lord Grimm's fame and power, which was why he deliberately searched for him, looking for trouble. This was easy to understand. In addition, he had unintentionally showed his guild's admiration for Lord Grimm. He had flattered him without batting an eyelid. Unfortunately, Yiziu knew that Thousand Creations stole first. After seeing who he had stolen from, he had jealously challenged him, but that was all after he stole. Fortunately, Yiziu didn't feel like getting involved with all this, so he casually laughed. "The child's pretty naughty." Yeah, look, he even ran. Afraid that I'd scold him." Blue River said. If Thousand Creations had been switched with someone else, then he would have yelled for that person to come over and apologize. But as for Thousand Creations, he excused him. If this was someone who listened to others, then they would have fixed his terrible fault of stealing long ago. Do you want to level with us?" Blue River asked. "No need, leveling by myself is fine," Yiziu said. "Actually, we didn't come over to level," Blue River said. Oh, Yiziu thought. The day was going to end soon. It wasn't possible that Blue River and the others hadn't reached the entry limit for the Boneyard dungeon. If they weren't there for dungeon clearing or leveling, then could it be? "Blood Gunner Yag," Blue River said. Sure enough, Yiziu confirmed his guess. Blood Gunner Yag was Boneyard's wild boss. Although wild bosses respawned, they were even more valuable than hidden bosses because this boss would only respawn 3 times every week. Wild bosses also had their own leaderboards. There were first clears and also the kill number. The first clear could only be given to one party. The kill number was the same as clear records. The leaderboards would show the first 3 ranks. Currently, there hadn't been any wild boss kills in the 10th server. Currently, there were only 2 in their level range. One was Boneyard's blood gunner Yag, and the other was Frost Forest's goblin merchant Lorraine. The beginner village didn't have any wild bosses. Yizu also had requirements for wild bosses, but these things could only be discovered and not sought. Yizu wouldn't vainly attempt it alone. He had originally planned on getting the items from wild bosses from the markets, but if he happened to come across one, then he might as well try. But the most important part for killing wild bosses was never to kill it. It was to steal it. The players who came to kill wild bosses were the more dangerous enemies. Although wild bosses were difficult in the end, they were only system monsters. Experienced players had the ability to kill it without dying. But every time a wild boss was killed, there would always be dead players. This was all from the chaos between everyone fighting to kill it. Although Yizu had the ability to fight it, there was no way he could single-handedly steal the boss from an entire guild. Item drops from bosses were calculated differently from small monsters. Wild bosses had the most terrifying amount of health among bosses of the same level, and needed a long duration of heavy damage output. If the first hit and last hit counted for 2/3 of the experience and items, then no one would want to bitterly do all of the work in the middle. Thus, wild bosses completely relied on total damage to determine the share. No matter how strong a player was, there was no way he could do more damage than an entire party. "Brother, are you interested in taking a look?" Blue River continued. "Okay," Yizu gladly accepted. Blue River laughed brightly and sent a party invite over. After Lord Grimm joined their party, he said regretfully, "If I knew earlier, then it would have been better if you hadn't left the guild." In Glory, after leaving a guild, a player couldn't join a new guild until 5 days later. Chapter 61, Hunting Yag. In Glory, the member limit in a group is 10. Each party member can create their own party with a limit of 10 parties in a group. After Yizu joined the party, he saw that there was exactly 10 members in the party. He recognized the majority of them: Blue River, Bound Boat, Flower Lantern, Thundering Light, Lunar Grace, Returning Cloud. They all knew each other from before, so they weren't unfamiliar with him and all went up one by one to say hello. He hadn't seen the other 3 before: Blowing Clouds, Spitfire class, Endless Flow, Launcher class, and one that you could tell was vulgar just from the name: Groping Haven, a cleric. TLC, Sacred Light Gropes U. Blue River introduced them one by one. There were 2 other parties with 20 people, but Blue River didn't trouble him with them. Actually, if they only wanted to kill the blood gunsman Yag, then a single 10-person party was more than enough. This time, they brought 30 people, which told the difficulties of the main problem: stealing the wild boss. It could even be said that Blue Brook Guild brought out all of their elites to this battle. All 30 of them could be found at the very front of the 10th server's current level leaderboard. Yizu glanced over everyone and then suddenly said, "Did I take 1,000 Creations position?" Blue River was startled. He didn't think that Yizu was attentive to this degree. It was true. 1,000 Creations was originally called over to get ready to hunt blood gunner Yag. But then he just happened to meet Lord Grimm. Blue River felt that this was another chance to make things clear and simply said, "Don't worry about him. We go on our own business." "When did the blood gunner respawn?" Yizu asked Blue River. "We received the info 5 minutes ago. So we immediately gathered all of these brothers, and after a short while we hurried over." Blue River said, "We need all of these people," Yizu laughed, "even for kills stealing. They didn't need this many people. With so many people surrounding the target, many people didn't even have a place to put out damage. It's to prevent any incidents," Blue River messaged. Yizu knew that this wasn't to prevent anything the boss would do. It was to protect them from other people. The most terrifying aspect in the game would never be NPCs, it would always be the players. "If we were able to receive the info, then I'm sure Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition have also received it," Blue River said. Besides fighting over dungeon records, the 3 great guilds also paid attention to wild boss records. The guild had already reminded them of the importance of the wild boss records long ago. "They're already here." Yizu turned his viewpoint and looked left and right. He discovered that not far from them, there was another crowd of players wildly rushing. They were clearly running in the same direction as Blue Brook Guild's troops. DMN, Blue River turned his viewpoint and saw it too. He vaguely identified a few names. "They're from Herb Garden." Yizu couldn't help but worship him. He looked at some of these ideas and they all looked the same to him. For Blue River to actually be able to recognize these names, he deserved to be called an experienced rival. They were quite familiar with each other. When Blue River recognized the other side also recognized Blue Brook Guild. Blue River quickly received a message from Herb Garden's 10th server guild leader Plantago Seed. Old Blue, if you have any inner quality to you, then you can clearly see that we've arrived here first. Both sides knew Blood Gunner's location. Currently, Herb Garden was clearly closer to it. Their levels and equipment were about the same. Blue Brook Guild's hopes to take the lead weren't great. Get lost, Blue River replied. Wild bosses were never first come first serve, but Plantago Seed loved to say such nonsense. How many people did you bring? Plantago Seed asked. Around the same as you, Blue River said. Want to team up? Plantago Seed said. What do you mean by team up? You and I have both arrived, so tyrannical ambition shouldn't be far behind. We both send a few players out to block them. And then we both rely on our own power to split the boss. How about it? Okay, Blue River replied without thinking the matter through. How many people? Half, okay. After half a minute. Where are your people? Plantago Seed asked. Yours, Blue River replied. I've chosen them. I'm waiting for you. I'm the one waiting for you. Another half a minute of silence. It looks like you don't trust me. I'll go look to team up with tyrannical ambition then. Plantago Seed said. Go ahead. Actually, I've already come to an agreement with tyrannical ambition. They're in front waiting to ambush you. Be careful, Blue River replied. Plantago Seed didn't send another message. Both felt helpless. This wasn't the first time they had met. The three great guilds had fought with each other for many years, so they all understood each other. If they truly wanted to cooperate, then they always tore at each other. It wasn't possible for them to reach a conclusion in these few words. None of them trusted each other. It could be seen that in these few years, they weren't lacking any fighting, dueling, or causing havoc amongst each other. Blue Brook Guild was currently a bit slower than Herb Garden, but that small amount didn't count for anything. Even if Herb Garden arrived there first, they might not immediately pull it and fight. If they were attacked from behind, what would they do? Don't look at how their messages to each other were so friendly. If they truly wanted to fight, they wouldn't show any mercy. Games were like this, happy and painful. The two crowds maintained their distance and they reached the Blood Gunner's location one after another. However, when they got there, another crowd of players were already standing there. Tyrannical ambition's players were unexpectedly even faster than them, except tyrannical ambition still hadn't acted. At this moment, there were a crowd of unknown players battling the Blood Gunner. But with just a look, it could clearly be seen that these were just random parties who just happened to discover this boss. Trying it out, Blue River looked for a bit and then decided. They're courting death. Blood Gunner Yag was covered in a white leather armor. Its ash-colored face didn't show any expression. Clearly, it was also an undead monster. It held a revolver in its hands and it moved incomparably quickly, running around everywhere and firing. At that instant, the crowd of randomly put-together players were all hit and cried out in terror. They had no way to resist, and the hunters became the prey. Tyrannical ambition had arrived long ago, but they just stood on the side, quietly watching the scene. They stood firmly just outside of the Blood Gunner's attack range. After Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild arrived, they acted the same as tyrannical ambition. They didn't care about whether these players lived or died. They didn't even look at the Blood Gunner. Their attention was all focused on each other. Seeing that the other two guilds had arrived, someone from tyrannical ambition quickly walked out and headed towards Blue Brook Guild. Does he want to negotiate with us? Blue River silently thought. He couldn't help but look at Herb Garden. They weren't moving either and looking at their stance. They were probably paying attention to that tyrannical ambition player who was walking towards Blue Brook Guild, too. That player eventually walked over. Right when he was about to go greet him, he heard that player shout, Lord Grimm, why are you here? To see the excitement. Yi Xiu replied, that place isn't too good. Come, why don't you come over to our place? As it turned out, this shameless person was Endless Night. Blue River's lungs were about to burst with rage. He was simply treating them as if they were air. Our place is no good? Fuck your place then. This entire area was a desolate graveyard. There were a few weeds, Dead trees, crooked gravestones, and damaged coffins, every place was the same. What good or bad? Chapter 62 Hunting Yag, Part 2. Isn't everywhere the same? Yiziu replied, appearing somewhat well-behaved. But in a bit. Some things might happen there, so it'd be best to stay out of the way. Endless Night said. Blue River's heart couldn't help but thump. These words were obviously spoken for Blue Brook Guild to hear. Analyzing it on the surface, these words suggested that tyrannical ambition and Herb Garden had already joined hands. Blue Brook Guild would have difficulty negotiating with them. Oh, how come I heard that that place wasn't safe? Blue Brook Guild's bound boat spoke out. Psychological warfare. Reverse psychological warfare. Reverse psychological warfare. When the three great guilds competed, they often ended up in this situation. These annoyed Blue River, so he liked to remain still with his face blank and let others deal with the problem. Oh, so it's like this? Don't tell me Herb Garden is plotting against us. Wouldn't it be best for us to join hands? Endless Night said. To join hands or not to join hands? That was the question. Blue River felt his balls ache. He directly sent messages to both guild leaders. What are you guys doing? Both of you come over. Herb Garden's guild leader Plantago Seed replied, I haven't done anything. Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader Cold Night replied, didn't I already send someone over? Both of them weren't cooperating. Blue River's head hurt. Truthfully, he hoped that all three could send representatives and let everyone just play rock, paper, scissors. But he knew that wasn't going to happen. Even if everyone agreed, in the end, they'd definitely turn hostile. The winner would be like a cicada stalked by a mantis, unaware of the aureole behind. The winner would just be waiting for someone to stab him in the back. He didn't know how many times this sort of situation had happened. In the end, all of the winners were extremely cautious and then suddenly tossed from side to side repeatedly by everyone. What had originally been agreed on was the same as no agreement. What was the point in wasting that time? The three great guilds all paid a lot of attention towards their outer image. Their words held enormous weight and their reputation was outstanding. But when the three competed, whatever despicable, shameless methods existed, all came out. Trust and promises were all the same as floating clouds, all because their true interests laid in winning against the other competitors. Even if everyone agreed that whichever side did the most damage was the winner, Blue River wouldn't dare trust their word. He did trust that once one side fell behind, that side would definitely cheat them. He knew that every time they hunted a wild boss, a lot of players would die. In this instant, Blue River cherished his memories of dungeons. Comparing them with wild bosses, no matter how difficult the dungeon was, they all felt so comforting. They never had any sincere cooperation with each other. They would only scout each other out or guard against each other. This was the relationship between the three great guilds. Seeing that Endless Night was still chattering on, Blue River was ready to pull out his sword. In fact, when he called out for the two guild leaders to come, he didn't have any good intentions either. In any case, everyone was shameless, so the two didn't dare come over and stayed where they were. The two didn't come over, only an annoying Endless Night. Blue River felt he might as well just kill him and be done with it. Everyone already understood their relationship towards each other anyways, but he suddenly heard Yiziu say, isn't that 1,000 creations? Blue River heard this and was startled. He turned around to look. One player, with magical fluctuations under his feet, carried a battle pole and rushed forward without saying anything to smash at the boss. Blue River didn't feel like taking care of him. He was just an undisciplined, unorganized individual. I'm going to help him. Blue River didn't think Lord Grimm would suddenly throw out these words and then rush forward. This was something that he couldn't control even if he wanted to. Hey, why are you running? I'm not done talking. Endless Night still talked. Blue River suddenly pulled out his sword with a sword draw and slashed towards that guy. He didn't know how, but Endless Night had already prepared for this and rolled backwards, avoiding the sword. Oh, so the magnificent guild leader sneak attacks. Endless Night mocked. Blue River moved. Immediately, several players beside him were about to rush forward and act, but Endless Night had already escaped. Tyrannical Ambition also immediately had people approach, so Blue Brook Guild immediately withdrew. They didn't want to clash with Tyrannical Ambition. Herb Garden was still beside them. The three great guilds restricted each other, intertwined. None of them dared to act blindly without thinking. While they were stuck in a stalemate, more players died fighting in the fields. One party, which was originally a 10-member party, had already fallen to 5. Half had died. "Why are you all standing there watching? Hurry up and kill!" After Lord Grim rushed close, Yi Xiu heard these 5 members yell. They clearly didn't understand the situation and didn't understand these 3 great guilds' entanglement. But no matter how entangled these 3 great guilds were, these 5 were destined to die. If they were unable to kill the Blood Gunner, they'd die. If they killed the Blood Gunner, they'd die an even worse death. The 3 great guilds didn't act out against them because they belonged to the former. They didn't have the strength to kill the Blood Gunner. "Join the party?" At this moment, the 5 yelled to Thousand Creations. Thousand Creations was the 6th player on the field that joined the fight. They immediately sent him an invite, but that guy actually ignored it. "I'm coming in." After Lord Grim rushed to the front, Yi Xiu yelled while swiftly leaving Blue River's party. What is he thinking? Blue River was a little lost. Lord Grim rushing forward made him lost. Then, he suddenly left the party. Seeing that he wanted to join that random party made him even more lost. If Lord Grim is killing the boss, are we going to steal or not? Bound Boat suddenly said. Blue River stared blankly. Could it be that this guy wanted to use the fact that each of the great guilds regarded him highly and wouldn't steal the boss from him? This thought was rather naive. Although the 3 great guilds all regarded him highly and were willing to back down on many issues, this was only when the 3 great guilds took the initiative to. But at this moment, he was the one to take initiative and use the 3 great guilds' intentions to force them to retreat. This was a completely different situation. No one would be willing to accept this sort of coercement, to say nothing of the 3 great guilds. Although they were cautious, modest, and respectful on the outside, if you schemed against them like this, who would be able to take this? Thousand Creations maneuvered around everywhere, waiting for an opportunity. The 5 players were basically being chased and attacked by the Blood Gunner. But once Lord Grim entered the fray, everything immediately changed. The fast-moving Blood Gunner had unexpectedly been accurately captured by him. With a sky strike, the Blood Gunner had already been knocked into the air. This was an attack that Thousand Chances hadn't found the opportunity to perform, even after he had joined the battle for so long. Falling Flower Palm, the Blood Gunner was blown away. This was a wild boss and was even stronger than hidden bosses. Sky Strike hadn't knocked it very high into the air. If it was someone else who had executed Falling Flower Palm, then it might have even been a problem for them to complete the aerial attack. The blow-away effects would be increased in an aerial attack. The higher up they were, the greater the increase. Because the Blood Gunner hadn't been knocked up very high, the additional effects from the aerial attack were already the limit. His figure shook, and suddenly, 2 Lord Grims appeared. One was in the original place, while the other had flashed behind the Blood Gunner. Shadow clone technique, the body behind the Blood Gunner was obviously the real one. He immediately grabbed the Blood Gunner and threw. Grappler skill, fling. The Blood Gunner was once again thrown away. Herb Garden's players were suddenly in a commotion. Why was this Blood Gunner getting closer and closer to them? Chapter 63 Hunting Yag. Part 3. The Blood Gunner's aggro obviously couldn't run onto Herb Garden. In fact, up until now, it hadn't taken a lot of damage. After taking 3 hits from Lord Grim, Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Fling, its aggro had already ignited onto Lord Grim. Once it was thrown to the ground, it didn't fall down, it rolled away and had already gotten up. This skill was called Quick Recover. It was a common passive skill similar to Swift Run and Roll. After learning it, it could be used. The moment the user fell onto the ground, the user would immediately use a roll. In this way, the user wouldn't fall down and would instead directly flip over. This skill required a certain amount of technique to use. When the user touched the ground, the user had to immediately use a roll to quick recover. There were also a few skills where quick recover didn't work. For example, the Battle Mage's Circle Swing, the Grappler's Back Throw, and the Sharpshooter's Punisher all negated the quick recover skill. The Blood Gunner could also quick recover, but it only now had a chance to. At this moment, after eating 3 of Lord Grim's attacks, it directly rolled over with a quick recover and raised its gun, ready to shoot. A gun sound rang out and the Blood Gunner's right hand, which held the gun, moved backwards. Following the spark that sprayed out from the gun muzzle, a second gun sound rang out. DMN! An Herb Garden player cried out in fear and immediately crouched down. The bullet scraped by his head. Then, he heard a second sound, DMN, from behind him. The second player didn't have time to dodge, and the bullet hit him in the center of his forehead. Blood violently blossomed out, and his life directly fell to half. Herb Garden's clerics immediately went up to rescue him, but at this moment, no one responded in time when the blood gunner suddenly seized its gun towards them. But from Bluebrook Guild's point of view, they could all see it clearly. Just now, after Lord Grim flung the blood gunner, a gun somehow appeared in his hands. That first gun sound wasn't from the blood gunner, it was from Lord Grim's gun. This gun hit the blood gunner's right hand, causing the blood gunner's gun to swing backwards. Was this a coincidence, or was it on purpose? Bluebrook Guild's players didn't know, but they did know that this shot was both an attack and a defense. It not only hit the blood gunner's hand, it also neutralized the possibility of the blood gunner returning fire. As for the headshot at the Herb Garden player, that was probably pure coincidence, but this coincidence still made Bluebrook Guild's players extremely happy. What is he trying to do? While everybody was jeering at Herb Garden's player who had accidentally been shot, Bound Boat frowned, unable to see through Lord Grim's intentions. Is he really thinking of taking down the blood gunner in front of all of us? Flower Lantern also muttered. Both of them moved towards Blue River. DMN, an aerial circle swing. Amazing. The two had just arrived in front of Blue River when they heard him say this. The two were completely helpless. Was this really the time to be admiring his skill? After waking up Blue River touched on this issue but also helplessly said, "If the other guilds don't move, how can we?" Bound Boat was startled. Could it be that this guy wants to use this time when our three guilds are restricting each other instead of impolitely stealing? Bound Boat said. Blue River looked left towards Herb Garden, and the looked right towards Tyrannical Ambition. He saw that the other two guild leaders were also eccentrically looking left and right. Clearly, they were also like him and observing the other two guilds' movements. Sure enough, at this moment, none of the three guilds dared to advance forward. This was because whoever advanced forward would become the mantis preying upon the cicada, but there was also a large oriole behind them. No, two of them to be accurate. Blue River discovered this deadlock really was awkward. He immediately messaged Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition. "You two, are we really going to just watch this boss get split?" "Old Blue, you finally learned treachery?" Plantago Seed replied. "I don't want to. It'd be better if your Bluebrook Guild hurried over and captured the boss, while my Tyrannical Ambition waits outside the range and keeps the situation under control. What do you think?" Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight replied. Blue River was speechless. Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition didn't trust him at all. And the most important factor that influenced these two groups' judgments was that they didn't understand Lord Grim's strength. They didn't believe that Lord Grim could take down the blood gunner. But now that he calmed down and thought about it, he also felt that this was an issue too. Although he and Lord Grim had set a dungeon record before and directly saw Lord Grim's strength, although Lord Grim relied on his outstanding skill to deal with the blood gunner, no one could solo the blood gunner at this level. Even a peak professional player wouldn't be able to. Either, this was because their mana definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. With the blood gunner's life, as well as the player's DPS at this level, there was no way anyone could defeat the blood gunner with no mana. Even if they carried a full inventory of potions, they still wouldn't be able to. Just seeing how Lord Grim put out damage at such a high tempo, they knew that beginner villages level 1 potions certainly weren't enough. Skills couldn't be used without mana. If a player couldn't use skills, only relying on normal attacks definitely couldn't take down the boss. When skills and normal attacks were compared, apart from more damage, the most important difference were their crowd control effects. For example, Sky Strike's knockup, Dragon Tooth short stun, Falling Flower Palms blow away, Circle swings no quick recover throw. These sort of special effects couldn't be made by normal attacks and had an effect on controlling the opponent's movement. Thinking of this, Blue River suddenly calmed down. Sure enough, Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition were the greater threats. He couldn't help but glance left and right at each of them. The 5 normal players in the field were still regarded as dead people, so much so that Blue River didn't even think that Lord Grim would associate with them. When Lord Grim left, he had no way to prevent it, so he could only call 1,000 creations to come and join the party. Perhaps Yizu was the only player to notice these 5. These chain attacks, which these 5 players were incapable of doing, frightened these players dumbstruck. Lord Grimm suddenly used a circle swing, throwing the blood gunner in front of these 5 players. Still watching, "Attack!" Yizu yelled. The 5 players woke up and immediately went up and greeted the gunner with their weapons. "Don't attack randomly. Listen to my commands." While Yizu yelled, Lord Grimm's attacks hadn't stopped from beginning to end. These foolish 5 players finally discovered something. Lord Grimm. This person is Lord Grimm? The 3 great guilds weren't the only ones that noticed Lord Grimm. Even players from Happy Internet Cafe were astonished when they saw Lord Grimm's famed name. These 5 players, who had invited Lord Grimm to join the party and watched Lord Grimm's fight with the blood gunner, just now noticed Lord Grimm's ID on top of his head. The Lord Grimm that completed 3 first clears in Beginner Village. The Lord Grimm that led Bluebrook Guild to a new clear record in Frost Forest. Berserker. Gore Cross? Lord Grimm said while using Dragon Tooth to stab the blood gunner. The Berserker didn't react slowly and immediately brandished his greatsword. While the blood gunner was still stunned and unable to dodge, he slashed and the tip of his sword drew a cross. A cross of blood swung out. Brawler, sand toss. Yizu yelled, and at the same time, a sky strike knocked the blood gunner into the air. Chapter 64, Hunting Yag, Part 4. Brawlers belong to the fighter class and were street fighters that use underhanded methods to win. For example, sand toss through sand, dirtying the target's clothing in a despicable manner. At this moment, hearing Yizu's call, this brawler immediately threw sand at the blood gunner. Yizu started sweating. He didn't think that this player was a complete noob. He immediately instructed, "Sand toss whenever it's off cooldown and throw sand at its face." This was sand toss's true usage. Sand toss had a hidden effect that occurred when sand was thrown into the target's eyes. It had a chance to blind the target. Because it was a hidden effect, the chance to blind and the blind's duration wasn't directly shown by the system. However, through player testing, the lowest level sand toss had a 50% chance to blind and lasted 4 seconds. But when the skill was maxed, it had a 100% chance to blind and lasted 8 seconds. This effect was truly terrifying. In Glory's early days, brawlers ruled the world with sand toss. Whenever they encountered anything displeasing, they would throw some sand at their face. Under the effects of blind, the player's screen became pitch black, unable to see anything. Brawlers could use this opportunity to attack despicably and lowly while their target was in such a state. But nowadays, players found quite a few ways to deal with sand toss. The simplest way was that when the sand toss was thrown, the character turned his or her viewpoint. Look up, look down, look left, look right. Any of them worked, although sand toss damaged them. It was much better than that terrifying hidden effect. But the unequaled counter to sand toss was a type of accessory, eyeglasses. This toy was the same type of item as the mithril pendant that Yizu possessed. It had no attributes and was purely decoration. However, these eyeglasses could nullify sand toss's hidden effect, turning it into nothing but fleeting clouds. The most hated item among brawlers were these eyeglass-type items. Fortunately, NPCs wouldn't shamelessly wear eyeglasses as if they were refined people. Blinded NPCs would lose their sense of direction, unable to find their original aggro target. It might not even be able to figure out the direction to hit back players that bullet it. Yizu's purpose was obviously to let this brawler attempt to blind it, but who knew that that guy was too much of a noob? His sand toss was unexpectedly thrown at the blood gunner's body. Yizu had no idea how this guy got to level 23, 2 levels higher than him. Brick Buster? Yizu continued to patiently instruct this brawler. Brick Buster was the system's official name for the skill. Yizu was afraid that his noob wouldn't know the popular term for it, so he used the official skill name. Among players, this skill was known as brick. Correct. Found high and low, far and wide, the brick that people in street fights would often use as a weapon. In Glory, brawlers' bricks could be used to smash and throw, extremely formidable. Apart from this, the skill also had a special effect. It had a 50% chance to cause the target to be dizzy for 3 seconds. However, in order to create this effect, the brick had to be smashed onto the head. This brick also had a hidden effect. When the brick is a back attack and also hits the head, The dizzy chance becomes 100% and lasted 4 seconds. Yiziu didn't have time to explain in detail to this brawler. Fortunately, the brick's dizzy special effect wasn't a hidden effect, so the skill tooltip described this. Evidently, the brawler noticed this point, and his brick headed towards the blood gunner's head. Regretfully, instead of using his hands to directly smash its head with the brick, he threw it. The flying brick's damage was reduced by half. The chance to dizzy was reduced by half. The dizzy duration was reduced by half. Moreover, this brick flew askew. Idiot. Pick up the brick and smash the back of its head. Another person acted on behalf of Yiziu and directed. Brick's hidden effect wasn't a secret. The newbie brawler immediately responded sincerely, "Okay, okay." Raging Flames. Attack! Yiziu commanded the elementalist. Raging Flames soared up. Yiziu nodded his head, satisfied. He wasn't as noobish as that brawler at least. Facing the boss blood gunner, the low-leveled Raging Flames knockup was small, but Yiziu had already controlled Lord Grimm to follow up. Collapsing Mountain. Ghostblade use a sword soul. Sand Toss. Raging Flames. Ghost Slash. Yiziu succinctly and quickly directed them. The 5 players, who had originally been regarded as dead players, suddenly discovered, was dealing with the blood gunner really this easy? Originally, they tried every possible way, but they couldn't hit the blood gunner. Now, it was pretty much just a sandbag. Sword slashes, brick smashes, magic flashes, they all hit. The experienced players among the 5 saw that this was all because of Lord Grimm. This guy would use his attacks exactly where they controlled the enemy. Moreover, his commands on when to use the skills controlled the enemy well. As a result, surrounding it, in this beautiful rhythm, they happily dealt damage to the blood gunner. The blood gunner wasn't powerless to retaliate, but its attack target was always Lord Grimm. Yiziu had already figured out its attack pattern, so he always dodged his attacks perfectly. In addition, the damage never spread to the other party members. In an instant, a chaotic party that had originally been regarded as dead bodies transformed into a well-coordinated party under Yiziu's lead. The 5 players used their skills contentedly, but Yiziu didn't relax a bit. He understood clearly that a single mistake in his play or a small misjudgment in his leading would completely reverse the situation. The 3 great guilds that had just been standing there watching were already completely dumbfounded. Each of them had majestically prepared dozens of players as reinforcement just in case. But at that instant, the 6-player party was hunting down the boss, yet they didn't dare advance. Each and every one felt ill at ease and glanced left and right. The more they looked, the more foolish they seemed. "See, this is the leading I wanted to see," Tyrannical Ambition's Endless Knight yelled. "What are you being so happy for?" His guild leader Cold Knight said. So Lord Grimm was actually this terrifying. Herb Garden always had Lord Grimm in their thoughts, but they still hadn't seen his strength. Now that they had seen it, the guild leader Plantago Seed was completely stunned. If this continues, then the blood gunner really will be killed off by this guy. Blue Brook Guild's Flower Lanterns said to Blue River. As a result, the 3 guild leaders began twisting strangely again. They turned in one direction, then in the other, observing the other 2's reactions. They all understood what everyone had to do at this moment. Kill off those additional players. Don't touch Lord Grimm. If they attack Lord Grimm, then lend a hand, Blue River commanded. Help who? Someone still asked. Idiot. Don't tell me you think we should help those 2 bunches of bastards, Blue River said. Everyone understood. Take the empty spot in our party and immediately give it to Lord Grimm, Blue River said. Everyone felt a bit solemn. There obviously wasn't any empty spot right now, but there would be one soon because someone had to die. The person that died would respawn in town and automatically leave the party. The 3 great guilds all began moving at practically the same time. Chapter 65, Hunting Yag, Part 5. "Oh, those people want to help," the brawler suddenly said. His voice carried a tone of pleasant surprise. Yiziu sighed. This guy truly didn't understand the situation. These guilds weren't here to help. They were here to kill Steel. They hadn't acted before because these guys weren't even worthy of being stolen from. The blood gunner would have eliminated them. "Leave," Yiziu said. "What?" The brawler was unable to make heads or tails of his command. The other 4 players were actually noobs too. If they weren't noobs, then they would have known about the blood gunner's strength. They wouldn't have mobbed around it and killed themselves. But they were better than that noob of a brawler. so they at least saw that the situation was far from good. Those guys over there didn't move early or late. When they saw that they were fighting the boss smoothly, only then did they suddenly move. Help, providing help in the hour of need was called help, but right now in this situation, only God knew what they were up to. If you don't run, then you're looking to die, Yiziu said. Then we fought for nothing, the party's berserker said. He noticed that there was something wrong with the situation. But if they ran now, then why did they fight so hard before? I don't know yet, Yiziu said. The 5 players were all at a loss. But if you don't leave now, then it'll be too late. Yiziu said while Lord Grimm's attacks continued. The 3 great guilds rapidly drew near. The long-ranged classes, such as the gunners, had already began aiming their guns. Run, finally. One of the 5 players took the lead and ran. The 3 great guilds didn't care about these guys. Because the 3 guilds left some space to guard against each other, they didn't completely surround the boss. Seeing that these 5 were running, they didn't send people to kill them. Instead, they were all observing the other guilds' movements. Those were main opponents. All 3 guild leaders practically shouted at the same time, "Stop!" The numerous players urgently halted and all watched each other. The blood gunner was almost in front of them, but if they rushed up to surround the boss, then what would they do if the other guilds behind their backs raided them? All 3 guild leaders were pondering over this. This was because the battle on the field still continued. Those 5 players had ran halfway when they suddenly realized that Lord Grimm wasn't behind them. Looking back, they saw that Lord Grimm was still battling with the blood gunner. What's the meaning of this? The 5 players were puzzled. They just weren't familiar with the game. It's not like they didn't have a brain. This player told them to run, but he himself stayed. His behavior was odd, which made them unable to tell whether he was good or bad. As a result, they couldn't help but stop moving. "Run farther, it's dangerous over here," Yiziu suddenly messaged them through the party channel. "But they haven't come to kill us," the noob brawler said. "Trust me." Yiziu typed out 2 words this time. These noobs were too clueless. If they were Blue River level players, they would have all been stunned to death. To be able to take the time to type during an intense battle with the boss. How fast was his hand speed? The noob brawler couldn't help but begin to run while calling out to his companions, "Hurry and run." The other 4 hesitated, but 2 of them followed the noob brawler. The other 2 still stayed in their original spots. They were still a bit skeptical over Yiziu's words. They felt that he was trying to intentionally get rid of them. Seeing that the 5 moved differently, Yiziu could only feel regret towards the 2 skeptical players. He didn't have the time to explain to them. His mouth had been used to lead them in battle the entire time. He also didn't have the time to type. The previous 2 words he had typed out were already risky, and the 6 words before almost messed up his playing. Should the long-ranged classes try attacking? Blue River consulted his subordinates. They wouldn't advance forward yet. The long-ranged classes would first do some damage. "We can't guarantee that we won't accidentally hit Lord Grimm." The long-ranged classes all started sweating. The blood gunner's speed was his forte. Fighting with it required high tempo and fast movements. At this moment, Lord Grimm and the blood gunner were flashing around everywhere. Who knew which target their attacks would hit? "What is this guy thinking?" Blue River said gloomily. On the other side, Herb Garden's Plantago seed had already yelled out, "Hero, add your party to my group. All of the drops will belong to you guys." "DMN," Blue River secretly shouted at Plantago seed's treachery. If the party joined his group, then the previous damage they did would count towards their group. He himself hadn't thought of doing this. "Brother Grimm, join my side. The items are all yours." Blue River immediately stepped forward. He felt that he was somewhat closer to Lord Grimm. With the same conditions, Lord Grimm didn't have any reason to not join their group. "Join my side. The rewards are all yours. I'll also gift you 20 white wolf bristles." Tyrannical Ambitions Endless Night also yelled. He thought that Yiziu had some sort of special indulgence towards white wolf bristles. "Lord Grimm, don't trust him. How many times would you have to run Frost Forest to get 20 white wolf bristles?" Blue River immediately yelled. "We have 20 here," Plantago seed yelled. Bound Boat murmured to himself. Could it be that this was this guy's true aim? Blue River also had a headache. Really, this guy, he completely didn't know how to talk things over with emotion. Did he really have to turn everything into a business deal? Lord Grimm still indifferently attacked the monster. As a result, The three guilds all felt that the price tag wasn't enough and continued raise the price. The two that hadn't run away were all already stunned. The all of the items will belong to you guys alone already made their hearts speed up. They had never heard of the other items that the three guilds promised, but if they dared to bring them out, then they were clearly valuable items. The two players were anxious. They were just itching to respond on behalf of Lord Grimm, but the two quickly recovered. Even if he agreed, then it didn't matter, because currently, the party leader wasn't Lord Grimm. Joining a group or receiving a group invite were all the party leader's rights. The two immediately looked at the party list. The leader was that noob brawler. The two immediately typed out in the party channel, "Come back. Why didn't you two run?" The noob brawler replied, "Run my ass. These few guilds are giving out conditions over here. They're letting us join their group. Afterwards, the equipment will all go to us, and they'll also give out a bunch of valuable items. Hurry up and come back, party leader." The two excitedly spoke incoherently, scrambling to send the message. "So there's this." The noob brawler surprisingly understood. Once he heard equipment, his eyes turned into stars. He immediately ran back. The other two who had seen the message also excitedly moved too. The only one indifferent was Lord Grimm. The three great guilds leaders were all presenting their conditions to let him join their groups. In the end, after seeing the system prompt, they slapped their foreheads and recovered. Fuck, he's not the party leader. No choice. They had to turn to the other 5 seemingly non-existent players. Where'd the party leader go? The three great guild leaders began concerning themselves with those players that weren't even in their line of sight originally. At this moment, Lord Grimm suddenly spoke, "Everyone be careful." What? Everyone was at a loss. After Lord Grimm used a circle swing and threw the blood gunner, the blood gunner's body suddenly emitted a floating layer of blood-colored light. Fuck, it's enraged. The three guild leaders were all veterans. They had knowledge and experience. Are you joking? What's the life at? The hundreds of players that gathered there were all in shock. Chapter 66, Undead Legion. When its life dropped to 10%, it would go into a red blood state. In this state, the boss would turn enraged. This was a fixed rule in Glory, under the watch of all these Glory veterans. How could they ignore a party that had fought the blood gunner to 10% health? But the blood gunner wasn't at red blood, yet it now entered an enraged state. As veterans, they clearly understood what the blood gunner's enraged state meant. If they were the ones fighting, then they would have definitely prepared before it went enraged. But who would have thought that the blood gunner would suddenly turn enraged at this moment? Red blood isn't the only way for it to turn enraged. Bound Boat suddenly said. Blue River's complexion had already changed. Indeed, on some bosses, besides the red blood state, there were a few other ways that could lead to the boss turning enraged. Enraged, to put it simply, was the boss's way to save itself when it was in critical danger. For high-end wild bosses like the blood gunner, red blood wasn't the only time when they felt they were in danger. Other conditions could make them feel that they needed to turn enraged to resolve the crisis. 200 combo? Blue River blurted out. Noticing it now was already too late. By the time the blood gunner began shouting and glowing, it was already too late. Everyone felt the ground underneath loosen. Earth had already began opening up. The crooked tombstones and the remnant coffins looked as if they had awakened and began shaking. The blood gunner's enrage summoned his undead legion. The number of creatures summoned was proportional to the number of players in his aggro range. At this moment, it was quite a tragedy. The three great guild leaders were all in the blood gunner's aggro range. They had just been trying to invite Lord Grimm into their group. The three of them didn't represent a single person. They were the group's leader, so each of them represented the entirety of their respective guilds on the field. Normally, when they fought the blood gunner before it went into red blood, the leader would definitely be the first to leave the blood gunner's aggro range. In all of these years, relying on this setup, the three great guilds didn't know how many times they had fought against this monster. They were all too familiar with the blood gunner's summoning. Ha 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 ha, the blood gunner's call continued. A large mob of zombies and skeletons had already climbed up out from the earth. Tombstones and coffins, there were over 100. Stay in formation, protect the healers and mages. The three great guilds' instructions were all practically the same. The newly summoned undead legion didn't have the same aggro as the blood gunner. Their aggro was reset and attacked as soon as they saw a player. They would attack whoever was close to them. In an instant, a great battle unfolded in the boneyard. The zombies and skeletons summoned by the blood gunner weren't more ferocious than the normal boneyard monsters. But the problem was that their levels were high. They were all the same level as the blood gunner, level 26, the highest level in the boneyard. They level suppressed every single player in the field, making them difficult to deal with. And adding on to their sudden appearance and random distribution, everyone was caught off guard. In the first moments, there were players that were surrounded and instantly killed. The 3 guild leaders' expressions were all ugly. They knew that this 200 combo was something Lord Grimm had deliberately done. This combo counter didn't count how many times the blood gunner attacked. It counted how many times it was attacked. But under the concentrated fire from being attacked on all sides, it was very easy for the combo to go over 200. As a result, this prevented players from bullying it too excessively. Normally, they would definitely pay attention to the combo. Breaking the combo was much easier than continuing the combo. But Lord Grimm commanded a party to hit out 200 combos. Moreover, he did it when the 3 great guilds were all inside the aggro range. He had clearly done it to make the boss turn enraged and restrict the 3 great guilds. His purpose was obviously still the blood gunner. But what about the blood gunner now? The blood gunner's aggro wouldn't change because it turned enraged. Its aggro was still on Lord Grimm. After turning enraged, it immediately shot violently and hit Lord Grimm into a cloud of white smoke. The players of the 3 guilds saw this, but weren't happy. The one that was hit was only Lord Grimm's shadow clone. Where was Lord Grimm's real body? After the shadow clone disappeared, another gunner's aerial fire shot out and he flew backwards, slipping out a good number of bullets. The blood gunner swiftly chased him. The 3 great guilds players were being tangled by the undead legion and had no time to watch. They could only concentrate on stopping the undead's advance. The noob brawler and the others were all stupefied. They had happily ran back, ready to join the group and reap the rewards. But who knew such an event would unexpectedly occur? The 3 could only helplessly watch as their other 2 members were instantly ripped apart into chunks of meat by the undead legion. The 3 immediately halted their footsteps. They finally understood what the danger Lord Grimm warned about was. Soon after, they saw Lord Grimm fly out. Behind him followed the astonishingly fast blood gunner. The 3 didn't know what to do. They didn't know whether Lord Grimm was fleeing or doing something else until they saw Lord Grimm's command. Go where? The 3 players asked. Come over and kill the boss, Yiziu said, at a loss. The 3 players turned around and ran. Over here. Yiziu gave the 3 players further directions. The 3 great guilds all saw this clearly. They had no manpower to spare and could only stamp their feet in rage. That guy's bringing away the blood gunner, everyone was shouting. Blue River almost died from anger and sent a message to Lord Grimm. Brother, you're not nice. At this moment, Lord Grimm was only running. He would occasionally stop to throw down the chasing blood gunner. He had time to respond to Blue River. What's wrong? Yiziu replied. What do you mean what's wrong? Blue River saw this message and grew even angrier. Right when he was about to send another message, he suddenly discovered that he had nothing to say. Right. What's wrong? What did that guy do wrong? That guy planned to steal away the blood gunner. But saying that wasn't nice, there was no such word in Glory. Wild bosses had always been there to be stolen. But normally, it had always been stolen by the 3 great guilds. If someone else apart from the 3 great guilds stole it, then why should that suddenly be not nice? Blue River was unable to speak. Apart from him, Endless Night also sent a message. You're very fierce? Ha ha, Yiziu replied. But don't be too pleased with yourself yet, with those few people. Do you really think you'll be able to beat the blood gunner before we kill off all these trash? Do you really think we won't be able to find you? Endless Night replied. Then you guys better hurry up. Yiziu laughed and inhaled a breath of smoke. Where are we running to? The noob brawler next to Lord Grimm asked. Yiziu hadn't yet replied when another player shouted, Uh-oh, there are people heading towards us. Don't panic. Give the party leader position to me. Yiziu said, the noob brawler, without thinking, gave the party leader position to Lord Grimm. System message, Player 7 Fields has joined your party. Player Drifting Water has joined your party. Player Sunset Clouds has joined your party. Player Sleeping Moon has joined your party. Player Immersed Jade has joined your party. Kill! Yiziu shouted loudly. The noob brawler and the others all watched, dumbstruck as a group of people rushed forward. Some called him God, some brother expert, and others didn't say a word. They all headed towards the blood gunner to attack. Chapter 67, Speed Up. Brother expert, you're too loyal. Seven Fields and the others rushed up excitedly. You guys are pretty brave too. Yiziu laughed. He had already told them what the situation was. This was like trying to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth. He also wasn't sure if the three great guilds would just let this matter go. But in the end, these guys didn't care and hurried over. Even the little girl immersed Jade came, though it was possible that the noob girl didn't understand the situation and just came to join in on the action. What's there to be afraid of? Sleeping Moon yelled while chopping down quite energetically. He hadn't played yesterday, so his level was a bit lagging behind. But after bitterly training for a day, he reached level 21. These are all the people you've called. The noob brawler and the others stood there foolishly on the side. Yup, Yiziu said. When? The noob brawler asked. When I went up and joined your party. Yiziu said. You had already planned it all out at that time? The three were all appalled. What an incredible mind. Yiziu laughed but didn't say anything else. He began instructing each person on their position and skill timing. He even went as far as telling them when to drink their potions. Potions had a cooldown. What was the best way to drink potions to keep up your endurance during battle? That itself was a type of knowledge. Now, it looked as if 9 people were fighting the monster together. In reality, those 8 other players were all puppets. They completely acted according to Yiziu's instructions. They were a bit messy in the beginning. After all, Yiziu only had one mouth and couldn't give 8 people 8 commands at once. But after fighting for a bit, 7 Fields and the others, who weren't considered experts, were still veterans and already had a basic understanding of what to do. The noob brawler level players also did decently. Yiziu carefully observed each player's damage output. He calculated that they wouldn't be able to kill off the blood gunner before the 3 great guilds finished dealing with the undead legion. He quickly came to a conclusion: foolishly fighting here wouldn't work. As a result, he began adjusting his tactic and distanced himself. The blood gunner was like a sheep. It was being cut down on one side and driven away on another. The more it moved, the more the blood flowed down. It was extremely miserable. At this very moment, Yiziu obviously wouldn't do another 200 combo and ask for more trouble, but there was no way to avoid its enrage when it reached 10% life. Of course, to Yiziu, that wasn't a problem at all. The blood gunner's life quickly plummeted. Yiziu estimated the time for both sides. The 3 great guilds should almost be done, but the blood gunner's life was still at 20%. Even though they pulled a bit of distance while fighting it, the time was still extremely tight. Yiziu turned his camera angle and looked towards the direction that they had come from. Boneyard didn't have much shelter. Looking into the distance, many players had already begun moving in their direction. Sure enough, the 3 great guilds had already finished their work, and on their side, the damage output had already been stretched to the limit by Yiziu's leading unless higher-leveled equipment was given to them. But clearly, that wasn't possible. Or maybe, brother expert, they've all come over. 7 Fields suddenly said. Evidently, he had also noticed that they didn't have enough time. Okay, let's speed things up, Yiziu said, having already reached this stage. There was no other choice but to fight. How? The 8 players asked. Increase your hand speed, everyone concentrate, Yiziu said. At this moment, the only method was to increase their hand speed. Yiziu himself obviously wasn't a problem. In order to match everyone, he had deliberately controlled his hand speed to such a slow speed. But now, in this limited time to kill off the blood gunner, the entire party's tempo had to quicken. There were quite a few noobs in this party, which made things much more difficult. But at present, there was no other way. Hand speed wouldn't increase the character's attack speed. The character's attack speed was determined by class and equipment. It was a fixed number. But hand speed could increase their mechanical speed. The faster the mechanical speed, the faster skills could be put out. The character's sidesteps, rolls, attacks, skills, etc. each move would be linked together faster. At this moment, Yiziu wanted the entire party to increase their mechanical hand speed. This was effective hand speed. Let's say 2 points were on the screen. A and B, the requirement was for the cursor to move from A to B pro players, using the quickest hand speed the entire time. could move the cursor from A to B and accurately stop on B, but normal players, in order to accurately stop on point B, they could only lower their hand speed, decreasing their cursor's movement speed. If they forced themselves to increase their speed, then they might miss point B or even go over. In short, they couldn't get the most optimal result. But at this moment, Yiziu was too busy to worry about it. Fortunately, they didn't need to increase too much. There was no way everyone could suddenly reach a professional-level hand speed. Yiziu assessed the situation. Increasing their current tempo by 20% should be enough. According to his observations, in their current tempo, there were a few people who still had energy to spare. For example, it shouldn't be a problem for 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon to increase their tempo by 20%. Sunset clouds and drifting water were in the norms. After suddenly increasing the tempo, whether they could keep it up or not depended on their concentration. As for the 4 noobs, Yiziu had no hopes at all for Immerse Jade. This girl was already having trouble, repeatedly making mistakes. The noob brawler made Yiziu a little surprised. Although he was the stupidest of them all, his hand speed wasn't bad. When he instructed him, he carried them out precisely without any deviations. The other 2 were better than Immerse Jade, but not as good as the noob brawler. "Fight! I'm speeding up," Yiziu yelled. His hands quickened. With this increase, the others all matched him and increased too, just as he expected. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon kept pace easily, and it wasn't too much of a problem for Sunset Clouds either. But Drifting Water reacted slower and was slow by half a beat. Immerse Jade was already in an oh-no state, but the noob brawler made Yiziu pleasantly surprised. His attacks were as accurate as 7 Fields and Sleeping Moons. Finally, those other 2 were in a complete mess. Their attacks became non-existent. "Don't panic, concentrate." Yiziu looked around. Besides Immersed Jade, who was completely hopeless, Drifting Water and the other 2 still had the possibility of keeping up. No good. Immersed Jade's hands were a mess. Her attacks were all hitting air. Immersed Jade, play on your own pace. Just use your skills whenever they're off cooldown and that'll be fine. Immersed Jade wasn't good enough. She had also picked the Assassin class, which required a higher operating speed. Slow assassins, player killing's most beloved. In Glory, this famous phrase said that assassins without hand speed were complete tragedies. They could be bullied around easily in player killing. Immersed Jade was one such tragedy. Yiziu immediately gave up on her. The remaining 7 players made Yiziu feel extremely gratified. Drifting Water's speed also caught up, and the other 2 weren't as messy as they were when they first started. Although they made a few mistakes, Yiziu was still able to rescue them. They only increased their hand speed by 20%, but Yiziu burst forth with a 200% increase. If Chen Guo was behind Yiziu, she would definitely eat back her 3 words, disabled level hands. "Fast, fast, fast." 7 Fields yelled while repeatedly reciting this catchphrase. His yelling while increasing his hand speed helped motivate the others too. However, this time, his increases were extremely small, so everyone unconsciously kept pace too. Only Yiziu could detect this sort of small chance. But this really was an unexpected surprise, and he became even more certain of the outcome. "It's almost at red blood," 7 Fields suddenly shouted. Chapter 68 Blood Gunner First Kill. Yiziu also moved extremely quickly and transferred the party leader position to 7 Fields. Everyone retreat. 7 Fields and the other veterans had never killed the Blood Gunner before, but they heard the Blood Gunner story. They knew what happened once the boss became enraged, so they immediately retreated. Yiziu understood this better than 7 Fields. He didn't need any reminders. Under 7 Fields' lead, the 8 players left the Blood Gunner's aggro range. Yiziu's hand speed burst forth. Lord Grimm's battle lance executed several skills, blurring their eyes. The Blood Gunner's life instantly dropped to 10% red blood. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Gunner began summoning and emanating a layer of blood-red light, but the players had prepared for this. There was only one person in its aggro range, and he wasn't the party leader. The boss's actions were completely grasped, so it was inevitably bullied around ruthlessly by these players. Yiziu now had to control the Blood Gunner and make sure that it didn't run into the rest of the party while it was in this state. To Yiziu, this sort of task was as easy as eating food. After the Blood Gunner's summoning ended, a single skeleton appeared next to it, looking weak and lonely. 7 Fields and the others didn't move. They had also seen the Blood Gunner guide. Although they had all participated in killing this sort of wild boss with their guild, they had never experienced this sort of summoning. After the Blood Gunner finished summoning, could they enter battle and fight? They weren't sure. Kill! Until they heard Lord Grimm's commands. The 8 madly ran back to kill. The lone guard summoned by the Blood Gunner was instantly shattered into pieces. Who made it come here so lonely? The besieging continued. Doesn't the Blood Gunner summon again? 7 Fields asked. Yup. At 5% life, it'll summon once more, and before its death, it'll fire randomly. Yiziu said, what a shameless boss. Level 26 and it'll fire randomly. 7 Fields said, just concentrate on dodging and you'll be fine. The final random firing has a high chance to crit. If a few hit, you'll definitely die. Yiziu said, how do we dodge the random firing? Sleeping Moon raised a question. For you, run a bit further away. Yiziu replied. Fuck, clearly. This situation was looking good. Highly skilled players could see that they could dispatch the Blood Gunner promptly. As a result, they all talked relaxedly. When the life hit 5%, the 8 players once again left the aggro range. The Blood Gunner summoned a lone zombie, which was instantly smashed into mincemeat by them. The 3 Great Guild's players, with their fangs bared and claws brandished, creeped closer and closer. Yiziu received another message from Endless Night, who was still proudly saying, ha ha ha, still fighting? You must have worked hard. It'd be better if you joined our guild's group right now. Yiziu ignored him. At such a critical time, he had to concentrate on killing off the boss. This fact was everything. The 3 Great Guild's players approached, but the Blood Gunner's life still wasn't low enough. 7 Fields and the others were a little worried. It looks like they're out of time. After all, they weren't as confident in their decision-making as Yiziu was. Cheng 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 cheng? It seemed as if they could already heard the sounds of the 3 Great Guild's gunners taking out their bullets and loading them. Scatter! Yiziu suddenly shouted. 7 Fields and the others ran from the scene without looking back. Seeing this scene, the 3 Great Guild's players subconsciously halted their footsteps. Fuck again, some shouted. How could he be so timely? Some didn't believe it. Troops, with me? Blue River said without fooling around. He transferred his group leader position to another party leader and brought the 10 most elite players forward. Tyrannical Ambition and Herb Garden also made the same decision. They all formed a 10-player party. This way, even if the Blood Gunner turned enraged again, it could only summon 30 monsters. They left some backup that could eliminate the Undead Legion while killing the Blood Gunner. The 3 teams all rushed forward madly. They were competing against each other to see who advanced the fastest. In this instant, they once again regarded the other players fighting the Blood Gunner as non-existent. This was a type of habit. Each group take out 3 players to kill off those guys. Blue River yelled. They could no longer let that party exist. Even if they didn't kill them, they had to at least force them away so the Blood Gunner could go into an off-combat state. Only then would the damage onto the boss be cleared. As for Lord Grimm, Blue River felt quite regretful. If they didn't cooperate, then this situation wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Blue River felt somewhat hesitant. Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader had already agreed and sent out 3 players from their party. Blue River looked at Herb Garden's side. The players were sent out, but he didn't see Plantago Seed. Where's Plantago Seed? Blue River asked. An Herb Garden player said extremely embarrassed. Dead. Dead? Blue River was surprised. He followed with a loud laugh and laughed until his stomach hurt. When the Undead Legion was instantly summoned, the situation had turned into chaos. Anyone dying wasn't anything strange, but Plantago Seed's skill wasn't low. His equipment was unlikely to be bad, and he at least should have been able to survive longer than most. But in the end, he still died. He could just imagine how helpless and lonely he was in that situation. Blue River's loud laugh made Herb Garden's players all extremely depressed, but what made them even more depressed came later. What are you laughing at? Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight asked. Plantago Seed died, Blue River said. Really? Congratulations. Cold Knight didn't bat an eyelid. Same to you, Blue River said. Herb Garden's players all coughed blood. At this moment, the players that were closing in on the Blood Gunner heard Yiziu yell, "Be careful, everyone." Having heard the news of Plantago Seed's death, Blue River's mood was quite good and he laughed delightedly. Don't worry. Brother, we can handle it. Then that's good. Yiziu laughed. Not good. Thousand Creations suddenly yelled. This guy, who liked to kill steal, had a natural feeling for a monster's life. At this moment, even though he hadn't yet completely closed in on it, he had an ominous premonition. What's wrong? Blue River asked. Yeah. The blood gunner once again began yelling and emanating a blood-red glow. In addition, this time, it held a pose, horse stance. Its two hands crossed over its chest. His left hand supported the gun in his right hand. Fuck me. Random firing? The experts all collapsed. Random firing was unleashed. The blood gunner never stopped shouting. The gun in its right hand changed into a blur of destruction. Countless bullets flew out in all directions at practically the same time. Although, in theory, the gun in its hands were a revolver. Its chain firing was even faster than a machine gun. It also didn't need to load. This was a skill. The players of the three great guild that rushed up all covered their heads and fled like rats. 3 players died on the spot. They were too close. With such a high firing speed, they had no time to dodge. Squatting, lying down, twisting into an S shape, regardless of their form, everyone was just trying to survive. But the person who bore the brunt of the impact was Lord Grimm. However, when everyone looked, all they saw was a cloud of light smoke. It was the shadow clone technique again. But this time, the real body didn't appear in any spot within 360 degrees around the boss. He appeared overhead in the sky. Lord Grimm dropped down and used the fighter skill eagle stamp, stepping on the blood gunner's head. 1 foot, 2 foot, the battle lance soared out. A mid-air circle swing. Although the blood gunner was in a super armor state when he randomly fired, circle swing was a skill that ignored super armor. The battle lance swung the blood gunner around, drawing a 270-degree arc. Lord Grimm fell to the ground. His 2 hands smashed the ground with his battle lance, and the blood gunner was pressed under the lance. The random firing stopped. The 3 guild's players felt as if they had taken back their life. Meanwhile, Lord Grimm had already used a sky strike, dragon tooth, and a falling flower palm. The blood gunner finally yelled out its final desperate cry. System announcement. 7 fields, Lord Grimm, steamed bun invasion, grazing fire. Bright mushroom, sleeping moon, drifting water. Immersed jade have completed the blood gunner's first kill. The faces of the 3 great guilds players all turned deathly pale. Yiziu quickly sent a message to the party. Give me the blood rifle. You guys can have the rest. Chapter 69, Keep chasing and I won't be so nice anymore. WAH? Yiziu still didn't know whether he had gotten his blood rifle yet, when he heard a sudden explosion of gasps erupt from around him. Even Chen Guo, who was concentrating on playing whack-a-mole, was startled by these gasps. Many guests in the happy internet cafe all stood up and all headed towards a certain direction. There were even quite a few who threw down their games and ran over. What happened? What happened? Chen Guo jumped out from the reception desk and headed towards that direction while asking. Lord Grimm completed another first kill. A guest said excitedly. Why are you so excited for him? Chen Guo was speechless and asked, what did he first kill? Blood gunner. The other side said, wild boss. Chen Guo was astonished. This thing was even harder to first kill than dungeons. She had once seen the process of hunting a wild boss. Each big guild fought until smoke filled the air. While they attacked the boss, they also plotted against each other. The people watching couldn't tell if it was a boss hunt or a guild war. In this sort of major event, ordinary guilds had no qualifications to participate. Going up was a death sentence. Players without guilds even more so. Although the blood gunner was a low-leveled boss, this was a representation of the guild's grade and had nothing to do with low-leveled or high-leveled. Chen Guo followed after a crowd of people rushing toward Yiziu's computer. But when they arrived, everyone heard Yiziu yell out, run, 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 hurry and run, hushing sounds. With the way he was yelling, it seemed like there was something wrong. It looked like there were quite some problems grabbing the first kill. In the end, a few 10th server players found a bit of information on the situation and gathered it together to gossip with everyone. I heard he stole it right from under the 3 great guilds' noses. DMN. So amazing? Everyone was amazed and suddenly felt that his shout, run, 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 was nothing. It didn't affect how they perceived him as the embodiment of bravery and wisdom. Everyone stared at Yiziu's screen and saw his character running for his life. From time to time, Lord Grimm would turn his head and look back. As a result, everyone saw a large army of chasing soldiers. These were the 3 Great Guilds players. Stealing the boss really isn't easy, everyone bitterly said. Do we have anyone here from the 10th server's 3 Great Guilds? Someone suddenly asked around in interest. No one said anything. They'd probably be furious. Some made fun of them. Lady Boss, go look and see if anyone's fainted in front of his computer. Call 911, seeing Chen Guo. They joked around. Chen Guo didn't utter a word. Many others didn't utter a word either. These people all stared at the screen, not saying a word. They wanted to know whether Yi Xiu could escape from the danger or not. It wasn't so easy to get away from the 3 Great Guilds. He was only level 20, yet he had already offended all 3 Great Guilds in one move. Some people didn't think of him as brave or wise. They thought of him as a complete idiot. What would happen to the idiot? That's what they wanted to know. Chen Guo. She was perhaps the only one who was simply there for the excitement. Seeing Yi Xiu madly hitting his keyboard to run away, she felt a little worried for him. You guys run first. I'll hold them off. Suddenly, everyone saw Yi Xiu swiftly type this out in the party channel. Wah, a true man. Everyone praised him. Through Yi Xiu's screen, they could all see Yi Xiu's teammates. The 8 of them were all faster than him by a wide margin. They had no idea how this situation was brought about. Lord Grimm turned around, and 4 players just happened to reach his back. His battle lance swept across. The 4 players clear didn't anticipate that Lord Grimm would suddenly stop to attack. None of them could avoid this. Lord Grimm immediately followed up with a short leap. He pulled out a sword in midair and slashed downwards. Falling light blades shock wave hit the 4 players. He moves so quickly. A few spectators cried out in alarm. Falling light blade could only be used in the air. Lord Grimm didn't jump high. So when this skill was used, it didn't look like the blade fell. Of the 4 players, 3 fell to the ground. The other player successfully used a quick recover and rolled forward. While he got up, he executed a sky strike. 1,000 creations. This guy deserved to be called an expert-level character. Although quick recover was considered a basic skill, it wasn't easy to fully grasp. In that instant, it's not that the 3 other players didn't think of using quick recover. It was just that Lord Grimm's falling light blade was too quick, or they missed the timing. So they evidently lost. Only 1,000 creations was left. Not only did he successfully quick recover, he also counter-attacked. But before the sky strike was completed, Lord Grimm kicked him to the ground. Interrupt attack. Interrupt was a type of priority attack. Chain hits, aerial attacks, back attacks, these were all priority attacks too. Interrupt, as the name implies, interrupted the opponent's attack. When 1,000 creations tried to use Sky Strike, Lord Grimm used Punisher to interrupt it, forming an interrupt attack. Ha 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 ha, when the gunfire shot out. The spectators behind Yi Xiu all laughed at 1,000 creations, but those with skill didn't laugh. To be able to quick recover from that sort of falling light blade. This 1,000 creations was very skilled. The Sky Strike after the forward roll was already the fastest counterattack possible, but he was still interrupted. This Lord Grimm's skill was even higher. If they were in his place, what would happen? Many players who thought of this weren't able to laugh. The 4 players, who were defeated in the blink of an eye, were all battle mages. This could be seen from their neutral chasers' increased movement speed that allowed them to be in front of everyone else. If not, then as new characters in the new server, they didn't yet have equipment with these added properties, so their movement speed would have all been the same. Although the 4 players were on the ground, Lord Grimm didn't have the chance to kill them. Everyone could clearly see that at this moment. Lord Grimm was completely out of mana. If you keep chasing, then I won't be so nice anymore. Lord Grimm suddenly crouched. It looked as if he were saying this into 1,000 creations' ear. Everyone heard Yi Xiu say this. The spectators sniggered. This was a bluff. He had no mana and was trying to scare them. Lord Grimm got up and continued running. The spectators were all anxious. They all wanted to know whether those 4 players were chasing him again, but Lord Grimm wouldn't turn his head. Everyone knew that Yi Xiu wore headphones and could hear the footsteps behind him. Seeing him so calm, they supposed that the pursuers really had been scared stiff. How could they not have been scared stiff? Lord Grimm was so strong. These pursuers understood this better than any of the internet cafe spectators. 3 players had been easily knocked down. The highly skilled 1,000 creations, who tried to counterattack, was also knocked to the ground. Continuing to chase him was the same as running to their deaths. They could only wait for the others to catch up. "Did you catch up?" Blue River messaged them. Thousand Creations gloomily replied, "We caught up, but we couldn't beat him." "Then, retreat back," Blue River messaged. Thousand Creations watched as Lord Grimm ran farther and farther away. He didn't move. The other three of the same class also reacted in roughly the same way. Chapter 70 Copy Upgrade. In the end, the three great guilds stopped chasing him. After heaving a sigh of relief, Yi Xiu took off his headphones and turned around. He had already felt the liveliness from the crowd of people behind him long ago. "Brother, you're awesome," everyone praised. Yi Xiu laughed. "Lucky, lucky. What did it drop?" someone asked curiously. "I got a blood rifle," Yi Xiu said. When Yi Xiu saw that this item dropped, he immediately clicked on it. 7 Fields and the others saw this and took note of it. They obviously wouldn't compete for it with Brother Expert. But the question was, what about those 3 noobs? In Glory, equipment didn't have any bindings. Even if you couldn't use an equipment, you could still take it and sell it. As a result, in random parties, dungeons were always a mess. If you had demands for equipment, random parties weren't a good choice. If you had demands, then it'd be better to look for a guild or friends. Forming a party this way would give you priority for your class's equipment. Random parties were for gaining experience and making money. As a result, after hearing Yi Xiu's demands, although 7 Fields in them didn't roll for it, they didn't renounce it. They had to see what those 3 strangers were going to do. If any of those 3 rolled for it, then they would also roll for it and help Brother Expert get the item. They had more people, so they had a higher chance of winning it. But in reality, they were too suspicious. Those 3 players swiftly renounced the blood rifle. After 7 Fields and the others renounced it too, the blood rifle fell into Lord Grimm's inventory. They didn't have time to carefully examine the other items. Brother Expert kept urging them to run, run, run. Everyone just randomly rolled. They didn't even know who got what. They were still extremely happy with getting equipment that dropped from a wild boss that only respawned 3 times every week. Just then, it had dropped 4 pieces of blue equipment, all level 25. Actually, their luck wasn't that good. If it was, they would have had a chance to obtain a purple equipment from the wild boss. In comparison, the first kill made them feel more wonderful. Seeing how those players of the 3 great guilds were going insane from rage. How could they be in that state because they stole away 4 blue equipment? 7 Fields and the others constantly admired their names on the leaderboards. They were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. And Yi Xiu, he also had many people standing around him and watching. But at this moment, he said a few words to free himself from the crowd. Everyone else wasn't very familiar with him. After casually chatting for a bit, they saw that there wasn't anything else really interesting, so they dispersed. Only Chen Gyu still stood there. "Boss," Yi Xiu greeted her, looking at the time. He immediately logged out of the computer. "I'll be going to the reception desk." It was almost 11, it time for him to take over for the night shift. Seeing Yi Xiu like this, Chen Gyu felt too ashamed to say that she wasn't here to call him for the shift, but rather to see what all the noise was. 11 o'clock. The internet cafe emptied out all of a sudden. Quite a few people, who had just been spectating Yi Xiu, quickly left. Although the enthusiasm for Glory's new server was still there, many guests had studying or work to do, so there would never be too many idlers that played games all night. Due to the employees handing over their shifts and leaving, Chen Gyu felt that the internet cafe became even emptier. Only Yi Xiu sat at the reception desk, sitting there all alone. Chen Gyu went over to look, and this guy had already entered the game again. He truly was exceptionally disdainful. Besides sleeping and eating, this guy only knew how to play games all day long. While Chen Gyu derided him, she headed to a different part of the internet cafe. She took a look, and Tang Ru was still in front of the computer, concentrated on playing the game. The screen suddenly flashed in front of her face, but Tang Ru didn't even blink. Chen Gyu went up and saw Tang Ru was still focused on her task at hand. This girl was fairly unfortunate. She happened to play at the peak period of player activity. Completing quests was exhausting. Now that there were fewer players online, the situation improved a bit, making completing quests more fun. Chen Gyu patted her. Tang Ru turned her head and faced Chen Gyu, asking in a loud voice, "What are you doing?" Chen Gyu pulled off her headphones. "It's 11 o'clock. "What? It's 11 already? I didn't know at all." Tang Ru was astonished. What level? Chen Gyu asked. Level 6. Because she was playing during the peak time. Tang Ru really did level slowly. You're still not going to sleep? Chen Gyu said. You go first, I'll wait a bit. Tang Ru put on her headphones again and returned to the game world. Then I'll be going first, sleep early. Chen Gyu said. But Tang Ru didn't respond. Clearly, after putting on her headphones, she could no longer hear Chen Gyu's words. Chen Gyu left while feeling at a loss. She had originally been the internet cafe's craziest fan for glory. Once Yizu came, and Tang Ru was brought along. Seeing how these two were playing with insane energy, was she no longer as enthusiastic for it? While Chen Gyu though about this, she first returned to the second floor to rest. There really weren't any people just idling about. Everyone sat at their station and focused on playing. After Yizu re-entered the game, 7 fields and the others immediately asked questions. Seeing that brother expert suddenly went offline, they all thought something bad happened to him. It's nothing, I'm quite good, but you guys also need to be careful. Yizu replied to everyone. Don't worry about it. 7 fields and the others disdained as if it were beneath their contempt. Their strength of character was closely related to Yizu. Before, they had regarded the 3 great guilds as gods and worshipped them. But after mixing in with Yizu a few times, they found out that their initial scope was too narrow. Compared to brother expert, how could they be considered gods? Now, they had also successfully followed brother expert in stealing the boss from the 3 great guilds. These guys even felt dignified enough to put these 3 great guilds under their feet. The delight in their hearts far surpassed their worries. As for Immerse Jade, Steamed Bun Invasion, those other guys, these noobs had no idea what their gains and losses were. Though when they split the equipment just a moment ago, they felt extremely happy. I'm going back to town, Yizu informed everyone. Oh, see you later, brother expert. Everyone replied hurriedly. Everyone be careful. Yizu once again reminded them. Lord Grimm ran back to Bulls. The small town was a safe zone. He couldn't receive any attacks there, so he felt at ease putting Lord Grimm aside and opened the equipment editor. He put in the blood rifle that he just obtained into the editor. In these 2 days, he had easily gathered quite a few materials. The 1000 Chance umbrella had several parts that could be upgraded. After opening the blueprint from the opened umbrella form, Yizu began carefully dismantling the umbrella canopy. The umbrella canopy had a total of 8 parts. The umbrella ribs linked them together to form a whole canopy. He randomly chose a canopy part and put it into the copy template. On another side, he opened up the material library and clicked on 5 strong spider silk. The copying started. After the progress bar finished, the 5 strong spider silk transformed into the umbrella canopy's appearance. Soon after, he copied it another 7 times. 8 strong spider silk were weaved into umbrella canopy parts. The new canopy was put together. The gun and hidden sword parts were next. The umbrella pole was dismantled. It was divided into 2 parts, the pole and the hidden sword in the pole. Both parts were put into the copy template. In copying the pole, he added in the blood rifle and the skeleton warrior's saber sheath. The hidden sword used the skeleton warrior's saber. He clicked copy. After it finished, he carefully reassembled the 1000 Chance umbrella. Yizu worked extremely meticulously the entire time, but it didn't look too difficult. Apart from the dismantling and reassembling of the umbrella, all he did was click around and press copy. But if he didn't have the 1000 Chance umbrella's original template, then how could there be a copy function? Chapter 71 Weapons and Skills. Yizu looked at the equipment editor's material library. Inside were a few uncommon materials that he had recently gathered. He couldn't use them yet. Yizu closed the material library and confirmed the 1000 Chance umbrella's modifications. After the modify bar completed, he withdrew from the editor. Returning to the game, he opened up the 1000 Chance umbrella to see the changes. The 1000 Chance umbrella's original form was still level 5, but after this modification, the 1000 umbrella's sword form and gun form all rose to level 15. The weight didn't change, and the attack speed stayed the same. But the physical attack and magic attack was very different from the level 15's lance form. 1000 Chance umbrella, sword form, physical attack 240, magic attack 265. Thousand Chance Umbrella Gun Form, Physical Attack 238, Magic Attack 210. Lance, Sword, Gun. These different class weapons naturally had a difference in attributes. Even if they were of the same class, the weapon would still emphasize different attributes. For example, within the sword class, greatswords had the highest physical attack, but usually had an attack speed of 1, the slowest. Short swords had the highest magic attack and usually had an attack speed of 5. Lightsabers had the highest attack speed, usually with a speed of 9. The other two kinds were the broadsword and the takai. The broadsword had high physical attack, not as high as a greatsword, but had an attack speed of 3, slightly faster. Takais had high magic attack, not as high as a short sword, but had an attack speed of 7, slightly faster. In this way, swordsman classes had to choose weapons based on their different habits and requirements. For example, spellblades and ghostblades were two classes that relied mainly on magic attack, so very few chose to use greatswords as weapons. Berserkers and blade masters mainly relied on physical attack, so if the short sword didn't have any special effects, then they wouldn't consider using it. Lightsabers were a special existence. Only blade masters could use this weapon. The game explained that only blade masters, who pursued the limits of the sword, could grasp these lightning-quick lightsabers. Because their attack speed was high, lightsaber attributes were similar to Takai's, but a bit lower in physical and magic attack. At this moment, the Thousand Chance Umbrella's attributes were similar to a Takai's, but its attack speed was 5, the same level as a short sword. Compared to same-leveled Takai's, its stats were lower by a grade. But looking at the Thousand Chance Umbrella's lance form, with 290 physical attack, this was the lance with the highest physical attack among mage-class weapons. It was equivalent to the greatsword among the sword-class weapons. The lance and the greatsword originally had the same attack speed of 1, but now the attack speed was 5. The Thousand Chance Umbrella's lance form was definitely a grade higher than same-leveled lances. Yi Xiu examined each form again. After discovering that the editor had changed the forms, he opened up Lord Grimm's skill list. At level 20, skill points would reset once. Although Lord Grimm was an unspecialized character, he also enjoyed this same benefit. However, at level 50, other classes would have another skill point reset during their class awakening. Unspecialized characters didn't. As a result, starting from now, skill points had to be used cautiously. But with Yi Xiu's 10 years of glory experience and being the person who was once called a textbook, Yi Xiu was already extremely familiar with all of the skills. Right now, he only had to verify Lord Grimm's plan on skill matching. With regards to unspecialized players, all of the skills they could learn was already in front of them. Glory had 6 basic classes, which each class having 4 specialized classes for a total of 24 classes. On average, each class had 5 or so skills under level 20, for a total of 120 skills. These were the skills that unspecialized characters could learn. There was an impressive amount of skills they could learn, but because they were all low-leveled skills, their formidability naturally couldn't compare to mid to high-leveled skills. And among these 120 low-leveled skills, he still had to choose cautiously, because skill points were truly limited. Although low-leveled skills didn't need a lot of skill points, all under 30 points, due to the inherent problem of low-leveled skills, if he wanted to match them up, then he needed to plan it out well. If not, even if he had the max 5,000 skill points, it wasn't possible to max out all 120 skills. Yi Xiu currently hadn't confirmed the final plan, but he would first learn the skills that he considered must-learns. As he leveled up, he was already prepared to go through a period of time to test things out in real combat. He checked the skill list once more to see if he missed anything. Suddenly, Yi Xiu smelled a whiff of tea and stared blankly. He lifted his head up and looked. It was Tang Ru holding a teacup. Standing outside the reception desk, Yi Xiu was distracted for a second. His habit of all-nighters stemmed from long ago. In the past, Suma Cheng always brought him green tea when he stayed all night. That girl insisted that people who pulled all-nighters needed to drink green tea. And today, he saw Tang Ru drink a sip from her teacup. Yi Xiu started sweating. He clearly felt a bit nostalgic. He even thought Tang Ru was Suma Cheng bringing him tea. "What are you doing?" Tang Ru asked. Looking at skills, Yiziu said. Oh, I can also learn skills, Tang Ru said. Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth? Right. These are two very useful skills, however, leveling skills depends on your habits. First, get familiar with these two skills, Yiziu said. Okay. Tang Ru carried her teacup and left. The smell of tea lingered in the air, keeping Yiziu distracted. After silently lighting a cigarette, he continued to ponder over the skills. At this moment, Blue River looked at his friends list and clicked on the online Lord Grimm. He felt an unprecedented confusion in his heart. The Blood Gunner battle was really too unexpected. Blue River's invitation to Lord Grimm was so that they could be around together more and establish a friendship. He didn't even think that Lord Grimm would show respect and help him. Kill stealing the boss was a guild-scale activity. How much of a difference could one man's strength make? In the end, Lord Grimm's performance made everyone present shocked. He led a few players, who they reckoned he didn't know, and killed off the Blood Gunner. He had beaten the three great guilds Black and Blue. Herb Garden's guild leader Plantago Seed even died in the line of duty. Blue River didn't know how the other two guild leaders felt about Lord Grimm. In any case, it made him admire this person even more. He already recognized that this person's skill was above his. At least, in that situation, Blue River definitely didn't have the ability to bring the Blood Gunner away, even if he was like Lord Grimm and fully used the conflict between the three great guilds. Particularly, while they fought against the Undead Legion, his party of players almost killed off the Blood Gunner. This sort of damage output was even higher than their guild's elite party. 80% of all this had to be credited to Lord Grimm's leading. But admiration was admiration. In reality, Blue River also didn't feel too good in his heart. He didn't suffer many losses, but he lost a lot of face. It had to be known that he was the one who brought this player over. This player, in the end, made him feel as if he made a wasted and futile effort. Blue River felt that what Lord Grimm wasn't proper and didn't give him any face. Blue River decided that he needed to speak properly with Lord Grimm. He opened Lord Grimm's chat window and sent a message. Brother, what you did today wasn't very nice, no? Chapter 72, Taking Advantage of Everyone. Lord Grimm replied quickly. Yeah, a little. Fuck. He actually confessed to it. Blue River was in total confusion. How am I supposed to reply? I should continue criticizing him, or it'd seem like I wasn't a man. I should just let it go. But it's hard to make that stifling feeling go away. Blue River felt a sort of feeling, as if he had been instantly killed. Fortunately, they were chatting through messages. There was a way for him to express his speechless frame of mind. Blue River quickly returned a bunch of ellipses as well as a sweating emoticon. Try harder next time, Yiziu replied. Blue River coughed blood. This guy didn't even take this matter to heart. What he said was true, though. Wild bosses were just like looting from wasp nests. If you were stolen from and refused to accept it, then just steal it back. Criticizing others' mistakes was something only noobs would do. Wait a second. He wasn't mad about him stealing away the Blood Gunner. He was mad because this person didn't give him any face. The problem was that he himself was the one to invite Lord Grimm to come. But instead, Lord Grimm was the one to kill the Blood Gunner. He himself didn't get anything out of it. Seeing everyone's discussion in the guild channel, this was the main reason for everyone's unhappiness with Lord Grimm. As for the boss being stolen, that was everyone for themselves. For example, if Herb Garden or Tyrannical Ambition had killed it, then although they'd be unhappy, it was a different type of unhappiness, not something to be at a loss about. Perhaps the reason he was at a loss now was precisely because Lord Grimm was different from those two guilds. If those two guilds had stolen it, Blue River could hold back his feelings and take revenge later. But what should he do with Lord Grimm? Blue River tore at his hair. As it turns out, this was the reason why he was so at a loss. How do you see this situation? Bound Boat, Blue River didn't message Lord Grimm again and privately messaged Bound Boat. It looks like it won't be possible to rope Lord Grimm in. Bound Boat said, Oh, from this Blood Gunner incident, I think I can see his position. Bound Boat said, What do you mean? The three great guilds are all here and all want to rope him in, but he won't help any of them. He brought a random group of players not from the three great guilds and like this, smoothly killed the Blood Gunner. Bound Boat said, So you're saying that his skill is so great that he doesn't need to join a guild? Blue River said, I think a more accurate way to say this is, the guilds need him, but he doesn't need a guild. Bound Boat said. Blue River stared blankly. Frankly speaking, he only wants to be hired and do every guild's work. Bound Boat said. With his skill? Considering his skill, from the way he's doing things, we can see that his appetite is large. His requirements are huge. Bound Boat said. Pro player, is he thinking of relying on this to make money? Blue River said. It's possible. Bound Boat said, but if he continues like this, there will be a time when he'll be at his limits. First kills, setting new dungeon records, there's a limit to all these things. If no one invites him, then what's he going to do? Blue River said. It's a new server. Bound Boat said. Blue River started sweating. He forgot about this. Speaking of this, if we look at previous servers, I've never even heard of a person like this. Blue River said. If there was a person like this, I'm afraid that he would have already been noticed. Bound Boat said. Then what is this guy's background? Bound Boat racked his brain. I don't know, we can't see how deep his strength goes, we can't see his reason. Up until now. He also hasn't changed classes yet. Bound Boat said. Then what type of attitude should we have for him? Blue River said. Stay in contact and continue watching him. Bound Boat said. May we should continue roping him in? Those were all just inferences we made. Right? Blue River said. Okay. Bound Boat agreed and added. Even if we can't rope him in, if we can establish a stronger relationship with him, then at least we'll have some sort of place in his mind. It seems like everything's reversed and we're the ones currying favor with him. Blue River sighed. Bound Boat remained silent. No matter how skilled an expert was, guilds would rope the expert in to use for themselves. But what about Lord Grimm? Why did it seem like everyone was revolving around him? Why did he seem to give off a feeling that he was the one waiting for them to give him candy? There was something wrong with this thinking. Blue River's thoughts had cleared. After breathing in deeply 2 times, he contacted Lord Grimm again. Brother, are you going to dungeon at 12? Blue River asked. At 12 o'clock. Everyone's dungeon entry limit was reset and they could all begin bustling again. Maybe later, Yiziu said. Together, Blue River invited. No need. Yiziu started sweating. This person was very persistent. He still wanted to rope him in after having the boss stolen from him. Indeed, Yiziu stole the boss to indicate his attitude towards them. He didn't want to be tossed around by the 3 great guilds. That way, no one would needlessly express their goodwill to him. If they did, then even if he insisted on refusing them, after some time, he would still feel that he owed them favors. Brother, don't be so polite, Blue River said. I've already asked others. Facing Blue River, who was acting just as he had been in the past, Yiziu had no choice but to make up an excuse. Who? Blue River immediately went on guard. Could another guild have beaten him to it? Friends, Yiziu said. Blue River wanted to ask what friends, but he felt that that was a little excessive, so he could only say helplessly, then next time when there's a chance. Next time, Yiziu said half-heartedly. Blue River angrily received the message. Just when he received it, he suddenly thought of something. Brother, help us first kill the Goblin Merchant. Goblin Merchant was the Frost Forest's wild boss, but it hadn't appeared yet. This time, I really did make a deal already, Yiziu said. As it turned out, what he had said before really was a lie. This guy really didn't hide anything when he spoke. Blue River asked him while coughing blood. Who? Tyrannical ambition. Fuck. Blue River slammed the keyboard. Confused, fuck my confusion. Now someone beat him to it. Blue River regretted his own hesitation. Seeing the chat box, he didn't know how to reply. Sure enough, Lord Grimm was the same as how Bound Boat and Blue River had analyzed him. He wanted to eat up all the guilds, but Tyrannical Ambition's players really were magnanimous. While he was confused, they had already let the matter go and made a deal with Lord Grimm. Sigh, Blue River let out a sigh. In the end, he maintained his elegance and replied, Then when that time comes, we're going to be enemies. Yup, there's no need to show any mercy, Yiziu said. Brother, for future wild bosses and all of the dungeon records. Can I reserve them all? Blue River said. Let's talk about that when the time comes. At my level, I can't keep up with your pace, Yiziu said. Brother, hurry up and level. Blue River saw that this really was a problem. He was level 24 right now. Tonight, he would definitely be level 25 after a few dungeon runs. But this Lord Grimm was still level 21. The greater the level difference, the harder it was to make up for the gap. When they were all challenging level 30 dungeons, this person would still be puffing and blowing at the level 20 dungeons. At that time, if his records were broken, then even if Blue River wanted to turn back, he couldn't. His level would be too high. Chapter 73, Sand Toss. Truthfully, the three great guilds' reaction made Yiziu surprised. They appeared magnanimous and mature and deserved to be called towering great guilds. Tyrannical ambition reacted the fastest. It wasn't very long after the Blood Gunner incident when that endless knight sent a message. He didn't mention the incident at all and directly invited him to kill the goblin merchant. The pay was easy to handle, but the most important part was the guarantee that tyrannical ambition would grab the goblin merchant's first kill. Yiziu didn't object. He also had requirements from the goblin merchant. He had originally planned on buying the materials from the market, but now that an opportunity appeared, he obviously wouldn't let it go. Upgrading the 1000-chance umbrella truly required a wide variety of materials. He was already level 21, but he still hadn't upgraded the every form of the 1000-chance umbrella to level 15. Fortunately, this was a silver weapon, or else it would have become outdated already. Tyrannical ambition responded quickly, while Bluebrook Guild was slightly slower. From Blue River's words, Yiziu could see his confusion. Yiziu completely understood him. Unfortunately, because of his state of mind at this time, Blue River lost a significant opportunity. As for Herb Garden, Yiziu didn't receive any messages. Herb Garden's players had never contacted him face-to-face. The boss respawned at random times, so for killing the goblin merchant, he couldn't say when. However, after all these years, everyone knew how to deal with it. In any case, they had to do what they had to do first. After finding the wild boss, they could go over. So when 12 o'clock arrived, everyone still formed parties to dungeon. Yiziu received 7field's message asking whether he was going to Frost Forest. Brother Expert had actively called for them to kill the Blood Gunner, which moved these few players. They felt that they had gotten closer with Brother Expert. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock and they had dungeon entries again, they immediately contacted him. "Are you missing players?" Yiziu asked. "Yeah, we're missing one," 7field said. "Oh, then I'll be there right away." Yiziu said dungeons were work that had to be done every day. They were the main source of experience and money. Even if he hadn't received 7field's invite, Yiziu would have joined a random party. At least with these few brothers, he had priority over his requirements. Getting this benefit wasn't easy. After Lord Grimm moved to Frost Forest, Yiziu unexpectedly saw that noob brawler Steamed Bun Invasion. "Why is it you?" Yiziu was baffled, sweeping over everyone. He saw that Sleeping Moon wasn't there again. Did that little guy still hate him? Yiziu didn't know. Sleeping Moon hadn't added him as a friend yet. "It's me. It's me. I'm following these big bros to learn." Steamed Bun Invasion was very modest. Although Yiziu knew that this guy was a noob, his hand speed was quite quick. Sleeping Moon played all day, so he went offline. Immerse Jade also couldn't pull an all-nighter again. 7fields explained, "Oh, I can't do it tomorrow either." Sunset Clouds regretfully said, "And you, Brother Expert?" 7fields seized the opportunity to hear about Yiziu's work and rest. From these 3 days, he could see that Brother Expert played all night every day. "I'll still be playing during the night." Yiziu laughed. They formed a party and the 5 entered the dungeon. Although this Steamed Bun was a noob, he was the highest level among the 5 of them, level 23. Everyone chatted and asked about this. Then they knew that this guy played too crazily. When the server opened, he played for 24 hours without resting. On the second day, he carelessly slept a bit and then continued playing. From the start to now, it had been 48 hours. He spent 6 hours eating and sleeping, so he played for 42 hours. That was comparable to the great guilds rotating. Everyone sighed and then began killing monsters. As before, Yiziu led them and everything went smoothly. After Sand Toss, it's best to not immediately rush up and attack. These are only monsters, so it's a bit better. But if this was player killing, as soon as they lose vision, experienced players would definitely use a horizontal sweep or a similar attack in front of them. Yiziu found time to instruct Steamed Bun Invasion. "Then what should I do?" Steamed Bun Invasion consulted. "Stupid. Go around the back to attack. They can't see anyways." 7fields and the others also spoke as instructors. Going around the back is one method. Yi Xiu didn't directly deny 7 fields and the others' teaching, however. That method takes time, wasting some of the precious seconds of blind. Actually, the best method is not to use sand toss as an opener. It's best to use it in the middle of a combo. When fighting hand to hand, it's best to use sand toss to catch them off guard. At the same time, you guarantee that even if you miss the blind, you still have other options. So you're saying that it's best not to completely place your hopes on the blind, Steamed Bun Invasion said. Correct. Opening up with a sand tosses blind and then attacking is an outdated method. Besides new players, no one uses it like that anymore. Besides new players, no one would fall for it either, Yi Xiu said. Then if you're opening with a sneak attack, then can you use sand toss? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. This, you can. After Yi Xiu replied, he started sweating. New strategies really did replace the old ones as time went on. Nowadays, even a noob's reasoning was so despicable. But I also can't completely place my hopes on blind for the follow-up attack. Steamed Bun Invasion summarized the main point. Yup, Yi Xiu said. I understand now. Steamed Bun Invasion felt that he learned this and was very satisfied. After that, he started practicing on monsters. While testing his attacks, he looked for an opportunity to use sand toss. Stupid NPC monsters wouldn't turn their head away like players would to avoid the blind method. Steamed Bun Invasion used sand toss pretty well. Brother Expert, when are you going to bring us to kill the goblin merchant? 7 Fields and the others asked. These guys were also very greedy. Ah, that I already agreed to help Tyrannical Ambition, Yi Xiu said. Tyrannical Ambition? 7 Fields and the others became gloomy. Are you going to join them? Nope. Then, I'm just going to help them kill the goblin merchant, Yi Xiu said. Hired? 7 Fields and the others asked. They were familiar with this term too. Dungeoning parties often had hired players. These mostly appeared in medium to small guilds. This was because these medium to small guilds' strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't beat a few dungeons. In order to obtain equipment to raise their stats, they would sometimes hire experts to help them, but hiring never showed up in the 3 great guilds. How could the 3 great guilds not have experts? What type of dungeon couldn't they clear? What boss couldn't they beat? They were the game's peak team strength. If even they couldn't do it, then no outside hired hand could help. But now, Brother Expert was actually hired by these 3 great guilds. This wasn't selling himself to slavery. This felt like they were asking a celebrity to tour around with them. He was a star that demanded a fee to appear on stage. 7 Fields and the others were both envious and in admiration. Thinking of the beginning when they tried to rope Brother Expert into their full moon guild, they really were ashamed. Even the 3 great guilds paid him to appear on stage. For their full moon guild, 50th ranked in the heavenly domain, even giving Brother Expert the guild leader position wasn't sufficient. While they talked, a message flashed. Yi Xiu opened it. It was Endless Night. The goblin merchant has appeared. I'm in the middle of a dungeon, Yi Xiu regretted. Same, everyone's in a dungeon. Let's contact after we come out. Endless Night said. Chapter 74, Understanding Information. 12 o'clock, not all of the level 20 and up players, but most of them were clearing dungeons. It was the new server's 3rd day. Everyone continued their crazy training state of mind. As for players level 20 and below, having not left the beginner village yet, Frost Forest was completely unrelated to them. When the goblin merchant was discovered, who found it first or how many players had discovered it, no one knew. In short, now that Tyrannical Ambition received the info, they immediately notified all of the guild members. Those who weren't in a dungeon hurried over. Those who were in a dungeon increased their pace. Naturally, Yi Xiu was notified too. The goblin merchant has spawned. Let's speed up. I need to hurry over there. Yi Xiu led the party and increased their pace. 7 Fields and the others were envious, but they didn't waste time. With Yi Xiu's powerful leading, they advanced quickly and overthrew the Frostine in 28 minutes. After leaving the dungeon, Yi Xiu contacted Endless Night. They had also already left the dungeon. At this moment, they were heading over to the goblin merchant. After asking for its location, Lord Grimm immediately rushed over as fast as he could. 7 Fields and the others wanted to watch the exciting battle, and Yi Xiu didn't block them. The dungeon resided in the Frost Forest jungle. The vast, unimportant areas outside the dungeon were leveling areas. Along the way, Yiziu saw quite a few also running in the same direction as Lord Grimm. After all, Frost Forest was unlike from Boneyard because this place was more populated. For wild bosses, the 3 great guilds were never the only guilds there. Quite a few guilds also actively participated in this event. Moreover, there was no lack of opportunities. After all, the 3 great guilds constantly held each other back. Yiziu wasn't the only one who took advantage of this situation. "I see you." While running, he suddenly received a message. Yiziu looked and saw that it was Endless Night. He glanced around left and right and sure enough, he found that guy. Endless Night sent an invite over. After Lord Grimm left the dungeon, he had already left Seven Fields' party. Yiziu accepted the invite and joined the party. Evidently, this was Tyrannical Ambition's main party. The party leader was their guild leader, Cold Night. "Welcome, Lord Grimm," Endless Night typed out in the party channel and sent a clapping emoticon. The string of players below copied him and also clapped. Yiziu didn't hesitate and returned a cupped fist emoticon to show his respect. The 2 sides linked up and used voice to communicate. "There are a lot of people," Yiziu said. "Yeah, the 3 great guilds aren't the only ones here this time. There are a lot of players who came here to get in on the action." "Besides Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild, what other guilds are relatively strong?" Yiziu asked. "Excellent Dynasty, Samsara, Misty Castle, Void Walk, Blossom Valley, Howling Heights, 301. Okay. Yiziu found that Endless Night had tendency to never stop talking. "It's just that there are too many powers with the strength to kill the goblin merchant," Endless Night said. "With such a complicated situation, Lord Grimm, what do you think is the most important point?" Guild leader Cold Night asked. "Aggro." Yiziu hit the nail on the head. "Whichever side can stabilize the goblin's aggro will be able to take the initiative. But you have to know, whoever pulls the goblin's aggro will also pull every other player's aggro too," Cold Night said. "So the person who pulls the aggro can't be the only one," Yiziu said. "Can't be the only one?" "Right. Form a full DPS party. The damage output has to be able to completely restrain the boss and guarantee that at any time and anywhere, if any person hears the command, they can immediately OT," Yiziu said. "Exactly how much do you like full DPS parties?" Endless Night ridiculed. "Won't a lot of players die?" Cold Night said. "If you completely use the jungle, then there might not be a lot of deaths." Yiziu said. "How exactly are we supposed to do this?" Cold Night asked. "Give me 5 level 20s and up with purple weapons to output damage." "No problem," Yiziu said. "No problem, everyone in this party has a purple weapon." Cold Night said. "I have an orange weapon." Endless Night showed off. "Cleric, behave yourself." Yiziu said. "What classes do you want?" Cold Night asked. "All long-ranged would be the best." Yiziu said. "I'll call people." Cold Night said, clearly. His party didn't have 5 long-ranged classes. "They'll be here soon," Cold Night informed. "Weapon info, wait a moment." Cold Night went to gather their weapon info. He then sent them one by one. Gunners were completely long-ranged classes. Besides them, mages and spellblades possessed a certain amount of long-range strength. Of the 5 players that Cold Night gathered, 3 were gunners: a sharpshooter, a launcher, and a spitfire. The other 2 were an elementalist and a spellblade. Their weapons were all purple and ones that their class were proficient in. After glancing over them, Yiziu asked, "Their skill levels?" Cold Night ran over again and asked them. In a moment, he gathered the 5 players' skill choices and levels to him. "Do you still have a brother? Please tell me everything at once. Please." Cold Night's cheeks streamed with tears. He was the guild leader, running back and forth like a secretary. "What was this? I mainly want to understand these 5's ability to output damage," Yiziu said. "If you told me earlier, then wouldn't letting you see their player profiles be good enough?" Cold Night cried. "Their ability to output damage isn't the same as their damage numbers. What special effects do the weapons have? Did the equipment add any additional skills? How much damage do their skills do? Does the player profile have these?" Yiziu said. "Brother, I was wrong." Cold Night's cheeks streamed with tears and went to ask again. After understanding the equipment, Yiziu said, "Okay, I've understood these. Is there still anything on the player profile that I can see?" "No need." "Right." Cold Night wasn't sure if this was a rhetorical question or a question he should answer. so he had not choice but to answer it. "You 5 players hurry up and get into position," Yiziu said. "You're leading this party to do damage. What about us?" Cold Knight asked. "Our party is for pulling the aggro. You guys are the damage," Yiziu said. Cold Knight teared up. It looked like he was a noob. What to do? What to do? "Look, it's the Goblin Merchant." Yiziu took in the information along the way. Everyone in front of him never stopped until they finally reached their destination. And when they looked, they saw a scene filled with noise and excitement. Players were everywhere, shouting to capture the Goblin Merchant. This Goblin Merchant was also green-skinned from head to toe, but his appearance didn't look as crafty as the goblins in the dungeons. It looked very simple and honest. It carried a massive backpack on its back and vigorously ran in the forest. From time to time, it would fish out something from its backpack and threw it. Firecracker, grenade, Molotov cocktail, brick, wine bottle, anything was possible. It hadn't been that long since the first players discovered the Goblin Merchant. At least, they still hadn't surrounded it yet. The Goblin Merchant that was leading around the parties muttered words in a language that no one understood. After throwing a Molotov cocktail, the scene transformed into a sea of fire, and the Goblin Merchant lightly and quickly leaped off a tree stump. A sword light flashed and streaked across the dusky forest. The sword wind swept up the dried-up leaves on the ground, which fluttered up in a straight line. The goblin was accurately slashed in midair and fell to the ground. Blade master skill, sword draw. A player came out from behind the tree, Blue River. Chapter 75, Losing the Fight for the Monster. Indeed, Blue River was a rare expert. This sword draw was accurate and precise. The sword arrived before the person and landed a beautiful aerial attack on the Goblin Merchant. If this was 7 fields, it'd be difficult for him to do this move. Blue River followed up with a triple slash. This was an attack and movement blade master skill. Just before the Goblin Merchant hit the ground, his character swiftly slid forward and shua 3 sword lights and 3 marks of blood flew through the air. Upward slash. Blue River slashed again with his sword, ready to knock the Goblin Merchant into the air. When suddenly, an eccentric battle lance flew by. Blue River saw this weird battle lance and his heart tightened. He shot a glance and sure enough, it was Lord Grim. 1 sword and 1 lance headed towards the Goblin Merchant together. The sword was fast, the lance was long. Which would arrive first? Was it me? Blue River felt that the uppercut he made with his sword arrived at the same time as Lord Grim's stab. But by the time the goblin ate his attack, it had already risen higher up into the air. The battle lance stabbed forth. The Goblin Merchant was immediately drawn across a semicircle and was thrown onto the ground next to Lord Grim. Circle swing. Both of their skills hit the Goblin Merchant. Regretfully, Lord Grim used a seizing skill. By the time the Goblin Merchant was shaken off, he was already in front of Blue River, blocking his path. Lord Grim's face was in front of him, but his character's face was always so empty. Blue River didn't know what Lord Grim's mood was, but he knew that he himself was very calm. Without hesitating, he swept across with his blade. Slicing towards Lord Grim leaped backwards, dodging the attack. Mid-leap, he was positioned behind the Goblin Merchant. Suddenly, a sky strike hit the Goblin Merchant. Immediately following, a falling flower palm exploded onto the Goblin Merchant's body. The Goblin Merchant went flying, smashing towards Blue River. Too quick. At this moment, personally fighting against Lord Grim, Blue River finally experienced how fast this guy's operation was. Just before, when he used a sky strike, did he even finish jumping backwards? He actually hit the Goblin Merchant so precisely in midair. The following falling flower palm was even more ridiculous. Was the Goblin Merchant really already in the air when he used it? If it really was still collapsed onto the ground, falling flower palm didn't have an on-the-ground effect. On the ground was a type of attack in Glory. It was a pursuit attack targeting the opponent on the ground. Falling flower palm was a straight-line skill and wouldn't be able to hit a target on the ground. He first used a sky strike in order to let the Goblin Merchant into a midair state. Only then would the falling flower palm hit it. In Blue River's eyes, he only felt that Lord Grim's backwards leap, sky strike, into falling flower palm was inconceivably quick. He couldn't even tell if he had hit the sky strike or the flower palm, when the Goblin Merchant had already flew towards him. All in all, Blue River's strength wasn't ordinary either. He immediately guarded when the goblin merchant smashed into him. The goblin knocked against his sword blade, and Blue River slid backwards a step, but in the end, Blue River wasn't knocked down by the strike. His main goal wasn't to fight Lord Grim, but rather to steal the goblin merchant. Blue River's train of thought was exceptionally clear. It was just that he didn't have a skill like Circle Swing that could throw the goblin to the side and increase the distance between the goblin and Lord Grim. Blue River could only increase his damage output to establish the goblin merchant's aggro onto himself and let it come to him. Rise and fall. Falling Light Blade. Unfortunately, the current Battle Master was a class without any on-the-ground skills. In the end, right when he leaped up and slammed towards the ground before he could pull out his sword, a sword light swept out towards him. The speed was too quick for Blue River, and the attack was filled with tyranny. Blue River saw blood blossom out from his head as he was hit in midair and flew backwards. He only had one thought in his head: impossible. He clearly saw that when Lord Grim used sword draw. He didn't switch weapons in his inventory. He directly pulled out a sword from the handle of that eccentric battle lance. After the sword light flashed, it disappeared. Blue River looked again and saw that Lord Grim didn't have a sword in his hand. Did his eyes imagine it? Blue River believed that he didn't, but he couldn't understand what had just happened in that instant. Blue River didn't tumble. When he landed on the ground, he immediately rolled forward and used Quick Recover to avoid falling to the ground. At this moment, the distance between himself and the goblin merchant increased once again. Blue River impatiently ran forward. Boom! Another boom rang out and Blue River was thrown into the air. Fuck! Blue River cursed secretly. This was his own mistake this time. He only focused on getting close to the goblin merchant and forgot that the boss would release a shockwave when it got up. Otherwise, the boss would stay on the ground, unable to get up. The shockwave hit Blue River into the air, but he once again used Quick Recover to avoid falling to the ground. He looked and saw that Lord Grim skillfully jumped to avoid the shockwave and had already rushed up to the goblin merchant. He directly used Fling and threw the goblin farther away. Over there, numerous tyrannical ambition players swarmed around it. In the short fight over the boss, Blue River lost, but he knew that this was far from over. Everyone on the field, including their Bluebrook Guild, definitely wouldn't let tyrannical ambition casually kill off the goblin merchant. Have you arrived yet? Yiziu controlled Lord Grim to rush towards the tyrannical ambition group. After slashing a few times to stabilize the aggro onto the goblin merchant, he asked this question. Almost here. Cold Knight was even more anxious than Yiziu. This goblin merchant had already been pulled. A large crowd of players had already rushed towards that area. However, the goblin merchant was currently in tyrannical ambition's hands. Many hesitated for a bit. They didn't just give up on the boss and hoped that someone stood out and rushed forward. After all, in their hearts, none of them wanted to directly clash with tyrannical ambition. Of course, not all of the players were afraid of tyrannical ambition. Bluebrook Guild's players weren't scared at all. The Blood Gunner incident was still vividly in their minds. The reason that matters turned bad was because the three guilds hesitated. They were all afraid of going forward and being attacked from behind. This time, Blue River was exceptionally decisive. Without even thinking, he took the lead and rushed up. More than a dozen Bluebrook Guild experts followed closely behind him and equally matched the current group of tyrannical ambition players. Scatter, Yiziu commanded. Cold Knight and the others followed his orders and scattered in every direction. The goblin merchant was once again struck flying by falling flower palm. That Spitfire and Elementalist were in the left and right position. Most of their figures were hidden behind a tree. When their skills were off cooldown, they suddenly stuck their heads out and attacked the goblin merchant. Cold Knight led a group of close combat experts, but didn't go up to surround it. They only paid attention to its move path. From time to time, when this goblin merchant passed by a tree, a player would suddenly pop out and punch or slash at the boss. Blue River was dumbstruck. He had never seen anyone fight the boss like this before. Chapter 76, Controlling the Boss's Move Path. In the forest, Blue River practically only saw the goblin merchant with his butt out, carrying a massive backpack and chasing Lord Grim's figure. The rest of Tyrannical Ambition's players had unexpectedly all scattered into the woods, becoming sniper guerrillas. This goblin merchant, when facing normal players, Wouldn't it bounce around and freely and easily throw items out of his backpack? Why was it having such a hard time chasing Lord Grim? When it threw a grenade, Lord Grim had actually hit it back in midair, making it explode onto its head. It really was stupid. What timed grenade? You were using a trigger type. Although it was like this, to hit the grenade in midair back to the goblin merchant's head, Lord Grim wasn't only quick. His microing was extremely precise too. Blue River madly chased after it while sighing with sorrow. After all, Lord Grim was both attacking and leading the goblin merchant away. He couldn't be moving at his fastest speed. Blue River and the others quickly caught up. Behind his Blue Brook guild, a crowd of other players also steadily kept pace behind them as if they were wolves. How could Blue River not know that those guys behind his butt were despicable? But the Blood Gunner incident taught them a bloody lesson. If he hesitated and didn't move forward, then tyrannical ambition would take the advantage. Thousand Creations, go around to the front and block him. Blue River said, "Why me?" Thousand Creations was depressed. "You're a battle mage, if you don't go who will?" With the chaser's additional effects, battle mages were faster than others by a grade. There's still Little C. Thousand Creations was talking about another battle mage. "Little C, your skill is better." Blue River wasn't afraid to hurt Little C. Everyone recognized Thousand Creations' skill. In that guy's eyes, my little skill is nothing. Thousand Creations said, "How many times have you fought with him?" Blue River said, "I don't believe you can't see his terrifying skill." Thousand Creations said, "Okay, there's nothing to block anyways. We've already caught up." Thundering Light ridiculed, while these two guys argued. The goblin merchant had already entered their range. Thundering Light stepped forward and used Raging Flames. It wasn't easy for the mage to hit the target. He first had to be familiar with the magic's release time and determine the target's movement direction and speed to predict its future position. Thundering Light was an expert and wasn't lacking in this area. Raging Flames covered a wide area, so it was a bit easier to hit. He accurately chose the area 3 bodies in front of the goblin merchant and casted his magic, releasing it there. Spitfire! At this moment, Yi Xiu sent a message to the party. The party channel was completely clean. They were afraid of affecting Yi Xiu's leading. When the Spitfire saw the message, without saying another word, he fired a light element bullet. The light element bullet flickered and sent out a paw-paw sound, instantly hitting the goblin merchant's body. Light scattered around the goblin merchant's body. It trembled from head to toe. After the short distraction, it suddenly changed directions towards the left side of the forest and ran. "Fuck ER!" Thundering Light was dumbstruck. His magic had already finished casting, and he thought that he would see the goblin merchant fly up into the air. This would have been the perfect opportunity to let them fight over it for at least 2 seconds. Who knew that the goblin merchant would suddenly change directions and aggro onto a different target? Having changed direction, that Raging Flames rose up but only hit air. "Do you have any skill? Can you play? You let it OT at a key moment. You idiot!" Thundering Light stomped furiously and shouted angrily at the tree in that direction. "So noisy." A brawler from Blue Brook Guild said this and threw a brick at the goblin merchant. Although a thrown brick would have its effect reduced by half, it was thrown at the back of the goblin's head, so its chance to dizzy increased by half too. As a result, the chance to dizzy was quite high and would stall it for a bit of time. Who knew that a gun sound would ring out while this flying brick was in midair? With a bang, the brick was broken into pieces and a pile of brick dust fell down. The brawler was also dumbstruck. "Fuck ER!" the brawler shouted. "Am I cursed? Am I dreaming? Tyrannical ambition has this sort of expert." No one answered him. The players with good eyes had seen that the weird thing in Lord Grim's hand had puffed out gun smoke. "Pay attention to Lord Grim's weapon," Blue River said to everyone. "It's weird. Model? No." Blue River couldn't think of the word at this moment. "Capture the goblin merchant before talking," someone said. Although both had failed to stall the goblin merchant, the distance between Blue Brook Guild and the goblin merchant still closed. Who would have thought that, when the goblin merchant ran to that tree, the one to appear wasn't a Spitfire, but a grappler? The grappler grabbed the goblin merchant and threw it towards Lord Grim. Grapplers were specialists in grabbing, and each grab had different effects. This fling threw it faster and farther than Lord Grim's usual fling. Blue Brook Guild once again went on a pointless trip, and everyone was seething with anger. At that side, Lord Grim had already welcomed it, and after 2 or 3 attacks, he re-established the goblin merchant's aggro onto himself. He did another circle swing and fling. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the goblin merchant and Blue Brook Guild widened once again. Wait a moment. Bound Boat figured something out. That OT just before might not have been an accident. It was something they arranged. It was intentional. Bound Boat said, "What are you saying?" Everyone was frightened. They want to use this sort of method to actively control the goblin's move path. Is that sort of method even possible? Everyone was at a loss. The facts are in front of you. Bound Boat said, "Lord Grim, it's all because of his leading." Blue River said, "What do we do?" Someone asked. "Disperse into groups of 2 and attack every one of them." Blue River said, "That make us easy pickings." Bound Boat was a little worried about the players behind them. "Those trash won't change the situation." Blue River said, "How come we haven't seen anyone from Herb Garden?" Bound Boat said, "That trash Plantago seed is hiding again. We have to be cautious of this. Why aren't our players here yet?" Blue River was worried. Their Blue Brook Guild wasn't just these dozen or so people. "Herb Garden's players are here." Bound Boat suddenly put out these words. Blue River looked forward. As expected, a crowd of players lay in the forest in front of them. Although the names on top of their heads weren't clear, Blue River had had many dealings with them and instantly determined that they were Herb Garden names. "They're going around to flank them." Bound Boat said, "That trash Plantago seed. He definitely received info from a traitor." Blue River disdained. "When they go block Lord Grim's path, take advantage of the situation to steal the boss back." Bound Boat said, "Forward," Blue River roared. Chapter 77, directly flying over. Blue Brook Guild's players were chasing from behind, and ahead, Herb Garden's players suddenly popped out. Tyrannical ambitions sunk into a dilemma where they were pressed from the front and rear. "Elementalist," Yiziu yelled. The Elementalist immediately cast a flame explosion and the boss once again oted. The goblin merchant headed towards the Elementalist located in the right side of the forest. "It really is on purpose." Blue River and the others were certain now. "Are they going to run to the east?" Bound Boat decided. "Go east." Blue River led his party to the east and was ready to rush over when the time was right. "If you meet Tyrannical Ambitions players, don't be polite," Blue River commanded. "We definitely won't," everyone declared. While they ran to the east, everyone paid attention to behind the trees. They all hoped to pick off a Tyrannical Ambition player to warm up. In the end, the only things they were able to pick off were small goblins. They didn't find a single Tyrannical Ambition player. The Tyrannical Ambitions they occasionally saw were all even farther away than the goblin merchant. The Herb Garden players in front of them didn't want to fall behind either. So when the Blue Brook Guild changed direction, they also raced against Blue Brook Guild and rushed to the east. When the two guilds changed directions, Bound Boat was immediately startled. "They're not trying to misdirect us, right?" Blue River also felt something wasn't right. "Bring a few players and go around to the west." Bound Boat immediately chose a few players. The Blue Brook Guild force split into 2. One went to the east to intercept, while the other went to the west to prepare for an interception. Herb Garden immediately responded in the same way and sent a part of their forces to the west. Those who didn't understand the situation would have thought that these two groups were together. In reality, they weren't together at all. Both groups would be delighted if the other group made a mistake. The goblin merchant that was running at the Elementalist was suddenly hit by a rappel from behind a tree. It slipped backwards a length and then a gun sound rang out. The goblin merchant once again turned around in hesitation. As expected, it really was a misdirection. The Blue Brook Guild and Herb Garden players that saw this scene all began pondering over it in their hearts. Moreover, the goblin was rushing over to where Lord Grim was. DMN, who would have thought that the one to OT and take the aggro was Lord Grim? And this guy ran to the north. Although Herb Garden had split its forces to the east and west, there was still time to merge again and block the enemy's path. If they kept on running, then wouldn't they be running into a metal wall? What type of trick is he planning to pull? Players who loved to analyze were all pondering over Lord Grim's thinking. He'll definitely change routes, right? Some players thought. Herb Garden pondered over this even more seriously. After all, they were there to block his path. East or west or the original direction, where were they supposed to wait? In the end, Plantago Seed helplessly split his forces into 3. He had no choice but to defend every side. No choice. If the other side wanted to OT, then they would OT. Whatever route they wanted the goblin merchant to follow, the goblin merchant would follow. They could only defend on all three sides. Which side would he go to? Everyone carried this type of question, fixed their attention on the goblin's move path. In the end, they didn't see any change. They saw Lord Grim lead the goblin merchant directly towards Herb Garden's interception. Herb Garden also had a dozen or so players here. They immediately formed an arc to surround him. Long-ranged gunner class players had already seeked their guns and fired. Mages began casting their magic. Lord Grim suddenly leaped. The gunners immediately adjusted their aim. But in the end, they saw Lord Grim spin 180 degrees in the air. His butt pointed at them. The butt is the butt. The gunners didn't really care, and their cursors quickly aimed at his butt. A gun sound. Admiration arose in the gunners' hearts. Who aimed so quickly? What an amazing speed. Then, they saw Lord Grim slide across the horizon. DMN, it's his aerial fire? All of the gunners cried out in fear. In aerial fire, the higher the recoil, the faster the flying speed. Lord Grim's gun had to be at least a rifle grade. All of the gunners raised their guns and open-fired. But in the end, they only hit air. The target moved too quickly and they weren't able to hit him. Lord Grim's butt reached the top of their heads in a flash. Then, they saw Lord Grim turn his body. A cold light flashed and Lord Grim pulled out a sword in midair. Falling light blade, quickly retreat! The blade masters all warned. Their judgment wasn't wrong. A bright light slashed down from midair. It was precisely the battle master skill falling light blade. These dozen Herb Garden players weren't ordinary players. Every one of them jumped backwards. The bright light fell to the ground and a small light wave rippled out. But the dozen players had already jumped outside of the wave's range. Forward, someone roared, after the light wave scattered. In an instant, the dozen players rushed forward. Lord Grim's 1000-chance umbrella shook, and the umbrella flipped, not maintaining the battle lance form. A third of the umbrella ribs suddenly broke off. The remaining 2/3 of the umbrella ribs bent into a sickle-like shape, and at the same time, the umbrella handle moved outwards as if he were pulling out a sword, but stopped 2/3 of the way out. In the end, the umbrella handle extended a length. This transformation only took an instant. The players surrounding him only saw a blur, and Lord Grim's weapon had already changed into a different shape. They couldn't really describe the weapon, but it looked like His arms swung, and the 1000-chance umbrella drew out a 360-degree circle around him. When the starting point and ending point linked together, the circle suddenly flashed a blue light. "Fuck, rising emblem," a player finally called out. This time, the players surrounding him retreated a little too late. The floating blue circle suddenly flashed and grew larger, and a pale blue ring suddenly rose. The dozen players were all inside the ring. They weren't able to dodge in time and were thrown up into the air. The priest class exorcist skill, Rising Emblem, the skill did magic damage and knocked up all players inside the Rising Emblem. By the time the dozen players fell back to the ground, Lord Grim had already broken through their blockade. A few players tried hard to attack Lord Grim in midair, but while knocked up, the target was constantly moving and difficult to target accurately. It wasn't an easy task. Not everyone could do this well. In the end, everyone's attacks were futile efforts and weren't threatening at all. However, almost all of the players were able to quick recover after falling down, showing the quality of Herb Garden's players. But when they were still rolling and getting up, they all saw a grenade within their circle. A boom, and the dozen players swayed side to side from the explosion. Within the surging smoke, the goblin merchant carried its backpack and freely and easily passed through them. Everyone's cheeks streamed with tears. The goblin merchant's aggro wasn't on their characters. That explosion obviously wasn't meant for them. Clearly, Lord Grim had intentionally drawn the goblin merchant to throw it at them. Why did the goblin merchant help Lord Grim? Why couldn't you have thrown a brick at them? Did you have to throw an AoE grenade? Chapter 78, Forced into Helplessness. The 10 swaying players didn't have time to recover when they saw a dozen tyrannical ambition players evilly come out from behind the trees and rush over. The tyrannical ambition players took the opportunity to conveniently throw a few grenades and cast out some magic towards them without wasting time, and then continued to chase the goblin merchant. After all, that was their true target. The dozen players swayed once again and turned depressed. Just when they recovered, Bluebrook Guild's players whistled by. Trash, truly trash. Blue River relentlessly ridiculed these opponents. Afterwards, he led his group of people, and Shua also took the opportunity to conveniently slash a few times and cast some magic. These pitiful dozen players were tossed around from all around. Their luck wasn't good. They were bullied around. They were taken advantage of. They directly fell and died. Plantago Seed was extremely furious. The boss hadn't been stopped, and his guild members were even taken advantage of. He directly sent Blue River a message. "You're all beasts. You guys really are a bunch of trash. You couldn't even stop the boss." Blue River replied, "You fuckers were here all day and you guys couldn't do anything." Plantago Seed replied, "We're both in the same boat." Blue River replied. Afterwards, both sides were completely silent. Their hearts felt very heavy. Ahead, the injuries the goblin merchant suffered grew more and more severe. Clearly, tyrannical ambition's reinforcements were gradually trickling in. Every time Blue River and the others closed in, tyrannical ambition nimbly oted, keeping them away. The goblin merchant's advance wasn't regular at all, making everyone feel extremely frustrated. Blue River had originally hoped that Herb Garden's interception would help them catch up, but who knew that Herb Garden's players were complete trash? Helpless. He could only use his original plan. 2 players in a team, look for tyrannical ambition players and get rid of them. They basically couldn't catch the goblin merchant. They would occasionally hit it once or twice, but this sort of hit was the same as helping tyrannical ambition output damage. They weren't able to steal its aggro and were unable to take the initiative from beginning to end. If they kept wasting their time like this, then tyrannical ambition's damage output would be enough. The boss could kill whoever it liked, but as long as someone from tyrannical ambition stayed alive, then it wasn't possible to steal it away. Only if they were able to completely drive them out or kill them all out would they be able to steal it. As a result, stealing the boss was quite difficult. If they arrived too late, there was no way to take back the damage on the boss, so the only solution would be to kill everyone that had attacked the boss. This turned into a big player killing problem because the skill gap between players was very small. Killing players would always be more difficult than killing monsters. Moreover, there was no end to the trouble. Blue Brook Guild didn't worry about any later troubles. Directly fighting with tyrannical ambition and player killing with them to steal the boss were occurrences that they were already used to. To them, the more crucial point was that tyrannical ambition's strength and their strength were about the same. As a result, if they fought them, then it would be a 50-50 fight. But regardless of this, it was still better than silently watching. Blue Brook Guild had around 20 players at hand. At this moment, they split into around 10 small 2-member teams and spread throughout the forest. As soon as they saw a tyrannical ambition player, they would immediately hurry over. In an instant, the goblin merchant was no longer the sole focus. All of the tyrannical ambition players were. The 2-member teams that found them all cautiously closed in on their targets. But chasing players wasn't an easy task. Everyone's levels and equipment were around the same. Their movement speed and endurance were also around the same. Chasing and chasing. Thundering Light suddenly said in the guild channel, "Huh, where did that goblin merchant go? I can't see it anymore." His message roused everyone. Everyone had only been focused on the target in front of them, but what about their end target? Was it still there? Once everyone took note of it, even those who could still see the goblin merchant suddenly found that it was farther away. "We've been duped." Bound Boat recovered. "This time's boss. Let's give up," Blue River gloomily announced. The guild members didn't utter a word. This sort of situation was rarely seen in their famous Blue Brook Guild. Fighting and then giving up midway, this sort of attitude usually only happened when a new dungeon and new boss was released. But now, it was just a goblin merchant. It was a small boss everyone knew thoroughly. Their opponents were also the extremely familiar tyrannical ambition. Their opponents only had a Lord Grim. Yet they had unexpectedly given them such a difficult time and made them give up. "Hey, why aren't you guys chasing anymore?" Plantago Seed sent a message. "It's all yours," Blue River said. "What are you planning?" Plantago Seed doubted. "Keep chasing and you'll know." Because Plantago Seed and the others had just turned around from being in the front for an interception to chasing from behind. At this moment, they hadn't yet experienced how tyrannical ambition used OT to control the goblin merchant's move path. Their morale was still high. However, this only lasted for a short moment. After Herb Garden chased for a while, They were finally also all shocked by that sort of OT move path method. After trying left and right to no avail, Plantago Seed heavily announced, 2 players in a team, start killing Tyrannical Ambitions players. Although Bluebrook Guild's players had already given up, they still casually followed them to watch the excitement. Seeing how Herb Garden did the same as them and split up to kill Tyrannical Ambitions players, they all suddenly felt great. Tusk, 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 tusk. The crowd was filled with these sort of sounds. After 5 minutes, Plantago Seed sent Blue River a message. You fucker, why didn't you say so earlier? Clearly, they had also discovered that they had been tricked. If I said it, would you have believed me? Blue River replied. Plantago Seed muttered to himself and then replied seriously, I definitely wouldn't have. Then that's that. Blue River said. What do we do now? Are you guys going to give up? Plantago Seed. Yeah, Blue River said. I don't really believe you. Plantago Seed said. You fucker. Blue River said helplessly. Herb Garden's players once again gathered together dejectedly for a while. Blue Brook Guild wasn't far from them. The one that were very far from them was the Goblin Merchant. Of those other assortment of guilds and players, the ones with skill had already seen that Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild had given up. These 2 big guilds had skill and were organized too, yet they hadn't fared well at all. So what could these second-rate guilds and other random players do? At this moment, if everyone united together, there might still be a chance. But who would lead them? Plantago Seed grew restless. He moved in front of Blue River and directly said, if we can't kill it, how can we just let Tyrannical Ambition easily take it? If we all unite together, it doesn't matter who takes the first kill in any case. It better not be Tyrannical Ambition's name. It's just a Goblin Merchant. Is there any point in making such a big scene? Blue River said. Plantago Seed thought, there really was no point. This was the smallest wild boss. If Tyrannical Ambition won over it, it didn't mean anything. There was still a long road ahead of them. You're always unwilling to, Plantago Seed said. Then you go ahead, it's not like I'm stopping you. Blue River said. Fucker. Using so much effort won't do a lot of good. I'm not going to do it on my own, Plantago Seed said. Chapter 79, Changing Spring. The hunting for the Goblin Merchant started off exciting, but ended peacefully. Once Bluebrook Guild and Herb Garden gave up, the other guilds with skill all got a clue and decided to not waste any more time. The remaining random players still didn't understand the situation and refused to give up. They ended up assisting Tyrannical Ambition in outputting damage. Finally, when Tyrannical Ambition was announced as the Goblin Merchant's first killers, Blue Brook Guild and Herb Garden were extremely tranquil. To be tagged as a guild, it meant that the members of the first kill didn't consist of members from outside the guild. However, Lord Grimm had only recently left Blue Brook Guild, and 5 days hadn't passed yet, so he couldn't join Tyrannical Ambition. Clearly, when the boss fell, he left the party and naturally wouldn't appear on the leaderboards, keeping Tyrannical Ambition pure. Blue River despised this point because they all understood clearly that Lord Grimm contributions to Tyrannical Ambition, killing off the Goblin Merchant, were very large. Blue River believed that usage of OT to control the boss's move path was simply not possible for Tyrannical Ambition's own players to have come up. This was because if it wasn't possible for their Blue Brook Guild to have come up with such a plan, then without a doubt, the similar-leveled Tyrannical Ambition definitely wasn't capable either. They completely relied on Lord Grimm's leading. Blue River had already thoroughly believed that Lord Grimm's strength was on a completely different level than theirs. He was a great expert that surpassed normal players like them. With such a strength, how could he be a nobody? Which expert created this low-level account? Blue River obviously couldn't put Lord Grimm as a new player. This sort of valiant leading meant that he had to have incredible knowledge of the game. It wasn't possible for him to be a new player. Brother. Blue River opened up his friends list and calmly sent a message to Lord Grimm. How long do you think it'll take for you to reach level 23? Everyone cares so much about this issue. Yizu replied. Blue River wasn't surprised. The reason everyone cared about this problem so much was simple. At level 23, he could enter the Boneyard Dungeon. Everyone was waiting for him to level up and then invite him to set a new record. Today, Tyrannical Ambition stole the Goblin Merchant and had gotten a taste of success. They must have also recognized this great expert's value. I don't know either. Keep playing and we'll see, Yizu replied. You have to ask us for the Boneyard Dungeon? Blue River said. Let's discuss this later. Yizu didn't answer it. Blue River was desperate. He had already predicted that these great guilds would fight desperately for Lord Grimm in order to break and maintain records in the 10th server. Because he had seen Lord Grimm's calmness and intellect for himself, he was afraid that Lord Grimm had become an expensive mercenary. He didn't have much confidence in controlling this situation. Blue River kept thinking and temporarily logged out of the game. He inserted a different card, logging in as the high-leveled Blue Bridge Spring Snow. At this time, in the Heavenly Domain, all of the players were bustling about and actively using their renewed dungeon entries. But once Blue Bridge Spring Snow went online, he still attracted a lot of the guild's attention. This was one of the guild's 5 great experts. Moreover, wasn't he supposed to be in the 10th server? Why did he suddenly run here? The first one to send a message to Blue River was Blue Brook Guild's leader, Changing Spring. The message was very simple. 4 big question marks. Busy, Blue River asked. Dungeon meaning that he was currently in a dungeon. Let's talk after you're out, Blue River said. Urgent? It's not urgent, but I need to talk with you. Wait, Changing Spring's messages were always this concise, but this definitely wasn't because he had few words to say. He was simply too lazy to type it out. This guy's hand speed was extremely fierce. He was also obsessed over it. He intentionally did a few useless movements to increase his hand speed and also didn't want to waste movements on chatting. His most famous moment was when someone raged at Changing Spring in the World Channel. In the end, Changing Spring was clearly online, but he never responded. For a great guild leader like him, this sort of action wasn't proper. Even if he was too lazy to argue with the guy, he was still the guild leader. Being raged on by someone on the World Channel made the entire guild feel like they were losing their dignity. The guild members looked for him to respond, but Changing Spring said he had already responded. Everyone was depressed. Later, when they opened the World Channel and looked carefully, they unexpectedly found it. In the heap of messages in the World Channel, Changing Spring responded with a total of 3 letters, GFY. Go fuck yourself. The entire guild kneeled and bowed up and down in worship. From then on, GFY became Blue Brook Guild's unsurpassed reply to other people's rage at them. They continued to use it to this day. Blue River had gotten used to Old Spring's style. He didn't say anything else and waited. After 10 minutes passes, Changing Spring sent a message. Where? Mount Brook City. Mount Brook City was one of the big cities in the Heavenly Domain. Because the name had the word Brook in it, Blue Brook Guild stationed their guild there. After a short while, Changing Spring hurried over. The 2 players met. Changing Spring didn't leave anything out. Did something happen? A great expert appeared in the 10th server. Blue River said. How good? Changing Spring was amazed. Blue River had impatiently ran back to report to him just because of this expert. I can't tell how good he is, Blue River said. What class? He still hasn't changed classes, Blue River said. Hasn't changed classes? Yeah. He's learned skill from many different classes. It's as if he's playing unspecialized. Blue River said. Changing Spring laughed. If he's unspecialized, then of course his early levels are strong. His advantage in the number of skills he has is too prominent. But later on, without the damage from mid to high-level skills, he won't be able to keep up. He also needs too many weapons. The heavy weight would impact his speed. Moreover, once he reached level 50, there's no way to play anymore. Who still plays unspecialized? I also thought this when I first saw him, but this guy's strength isn't here. I admit to the skill's advantage in the early levels, but from this guy's playing speed to theorycrafting to leading to coordination, they're all extremely strong. Blue River said. To play unspecialized in this day and age. Of course this guy has a comprehensive knowledge of the game. But Changing Spring said this and also felt that this sort of explanation was too far-fetched. Someone with just a comprehensive knowledge of the game wouldn't move Blue River like this. Currently, in the 10th server, he took 3 first kills in the beginner village. Because of his participation in the Frost Forest dungeon, our party set the new record. Because of his participation in the Goblin Merchant hunt, the first kill was grabbed by Tyrannical Ambition, the Blood Gunner first kill. He brought a party of random players and stole it right from under the 3 great guilds' eyes. Blue River felt these accomplishments were already sufficient in convincing him. He's played with us, and also helped Tyrannical Ambition, and then stole the Blood Gunner away right from under the 3 great guilds' eyes. Which side is he from? Changing Spring didn't understand. He's not from any side. I've tried to rope him in, but he's not interested, from what I can see. This guy wants to be hired like this. He'll raise the prices extremely high and then earn a fortune. Blue River said. This guy's a little strange. What's his name? Lord Grimm? Lord Grimm? Is there an expert with such a name in this server? Changing Spring was at a loss. Chapter 80, A Guild Leader's Troubles. Never heard of it. Blue River accompanied Changing Spring and was at a loss too. If there really is such a person, then I'll come over sometime and see for myself, Changing Spring said. Okay, wait until he's level 23 and I'll make an appointment to set a new record in the boneyard. You should come when the time comes. Blue River said. He's not level 23 yet? Changing Spring was surprised. Still 21. Blue River was a little embarrassed on behalf of Lord Grimm. No matter what was said, levels in a game would always be a type of symbol. As the 10th server's most popular expert, with levels as such an important indicator to normal people, this made people like Blue River, who is almost level 25, speechless. This. I definitely have to see him for myself if there's a chance. Changing Spring said. Then, I'll call you over next time. Blue River said. Okay. Changing Spring nodded his head, although he didn't say it directly. He already understood Blue River's purpose for coming here. Blue River wanted to know what the true guild leader's decision on what to do with this expert, on whether or not to fight for him with everything they had. After casually chatting for a bit, Changing Spring left. Blue River habitually admired his high-leveled account. Right when he was about to go offline and leave, he suddenly heard a voice he didn't like. Oh, old Blue, why did you come over? How unlucky. He had only come back for such a short amount of time, and he unfortunately ran into this guy. Blue River sighed and turned around. He immediately saw Poplar Beach. This extravagant name, as well as that full body of extravagant equipment. Nothing much. I had a bit of business to do here. Blue River replied indifferently. If you have so much time, why don't we compare notes in the arena? Poplar Beach was clearly concerned about the previous unfinished duel. No time. I still need to go back to the new server to dungeon. Blue River crisply rejected him. It won't take that long. Poplar Beach seemed to like controlling his voice to sound luxurious. From this guy's name to his equipment, they were all extremely extravagant. Naturally, the actual meaning of his words was suggesting he could easily dispatch Blue River. Blue River was a person who was worried about losing face, so he was immediately angered. His blood was boiling and he had the heart to immediately teach this guy a lesson, but then he suddenly heard a voice. Blue Bridge, shouldn't you hurry up? Blue River turned around and he didn't know when, but Changing Spring had come back. I'm going. Blue River responded and didn't bother with Poplar Beach. Immediately logging out, Changing Spring had come back to get him out of trouble. Blue River clearly understood this. As for Poplar Beach, many players in the guild knew about his pressuring. Although the current rumor was that the guild leader had sent Blue River over to pioneer in the 10th server in preparation to give Poplar Beach a position, Blue River clearly understood that one aspect of Changing Spring's action was because he didn't want to see this sort of struggle between him and Poplar Beach. This was because for this type of struggle, no matter who won, the loser would lose a lot of face, and it was very possible that the loser would leave the guild. This would be like being forced to leave. It would definitely arouse many people's sympathies and would cause a lot of people to lose hope in the guild. The shock caused by this probably wouldn't be small. After all, Poplar Beach and Blue River represented the powers between Blue Brook Guild's new and old players. As for the other aspect, Changing Springs covertly helped Blue River keep his position. At a glance, Blue River looked as if he had been kept away from the Heavenly Domain's core, but in the 10th server, Blue River was in charge. Who knew how many newly recruited experts he would find there? Once these players entered the Heavenly Domain, it'd be hard to say if those players would even put Changing Spring in their eyes, Poplar Beach even more so. Sending him to the new server was letting Blue River develop his foundation. Banishment, or whatever. That type of thinking was too naive. Blue River clearly understood this because this was something Changing Spring had calmly explained to him. He had even told Blue River more directly that if Blue River PK'd with Poplar Beach, he wasn't optimistic for Blue River. He believed that if the two fought for 3 rounds, then Blue River would only have a 30% chance of winning. Blue River was helpless. He really wasn't confident in beating Poplar Beach. Now it seemed that Changing Spring saw this even more clearly. Blue River, his heart like a mirror, saw Changing Spring suddenly turn back to help him out of the situation. In his heart, he was deeply moved by his attentiveness. As a result, he didn't bother arguing with Poplar Beach and directly went offline. Thinking of this, in that moment he logged out. Blue River suddenly had a weird thought arise. He really wanted to see the terrified look on Poplar Beach's face when he was completely suppressed by Lord Grim. This thought wasn't too good. Blue River hid his head. No matter what happened, Poplar Beach was still a fellow guild member. Although they had some enmity towards each other, how could he let an outsider make him lose face? But he really did look forward to it. Blue River discovered that he was trying to cheat his own heart. After letting out 2 long sighs, he put his Blue River account card in and returned to the 10th server. Right when he went online, someone from his guild called him over to dungeon. Blue River saw that he was almost level 25. His heart suddenly dropped. He had forgotten something. Thinking, he immediately looked for Lord Grim on his friends list. When do you want to clear Frost Forest with us again? Frost Forest's clear record wasn't at its limit. The several players online were about to hit level 25. After switching their equipment with level 25 ones, that was the moment when they could achieve Frost Forest's final record. However, even if they wore level 25 equipment, if they wanted to copy Lord Grim's method of one-wave rush, then although they could do everything else, pulling the monsters like Lord Grim wasn't possible for them. They all stealthily tried it before. Blue River had been thinking of clearing the boneyard when Lord Grim hit level 23 and forgot that he hadn't completely settled Frost Forest's record. Yi Xiu's reply was a bit hesitant. Did someone already make an appointment? Blue River fainted. I've made an appointment already. Yi Xiu said helplessly. Is it tyrannical ambition again? Blue River said gloomily. It is, brother. I asked for an appointment at the boneyard, but you told me that you'll talk about it later. Why is that when they ask for one you agree? Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. The appointments you make are all things I can't do yet. I can do Frost Forest today night. Yi Xiu said. Blue River was helpless. He decided to watch Lord Grim's level attentively. Right when Lord Grim reached level 23, he would immediately make an appointment for Boneyard. Frost Forest? Blue River felt a little pained. They had just set the record not long ago, and tonight it would be broken without a doubt. Or maybe not, Blue River suddenly thought. Although their levels would all be level 25, their equipment might not keep pace with them so quickly. Only now did Blue River and the others have a full suit of level 20 purple equipment. That was also only because beginner village dungeons could be cleared without a limit. In the process of dungeoning until level 20, they naturally found a lot of good equipment. But now, although level 25 equipment dropped in both Frost Forest and Boneyard, purple equipment didn't have a high drop rate. It had only been 2 days. Each dungeon had only been cleared 4 times. Would they be able to completely arm a party? He calculated this, but Blue River was still gloomy. Although there weren't as many level 25 purple weapons as level 21s, there was still enough to arm a party. Their Bluebrook Guild could, so tyrannical ambition should be able to too. Sigh. Chapter 81, A Blessing or a Curse. At this moment, Yi Xiu was waiting for 7 fields and the others to dungeon together again. After making an appointment with tyrannical ambition for the level 25 dungeon clear, they didn't invite Yi Xiu to train with them. Compared to Blue River, they didn't care about making any friendly relationships with Yi Xiu. They paid, he worked, it was that simple. With regards to Yi Xiu not being put on the leaderboards after the successful goblin merchant first kill, 7 fields and the others were extremely resentful, but Yi Xiu completely didn't care. Regarding these sort of glories that normals players were envious of, Yi Xiu couldn't care less. However, to normal players, this was an extremely significant glory. As a result, because he wasn't put on the first kill leaderboards, although Yi Xiu didn't care, he didn't need to show it. In the end, as expected, he exchanged his bargaining chip with tyrannical ambition for many more rewards. 7 fields and the others felt that this wasn't worth it at all, but for Yi Xiu, he thought of it as a cheap choice. Tyrannical ambition was obviously very regretful, but there was no other choice. They valued glory even more than normal players. Their guild's name being put up on the leaderboards was extremely important to them, so they were willing to pay a high price for it. From the goblin merchant's first kill, in the end, Yizu received 20 white wolf bristles and 30 spider teeth from tyrannical ambition. Spider teeth came from the two hidden bosses, the Spider Elite and the Spider Warrior in the beginner village's Spider Cave dungeon. These two hidden bosses all looked weird. The Spider Warrior held a spider-shaped spider shield. The Spider Elite directly used its 8 legs for boxing. When these two hidden bosses were killed, there was a chance for them to drop the spider teeth. Because dungeons could be cleared limitlessly in the beginner village, tyrannical ambition had quite a lot of these sort of materials. 30 spider teeth wasn't anything difficult for them. As for white wolf bristles, those were dropped from Frost Forest's hidden boss White Wolf. In these few days since the server opened, tyrannical ambition didn't have many of these. Last time, Endless Night used 10 of them for nothing. This time, they couldn't pay the 20 in full. Luckily, everyone had their dungeon entries renewed, so after killing off the goblin merchant, tyrannical ambition hurriedly formed parties to run Frost Forest Dungeon in order to pay off the debt. Inside, all of their cheeks streamed with tears. Fuck, exactly who was the one doing the labor? Why did it seem like they were the ones slaving away to pay the debt? The guild leader Cold Knight was even more worried. This Lord Grim really did need a lot of precious materials. As their levels rose, there would be more dungeons and more wild bosses. Was it possible that they needed him to help them every time they wanted to get a new record? This guy's appetite was huge. He was cunning too. He didn't want money, only hidden boss materials. Like this, there was no way they could keep buying him, even if they could. This situation was burdensome. Were all of the 10th server's leaderboards completely controlled by this single person? Especially the wild boss first kills and dungeon clear records. These two leaderboards embodied a guild's strength the most. It seems like the 10th server's situation can no longer be controlled all because of the sudden appearance of this expert. Where did this guy come from? Cold Knight didn't understand. He also went to his guild's headquarters to ask for advice. Every side was like this and ran dungeons while carrying this worry. On that night, the 10th server's first string players all broke through to level 25. They switched equipment and learned new skills. Their strength instantly leaped 1 level, although Cold Knight was worried. He had already made an appointment with Yizu for the Frost Forest clear record. Hello, we're all level 25. Let's break the record. Endless Night was tyrannical ambition's contact person to Yizu. Oh, wait a bit, I'm still in a dungeon. Yizu said, you haven't used up all of your dungeon entries. Have you? Endless Night started sweating. I still have 1 more. Yizu said, hurry. Endless Night bounced up and down. Why the rush? We don't need a cleric for the clear record. Yizu said, fuck, let me ask you what you need this time. Endless Night said, 10 white wolf bristles, 2 mithril pendants, 1 ice crystal staff. Yizu said, You white wolf bristle maniac. Endless Night cried. Their whole guild ran Frost Forest and with great difficulty, barely paid off the debt for their 20 white wolf bristles. And now he wanted another 10. Once Endless Night told the guild leader Cold Knight about the white wolf bristles. Cold Knight almost flipped the table. Is he looking for trouble? He's intentionally looking for trouble, right? Why does he need so many white wolf bristles if he wants money? Aren't all the materials the same? White wolf fangs, white wolf fur, white witch's tears, ice remnants. Ask him if any of these can replace it. Endless Night immediately asked, and in the end Yizu said extremely magnanimously, okay, I'll first take these as mortgage. And then when you guys find enough white wolf bristles we can trade. How about it? What do you want with all these white wolf bristles? Endless Night looked and saw that this guy wanted these white wolf bristles no matter what. So it seemed like he didn't want these hidden materials for money and wanted them for an actual purpose. To make equipment. Yizu said. Bullshit. Endless Night rolled his eyes. These hidden materials' most important usage was for making equipment. If he asked what he was making with them, then he was obviously asking what equipment he was going to make. They were only level 20. It wasn't worth it to make such low-leveled equipment. So if he was going to make equipment, then it would obviously be the highest-leveled ones. In the end, Yizu didn't reply to Endless Night's question. As a result, Endless Night didn't go and question him anymore. He temporarily put down the white wolf bristles matter. The mithril pendants were just toys, they had no value. But Yizu's third request made their balls hurt. Ice crystal staff was a level 25 orange equipment. Tyrannical ambition, From top to bottom, didn't have one. Orange equipment had an extremely low drop rate. They were extraordinarily valuable and weren't sold in the market. Even low-leveled equipment would sometimes be taken out by high-leveled players to show off because they truly were too difficult to find. Otherwise, how could Endless Night keep shaking his orange crystal cross around? Orange equipment were for those with status. We really don't have an ice crystal staff, Endless Night said. Then let's talk later when you find one. Yizu wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Lord Grimm was only level 21, and there were still plenty of opportunities to set a new Frost Forest clear record. But Tyrannical Ambition was worried. Their first-string players were level 25. If they continued to power level, they would reach level 26. If they broke a record at that level, then it wouldn't count. Ask for something else. Can you ask to mortgage something? Endless Night said. Your crystal cross? Yizu asked. Fuck, Endless Night shouted. Yizu wasn't done talking. Your level 20 orange weapon is still a little lacking. How about a few more hidden materials too? Endless Night didn't respond for a long time. He really had invited disaster onto himself. At this moment, he sent a request to Cold Night stating that he didn't want to be the contact person anymore. Whoever wants it can have it. Endless Night hugged his crystal cross and made a clean getaway. Cold Night was unable to make heads or tails of the situation. He could only add Lord Grimm as a friend for himself and ask. Hearing the 3 words, Ice Crystal Staff, he also almost coughed blood. We really don't have this. Cold Night cried. Was this expert's help a blessing or a curse? Chapter 82, A Swift Dungeon Record. The Ice Crystal Staff made Cold Night feel powerless, but it wasn't because he wasn't willing to give it up. Not matter how rare the item was, it was only a level 25 equipment and nothing more. It was only a transition equipment and could only be used temporarily for that level stage. With regards to experienced players, they didn't really care. Thinking of this, Cold Night couldn't help but look down on Endless Night. It was only a level 20 orange equipment. That's all. This guy treated it as a treasure and wouldn't hand it over. He asked him for the reason and he answered that it was good looking, so he wanted to collect it. It's only going to be used for mortgage. It's not like you're not going to get it back, Cold Night said to Endless Night. Don't trick me. Do you think it's as simple as we'll trade when we want to? Lord Grimm clearly wants the Ice Crystal Staff. Do you know how many times we're going to have to kill the White Witch for this item to drop? Endless Night said. It was exactly this Ice Crystal Staff that made Cold Night feel so powerless. To find an orange equipment, you could only rely on luck to get it. If we don't have one, then we'll buy one. There's always a way. Cold Night said. Do you want to try it now? Endless Night said. Take your crystal cross and try to sell it. Cold Night wasn't happy. Right now the game was still in the new server opening stage. As an experienced veteran, he only sold equipment and never bought one. Right now, low-leveled equipment could be sold for some money, especially to those noobs. But once everyone was high-leveled and into the heavenly domain, low-leveled equipment were like floating clouds. At that time, a level 25 purple weapon would be the same price as a single white wolf bristle. When Cold Night said to buy it, he meant to buy it at a cabbage price later when the price fell. Buying a level 25 orange weapon right now was an outright newbie action. How could Endless Night not understand? Sell it. Sell it? Endless Night teared up. He knew that this outstanding weapon he had in the level 20s wouldn't last forever. Endless Night could only gnash his teeth in rage at Lord Grimm. Cold Night wasn't happy either. He had a type of willing to sacrifice everything he had feeling. This sort of feeling made him feel terrible. However, for the guild's activity in the new server, their reputation was #1. It was a worthy investment. In the end, these 2 players relied on this belief to maintain their faith, and they had no choice but to comply. This Lord Grimm was too much of a veteran. Although the items he wanted were tricky, it was still within their limits. He didn't demand ridiculous fees like a lion, but the problem was like this. Cold Night was extremely worried about their 3 great guilds fighting over this Lord Grimm. This definitely wasn't something they could do for a long time. After making the deal with Lord Grimm, Cold Night also logged out to ask the guild leader for help with his main account. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the Frost Forest clear record. It was that he was a fucking knight, Glory's main tank class. As a result, he was also ignored like Endless Night. Their 1 knight and 1 cleric, these 2 priest classes, were originally the 10th server Tyrannical Ambition's 2 core characters. Right now, they had helplessly become miserable titches. Seeing Lord Grim running over from outside Frost Forest, he immediately sent out 4 level 25 DP sirs from tyrannical ambition. While the strategy for the dungeon was being explained, Endless Night pinched his mouse resentfully. His clenched hands were drenched in sweat. This is the general idea. Does everyone understand? After Yi Xiu finished explaining, he had confidence that with this sort of full DPS party, as long as they didn't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problem in setting a new record. He just didn't know exactly how much they would beat it by. When the 4 DPS players heard this, they were all in a daze. They were just like Blue River and the others when they first heard about using one-wave rush. They all felt it was inconceivable. If there's not problem, let's go, Yi Xiu announced. He casually led Lord Grim into the dungeon. The 4 DP sirs all carried a bit of doubt in their hearts, but once they entered the dungeon, they didn't think any more of it. They immediately rushed forward. They were going for a clear record. Every second counted. At this moment, Lord Grim had already gone up to pull monsters. Compared to last time, the 1000 Chance Umbrella's original, gun, sword, and lance were all level 15 now. Yi Xiu was more steady in pulling monsters with his increased damage. While he instructed them on when to attack his pulled monsters, he unleashed attacks on other monsters. The 4 output damage very carefully, afraid to OT. However, they soon discovered that under this person's lead, OT, this sort of problem, didn't exist. Did this person understand their damage output better than them? Pulling 20 or so monsters in a one-wave rush made the 4 DP sirs scared witless. But under Yi Xiu's step-by-step instructions, the 4 quickly took their position, and like Blue Brook Guild, they went from doubt to shock to admiration to excitement. After the first wave of monsters had been killed, everyone glanced at the time. They immediately determined that as long as they didn't make a mistake, the record would certainly be broken. Kill! The 4 players were as energetic as a rainbow. They were even more excited than Yi Xiu. After all, this record was to be set by tyrannical ambition. Yi Xiu didn't care at all about this and continued to carry out his work. Endless Night and the others were also running dungeons with other tyrannical ambition players. However, none of them were thinking about themselves. They were all thinking of that record-setting party. From time to time, Endless Night looked at the time. In an instant, 10 minutes had passed. Their team was also a level 25 party, but seeing their current progress, it wasn't possible for them to break the record. Not knowing where that other party was at, Endless Night couldn't help but think about it. He was extremely curious, but he didn't want to ask, afraid that his message might mess up their concentration. As for the other members, they chatted while killing monsters. Their main topic was on Lord Grim, this mysterious expert. In a flash, 5 minutes passed. The record-setting party had already been in the dungeon for 15 minutes. Endless Night became even more anxious. He couldn't help but open up the dungeon leaderboards and look. The current record was still that 2024 and 11 seconds record. Currently, their players' strength had increased substantially. After these 15 minutes, the record could be newly set at any time. Clear! Someone in their party suddenly yelled. Endless Night, who was still looking at the previous record, quivered. He immediately looked towards the system announcement and was taken aback. System announcement. Congratulations to Herb Gardens players Plantago Seed, Giant Taro, Oriental Sweetgum, Rangoon Creeper, Malva Nut for breaking Frost Forest's clear record, time, 17:48 and 45 seconds. Herb Gardens players, those 4 were all astonished. Don't worry, it's not the end yet, Endless Night unexpectedly said calmly. At this moment, every big guild had reached the level 25 realm. They could obviously begin using all their strength to clear the Frost Forest dungeon. With Herb Gardens level, it wasn't anything to fuss about. 17:48 and 45 seconds. This record could still be beaten by their party. Lord Grim's party had entered the dungeon for 15 minutes. They should also be done soon. Right, Endless Night's expectations weren't wrong. When Herb Gardens' record had been broken, Yi Xiu's party didn't even blink. This was because they had already completely assessed what type of time they could set. 17:48? How sorry. Herb Gardens players could only be happy for a minute. The 4 tyrannical ambition players excitedly thought this. On the other hand, Yi Xiu continued his steady damage output. Suddenly, another system announcement popped up. System announcement: congratulations to excellent Dynasty players. Gray, Black, Sea Breeze, Inherit, Nowhere to Run. Purse for breaking the Frost Forest clear record. Time 13:24 and 21 seconds. The entire world was shocked. Chapter 83, almost the limit. 13:24 and 21 seconds. Perhaps to the majority of players, this was just another record on the leaderboards. But for Endless Night, Plantago Seed, Blue River, these sort of players from big guilds that were always thinking of these records on the leaderboard, only these players understood what this record signified. 13:24 and 21 seconds. This was only the 10th server's record. This record clearly broke the all-time record in all 10 of Glory's servers. This record didn't have any system rewards. At first, players recorded these records for themselves to compete for. Later, Glory officially ranked the records for each of their respective servers. Frost Forest's all-time record was only 14:31 and 58 seconds. Although Blue River and the others couldn't clearly remember this number, they knew that it wasn't below 14. But now, in the 10th server, Excellent Dynasty had actually broken this record by a minute. In the end, Herb Gardens players couldn't even celebrate for 1 minute. Tyrannical Ambitions players couldn't celebrate either. Yiziu's record-setting party had already passed the 15-minute mark. They obviously couldn't break this new record. Fuck! When this record popped up, the 4 DP sirs were all astonished. No matter how hard they tried, their efforts were already futile. In the entire process, they were careful, and more careful. Their palms were extremely sweaty, but they didn't dare wipe it. They feared that they would delay the record by a second. But now, just when they thought that they could break Herb Garden's record without any problems, this 13:24 and 21 seconds record was like a bolt from the blue. The 4 were already motionless, but the battle sounds were still resounding in their ears. The 4 players recovered and looked. Lord Grim was still fighting with the Frost Tine. "Brother, did you see the system announcement?" One player couldn't help but say. "I saw it," Yiziu replied. "We're already too late." One player sighed. "We should at least finish the dungeon." "Right," Yiziu laughed. "You're still laughing. Since it's like this, you won't be getting anything either." One player said, but he started to attack again. "Yeah, I'm out of luck." Yiziu said. "Excellent Dynasty. DMN. 13 minutes, isn't this already this highest record in all 10 servers?" Among the players, an unsure player said, "It is, there wasn't any record that broke 14 minutes before." Another player said, We're way off then." Another player said, "Correct. We'll finish this dungeon in 16 minutes at best," Yiziu said. Sigh, while they sighed. The Frost Tine was finally beaten. Their end record was 17:07 and 66 seconds. This did beat Herb Garden's previous record and could be considered as the 10th server's number 2 record. But a number 2 record, although it wasn't easy for small guilds to tyrannical ambition, it didn't mean anything. When Lord Grim and the 4 DP sirs exited the dungeon, Endless Night and the others were still fighting in the dungeon. Cold Night hadn't returned from his report back to the old server. On the other hand, Herb Gardens players experienced the descent from heaven to hell. They had just been celebrating their new record, when a new record beat theirs by 4 minutes. It felt like they had been slapped in the face. This wasn't over yet, though. In another moment, Lord Grim's party beat their record again. Herb Garden's efforts looked meaningless. At this moment, Plantago Seed received a message from Blue River. "What a tragedy, a tragedy." Fuck, 13 minutes. How the fuck did they do that? Who's in Excellent Dynasty? Plantago Seed didn't notice Blue River's taunt. Instead, he discussed with this expert how such a record was possible. "Excellent Dynasty?" Blue River didn't reply to Plantago Seed's message. He only pondered over this guild name. He wasn't unfamiliar with this guild. It was a level lower than the 3 great guilds, but Excellent Dynasty was still a distinguished guild, and this was only its current form. In the past, it was once the most glorious guild. In that time, the Excellent Era Club swept the Professional Alliance, dominating the pro scene for 3 years. Correct, Excellent Dynasty, the professional club that backed them was Yiziu's former team, the Excellent Era Club. The Professional Alliance was the peak in Glory's community. Each and every move of a club could have a lasting impact on Glory, and the guild that was backed by the club even more so. When the club rose, the guild rose. When the club declined, the guild declined. Excellent Era's achievements in the recent years weren't good. In the game, their guild was immediately surpassed by Bluebrook Guild, Tyrannical Ambition, and Herb Garden. However, their foundations was deep. Although they were surpassed, they didn't decline too far. Within the 10th server's tussle, the three great guilds competed against each other and didn't put the other guilds in their eyes. Who knew that Excellent Dynasty would suddenly attack heavily? Before, they were hiding their true strength. None of the other leaderboards had their name on them. But at this moment, they amazed the world with a single brilliant event. In an instant, they took the Frost Forest clear record, 13:24 and 21 seconds. They not only broke the 10th server record, but they even beat the all-time Frost Forest record by a whole minute. Was Excellent Dynasty preparing to rise in power again? Thinking of this, Blue River immediately thought of Excellent Era Club's most recent change. The old generation Captain Yi Xiu retired, and the new generation expert son, Xiang, took the battle god one autumn leaf. They clearly intended to shuffle the cards and rebuild. Then was the Excellent Dynasty's sudden rise in the game related to the club's movements. If it was like this, then relying on them to stop these players from setting new records was a little extreme. This record probably wasn't done by ordinary players like them. They're experts. Outside of Frost Forest's dungeon, Yi Xiu was talking to Endless Night, who had just finished his run, and Cold Night, who had just returned from his old server. Cold Night was like Blue River and ran back to the old server to report his work. In the end, when he returned back to the 10th server, he heard that something big had happened, 13:24 and 21 seconds. Cold Night was also astonished by this number. He hurriedly ran to outside the dungeon and happened to hear Yi Xiu's opinion. "You don't say, we also guessed that they were experts." Endless Night said, "They're not ordinary experts. This party should have at least 3 players who are at a pro level." Yi Xiu said. Cold Night and Endless Night were dumbstruck. To them, pro players were existences that they could only hope to reach. In the moment of their shock, they both forgot to think how Yi Xiu could determine this so clearly. "This record is almost the limit for Frost Forest's clear record," Yi Xiu said. "Almost?" Endless Night heard this keyword. "So you're saying, this isn't the limit?" Cold Night said. "How could the limit be so easy to reach?" Yi Xiu laughed. "So you're saying, wait until I'm level 25 and then we'll see. You guys should also hurry," Yi Xiu said. "Hurry what?" The two were both startled. "The items I want, you guys have time to gather them now," Yi Xiu said. "Fuck," the two shouted together. Such a shocking event had just occurred, and this guy was still thinking about those materials and equipment. Chapter 84 Manpower Needed. Yi Xiu's beautiful confidence made Cold Night and Endless Night feel skeptical, but they had a very serious issue facing them right now. "Brother, how many more days do you need until you're level 25? We can't stay at level 25 forever to wait for you," Cold Night said. Lord Grimm was now level 21, and he wasn't madly leveling for 24 hours. It would take him 3 or 4 days to get to level 25. Cold Night definitely couldn't waste these 3 or 4 days. Their elite members would definitely pass level 25. "The opposing party has 3 or more pro-level players," Yi Xiu said. After Cold Night and Endless Night heard this, they waited a bit for a follow-up. But in the end, they only heard this statement without anything behind it. Just when Cold Night was about to ask, Endless Night already jumped up and yelled, "Fuck, so you're saying our skill levels aren't good enough?" Because Endless Night had been excluded several times from the elite party due to him being a cleric, he had unfortunately raised a habit of self-doubt. At this moment, Endless Night had already understood what Lord Grimm was implying. To break a normal record, then you guys are fine, but this record would only be possible if you had an orange equipment party of level 25s. Yi Xiu said. An orange equipment party in the new server was clearly a fantasy, even in the old servers. To use up money just to make a level 25 orange equipment party, only for the Frost Forest dungeon record, was too much of a joke. After all, this was only the lowest level dungeon. Wasting their blood and tears like this wasn't worth it. Cold Night was worthy of being called a guild leader. Although his gift for self-doubt wasn't as good as Endless Night, he already heard another implication. "Don't tell me we need to find pro-level players." After saying this, Cold Night could only feel that this was inconceivable. This was only the 10th server's lowest level Frost Forest dungeon, and they actually needed pro players to confront it. That was too delusional. In the end, Yi Xiu laughed. It's only Frost Forest. Using pro players would be too ridiculous. Actually, as long as you have players with a bit of hand speed, then you can reach the limit too. A little hand speed and then the limit, then pro players would be even higher. Endless Night said, let me say it to you like this. First, disregard the strength of your accounts. At the new server's current level, each of the guild's 5 elites from equipment to skill are all around the same. Right, Yiziu said. Yeah, Cold Knight admitted. In this sort of 5-player party, their advantages over the other guilds were limited. After all, as long as there was a party of 5 elites, then they could compete. The 5-player elite parties from lower-grade guilds like Excellent Dynasty wouldn't be worse than theirs. So, in the end, what most affects the clear record is your mechanical skill. Suppose a pro player's skill level is a 10, but in such a low-level dungeon like Frost Forest, the max they could go to is a 5. A skill level 10 or a skill level 9 could only bring out a max of a skill level 5 in this dungeon. Do you understand now? Cold Knight and Endless Night obviously understood this. This was like if their opponents had 100 life. A 1000 damage attack was the same as a 100 damage attack. Although the former was 10 times greater than the latter, the end result was the same. The reason the 1000 damage attack couldn't be fully displayed was because of that meager 100 life. If you're talking about our mechanical skill, then Cold Knight and I aren't bad. Endless Night said, they aren't bad. You two are probably tyrannical ambitions most mechanically skilled players over here, right? But you guys, one's a knight, one's a cleric, Yiziu said. Can you play other classes? What, if we could? Endless Night asked carefully. If you say it like this, then I guess you can't, Yiziu said, while Endless Night was depressed. Cold Knight followed up. I can play as an elementalist, but it's be a bit difficult with this account. The account I can borrow will definitely power level. It definitely won't stop at level 25. If it's like this, then even if you ask an expert to come over and play for you guys, then this account problem won't be easy to resolve. True, Cold Knight admitted. Over here in the new server, all of the level 25 accounts were concentrated on power leveling. They couldn't just stop temporarily. As for the other level players, those newly recruited players in the new server, they had only just became familiar with them. How could they just ask to borrow their accounts, even if someone was willing to? Their account cards were real-life objects. Both sides would have to be in the same place. Player and account, I can help look around for those, Yiziu said. Cold Knight felt long ago that this guy's self-confidence was definitely one of his strong points. As a guild leader, he had already began to weigh the pros and cons of this situation. If this guy completely found his own party, then his price would definitely be higher. If it was just for a Frost Forest dungeon record, then Cold Knight already felt that it wasn't too worth it. He firmly replied, our offer won't go any higher. Unexpectedly, Lord Grimm, who they had thought was extremely greedy, didn't actually have the intention of raising the price and laughed. I don't need that. The price stays the same, but you guys will have to do a little extra. Extra? Those 5 characters from Excellent Dynasty that cleared the record. Give me info on their classes, equipment, everything. The more detailed, the better, Yiziu said. This, I can think of a way, Cold Knight said. Also, I may need you guys to provide a few equipment, Yiziu said. Equipment? The most important ones are the level 25 purple weapons. Of course, other equipment are welcome too. These will only be borrowed temporarily. When I'm done, I'll return them to you. If you guys need a mortgage from me, then I can do that, Yiziu laughed. What classes? First find info on those 5 players from Excellent Dynasty. After that, I'll determine exactly how many pro-level players they had, Yiziu said. First tell me what classes. I'll begin preparing. Cold Knight said. Then 1 battle mage, 1 brawler, and a launcher. These first, Yiziu said. Battle mage? You aren't going to look for 1,000 creations, right? Cold Knight began sweating. Currently in the 10th server, Bluebrook Guild's 1,000 creations was a battle mage with high mechanical skill. Obviously not. If it was him, would he need a purple weapon? That's true, Cold Knight said. Then who are you looking for? He deserved to be called a guild leader. He was always sensitive towards talents. I still have to think about it, Yiziu said. Chapter 85, Steamed Bun Invasion. Cold Knight was extremely perplexed. This 10th server really was cursed. In an instant, so many experts popped out. This wasn't Glory's style. In ordinary games, a single server was a single world. In old servers, unhappy players would often restart when a new server opened. Like this. Maybe they could become the king or tyrant of the new server and stir up troubles. But in Glory, all of the experts ended up gathering in the heavenly domain. No matter how rampant you were in the first, second, third, fourth server, etc., if you didn't even have the qualifications to enter the heavenly domain, then you were just a joke. As a result, in Glory, veterans that wanted to abandon their old accounts and start anew didn't have to switch to a new server. In the old server, a veteran could use their old account's money to buy items and their strength to level faster. How great was that? As a result of those veterans that came to the new server to pioneer, the overwhelming majority of them were like Cold Knight and the others who came to run their guild. But now they met Lord Grimm, an unprecedented expert. And this player claimed that he could find players with mechanical skill higher than him and Endless Knight, that level of players. Although he and Endless Knight were way inferior compared to pro players, among the player masses, they were still considered extremely skilled. They were the elite of tyrannical ambitions elite. They were comparable to Bluebrook Guild's 5 great experts, that sort of level. However, this Lord Grimm seemed as if he could just casually find a few better than them. This made Cold Knight extremely perplexed. With regards to such a confident character, how could he not be curious? You guys go level up. No one's going to try and beat this record anyways. Wait until I level up and then I'll help you clear it, Yiziu said. Then, let's contact each other later. Cold Knight patiently said, no matter who Lord Grimm found, he would eventually find out in the end. Cold Knight and Endless Knight carried their doubts and left. Their entries for Frost Forest had all been used up. They could still do Boneyard though. Yiziu's Lord Grimm was only level 21 and couldn't enter Boneyard. Right now, he could only complete quests and clear monsters to level. While he went to a place to level, Yiziu opened up his friends list and yelled out to Steamed Bun Invasion. Although this Steamed Bun Invasion was a noob at Glory, after hunting the Blood Gunner and dungeoning with him a few times, Yiziu found that his hand speed was quite quick. His situation was a bit similar to Tang Ru's. He wasn't familiar with Glory, but he had the hand speed for it. In comparison, although Steamed Bun Invasion's hand speed wasn't as fast as Tang Ru's, his coordination was better. Seeing how crazily enthusiastic he was towards Glory, this hand speed was most likely practiced through playing games. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion was still in the Frost Forest dungeon with 7 Fields and the others. Yiziu had done his last run with Tyrannical Ambitions players. 7 Fields and the others randomly added another person for their last run. In such an ordinary party, with their ordinary characters, ordinary equipment, and ordinary coordination, their dungeon clearing speed really was too ordinary. They almost needed 30 minutes to clear it. Steamed Bun Invasion had a high hand speed. That wasn't wrong, but the fact that he was still a Glory noob couldn't be ignored. As a result, his display of strength was greatly related to the leader's leading skills, with outstanding leading to replace his own thinking. Instructing him on his position and damage, only then would his full strength be displayed. Right now, their party's leader was 7 Fields. He was only an experienced player and couldn't even be considered an expert. Ah, God. We're still in a dungeon. Is there anything you need? Steamed Bun Invasion replied quickly. While in a dungeon, while fighting monsters, he could swiftly reply back. This was one indicator of hand speed. I'm done. In a bit. I'll come look for you for some business. Yiziu replied. It looked like your name wasn't on TV, Steamed Bun Invasion said. Yeah, I failed, Yiziu said. Ah, what a pity. First finish your dungeon. Let's talk later. Okay. Yiziu had chatted with Cold Knight for a long time after exiting the dungeon, so 7 Fields and the others should almost be done with their dungeon too. In a short while, 5 players exited the dungeon, depressed and dejected, without Brother Expert overseeing them. 7 Fields and the others were extremely unsatisfied with their efficiency, but were also helpless to improve their situation. Even though they saw how Brother Expert led them, there was no way that they could copy him. This situation was similar to how the 3 great guilds couldn't copy Yiziu's one-wave rush. Blue River and the others obviously understood how to use one-wave rush to fight. However, They also had no way to copy it because they had no way to achieve the skill level needed to be the core player. Brother Expert. That random player from 7 Fields' party immediately left while the remaining 4 greeted Yizu. They had also heard of his failure to set a new record. When they were still in the dungeon, they checked the record leaderboards. They saw Lord Grimm's name in the second-place party. The difference in time between theirs and the first-place parties wasn't small. 7 Fields and the others guessed that Brother Expert wouldn't be feeling too good, so they only greeted and didn't say anything else. Right now, the situation for the Frost Forest record has changed. In order to break the record, then I need a party with some skill. Yizu said, "Definitely not us." 7 Fields started sweating. He clearly knew about his own skill. Their skill wasn't even comparable to the elites of the big guilds. "What do you think of Steamed Bun's skill level?" Yizu said. "Steamed Bun?" 7 Fields. Sunset clouds, drifting water each sent an appalled emoticon. Finally, they said, "Steamed Bun doesn't really know how to play?" Steamed Bun Invasion copied them and sent each of them an appalled emoticon. "Yeah, he doesn't really know how to play, but Steamed Bun's hand speed is very quick," Yizu said. "Really?" 7 Fields and the others doubted. They hadn't noticed it. "Yeah, this is true. My hands are very quick. How did God know?" Steamed Bun Invasion was amazed. "I could see it." Yizu laughed. Actually, because of Steamed Bun Invasion's unfamiliarity with the game, it wasn't easy for him to display his hand speed. But who was Yizu? He was textbook-level player who couldn't be more familiar with glory. Relying on a few particular actions, he could determine a player's reaction speed and hand speed. The things he could see weren't things ordinary people could see. "My hand speed is pretty good, but you feel like you can't put it to use." Right, Steamed Bun Invasion immediately followed. "Come with me tonight to clear monsters. Let me teach you," Yizu said. Okay, Steamed Bun Invasion said happily. "Brother Expert, teach us too," 7 Fields and the others blurted out. "Do you guys still need me to teach you? You guys only need to improve your hand speed," Yizu said. 7 Fields and the others' cheeks streamed with tears. "We've been practicing the entire time." I can't avoid saying it. Sometimes, there's something called natural talent that makes strange things happen, Yizu said. 7 Fields and the others cried. "Brother Expert, we already know you're very tactful, but why does it seem like you're being so direct? We can go together then. Those without talent can only rely on hard work. It's just that most people haven't put in the effort, that's all," Yizu said. Chapter 86, Teaching the Noob. Yizu led 7 Fields' group to Boneyard. 7 Fields. Sunset clouds, drifting water were like Lord Grimm, and were level 21. With regards to the level 23-26 Boneyard and its higher-leveled monsters, they weren't very confident. Steamed Bun Invasion was level 23. The Boneyard had monsters at the same level as him, so he was already eager to try them out. Steamed Bun Invasion was obviously going to be coached by Yizu. Although it couldn't be said that 7 Fields and the others couldn't improve in such a desperate situation, only Steamed Bun Invasion could be counted on. After dispatching 7 Fields and the others to train, Yizu began teaching Steamed Bun Invasion one-on-one. First, he had to explain to this guy his brawler class. The brawler class had mixed strengths, but in this level 25 stage, it didn't possess any AoE skills. A level 1 brawler could learn the same skill as every other class. A knock-up skill called Uppercut. At level 5, it could learn the skill Slap. A slap would sharply and clearly move others. It was the only aggro-related skill before the class change. The level 10 skill Knee attack struck the target with the user's knee. However, it could only be considered a half-grab skill because it didn't have a knockdown effect. Afterwards, the level 15 skill Strangle could not be used behind the target. After locking onto the target's throat, Strangle, like the knee attack, didn't have a knockdown effect. At level 20, after changing classes, the brawler could learn the skill Brickbuster. However, hitting the back of the head to trigger the effect was a bit difficult. The mouse movement had to be quick and accurate. After that, there was the level 20 skill, Sand Toss. Yizu had already instructed Steamed Bun Invasion on this move. Brawlers could learn the skill Apply Poison at level 25. It would apply poison to the user's weapon. Afterwards, attacks could poison the target. However, this poison didn't last. It was a one-time additional damage that ignored defense. Currently, the level 23 steamed bun invasion couldn't learn it, so Yizu didn't talk about it. Steamed bun invasion had already learned about different methods on how to use the above skills with normal attacks from his own experience. So Yizu first instructed him on the hidden effects of all of these skills. For example, how slap could hit twice. When knee attack was used as a back attack, it could knock back the target. When strangle was used, the opponent would have his or her defense reduced by half. None of these things were written in the skill tooltip and could be considered hidden effects. While steamed bun invasion was engrossed in the game, he didn't check any guides, so he didn't know. If you don't understand anything, why'd you pick this class? Yizu asked him. In the end, the guy told him that he just randomly learned skills when he was still unspecialized. And later, he felt that the brawler's slap, knee attack, and strangle were all commonly used attacks when he fought in the streets. So he immediately felt that this class was very moving. When he was moved to the extreme, he changed classes in satisfaction. This answer made Yizu sweat a little, but he had already changed classes, so there was nothing he could do. After instructing him hand-to-hand, steamed bun invasion, who already possessed high hand speed, improved at lightning speed, playing extremely well. Yizu was now only worried about one problem. With this guy's passion for gaming and the fact that he was already 2 levels higher than him, this guy won't reach level 26 before he gets to level 25, right? This problem was extremely serious. Yizu felt that he had to talk about it with steamed bun invasion. Steamed bun, how long has it been since you last slept? Yizu asked. I'm not tired. Steamed bun invasion was happily clearing and slapping monsters. You should probably rest. I found a few guides for you. They all talk about brawlers. You can take a look at them. Yizu said. Oh, I'll look at them when I eat. Steamed bun invasion. Even if you keep leveling like this, you're not going to be able to catch up to the big guild's players. Those all have several people playing on one account, so they level every day without resting. Yizu said. Steamed bun invasion showed his disdain. That's stupid. More people, more strength, so don't try to compete with them by yourself. Relax and slowly level. The most important thing is that if you level so quickly, you'll be level 26 in a flash. How am I supposed to look for you so we can set a dungeon record together? Yizu finally said his main point. Why not? Steamed bun invasion really was too much of a noob. He didn't even know how dungeon records worked. Yizu could only explain it to him. Afterwards, steamed bun invasion couldn't help but fall into confusion. He wanted to quickly level, but also wanted to set a new record and go up on TV. 7 Fields and the others were summoned by Yizu to be lobbyists for him and persuade steamed bun invasion. These 3 also did their utmost to explain to steamed bun invasion that in glory, levels were like floating clouds. Going up on TV, going up on the leaderboards were the most majestic goals in glory. The pile of players bombarded him one after another. Finally, steamed bun invasion reluctantly accepted. Okay then I'll try to slow down. God, how many days do you need to level? I'll be quick. Yizu said. Oh right, don't join a guild in these few days. Okay. Finally, he settled the matter with steamed bun invasion. Yizu let out a sigh. Dealing with this noob wasn't easy. No matter how you said it, he wouldn't listen to you. Being a noob was also a type of strength. Steamed bun invasion, who had a difficult time accepting that he had to level slower, couldn't kill too many monsters. If he didn't, he'd be bored. Killing too quickly wasn't good, but killing too slowly was boring. For a moment, he didn't what he should do, so he simply logged out of the game and looked at the guides Yizu gathered for him. Yizu looked, and at long last, this guy stopped leveling. However, he himself had to hurry up. As a result, he partied with 7 Fields and the others and madly cleared monsters as if they were in a dungeon. They cleared so madly that the 3 players started feeling a little nauseous towards the boneyard. Yizu was still full of energy, though. The other 3 couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. He really deserves to be called Brother Expert. They trained in the boneyard until the day came. The 4 players had all leveled to level 22, although 7 Fields and the others wanted to vomit. Brother Expert's leading made leveling more efficient, making the 3 of them a little reluctant to leave. However, on Yizu's side, it was time for him to change shifts, so he couldn't continue playing at the reception desk. After hurriedly handing over the shift, he quickly rushed over to the smoking area to continue playing. Chen Guo woke up from her sleep. She looked out from the window and saw the nice weather. Stretching, she climbed out of her bed. She rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and wanted to go to the bathroom. When she reached her bedroom door, she suddenly remembered that there was still a male living in these rooms. She couldn't casually expose her body like she did before when it was just her and Tang Ru. Thinking of this, Chen Guo quickly fixed her pajamas. Whatever needed to be tied was tied. Whatever needed to be buttoned was buttoned. Only then did she leave the bedroom. After leaving the room, she looked to the side. Tang Ru's room was completely open. Too careless. There's a male living here too. If you didn't close your door when you slept, who knew what a male's lust could do? While thinking of this, Chen Guo did an experiment. She tested whether she could see Tang Ru's bed from the door crack. In the end, she saw the bed, but she didn't see anyone in it. Chen Guo stared blankly. She pushed open the door. Tang Ru's bed hadn't been touched. She hadn't slept all night. Chen Guo was astonished. She immediately went towards Yi Ziu's storage room. The door was also wide open. After a bit of hesitation, she decided to run in and look. No one here either. These two were lunatics. Chen Guo foolishly looked towards the two empty rooms on her left and right. Chapter 87, I feel like none of you slept. Chen Guo quickly tidied everything up and then appeared in the internet cafe like the wind. While the employees all greeted her with "Morning, boss," her gaze fell on Tang Ru in the non-smoking area. Her expression was the same as when Chen Guo went to sleep, concentrated without the slightest hint of tiredness. She ran to the smoking area and her gaze fell onto another person. Yi Ziu was over here smoking, taking in clouds and puffing out fog. In that cloud of smoke, the rough outline of his figure could be seen playing the game. Early in the morning, this was the time of day when the internet cafe was the most empty. There were even fewer guests now than when the guests were pulling all-nighters. The sounds of these two playing crisply echoed throughout the internet cafe. You once, me once, pa 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 pa. Chen Guo ignored Yi Ziu and first went over to Tang Ru. Still playing, you're asking to die. Chen Guo closed in while speaking. No response. Tang Ru was wearing her headphones, which only allowed her to hear the game noises. The Chen Guo next to her simply wasn't with her in the same world. Chen Guo could only step forward and take off her headphones. Only then did Tang Ru respond. You got up so early? Tang Ru turned her head to look at Chen Guo for half a second and then turned back to the game. Pa 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 pa, you've gone mad from playing. Chen Guo was helpless. She was starting to feel a little skeptical on whether pulling Tang Ru into glory was the right thing to do. Ha ha, Tang Ru laughed, but didn't say anything. What level? Chen Guo went up to look. Level 16, I'm still off from Yi Ziu's Lord Grimm by 5 levels. Tang Ru said this and opened up her friends list. After seeing Lord Grimm's name, she cried out in surprise. Whoa, he leveled up again. He's level 22 now. So competitive, finish this dungeon and then go to sleep. Once you're done resting, you can go back and play. Chen Guo saw that Tang Ru's soft mist was in the beginner village's skeleton graveyard fighting in close quarters. She was soloing it too. Who would believe that this was a glory noob? What sleep? It's almost time for me to go to work. Tang Ru said. Chen Guo was startled. That was true. Today, Tang Ru had the morning work shift. Normally, she would already be sitting at the reception desk. I'll go once I'm out of this dungeon. Tang Ru smiled at Chen Guo. No matter how good their relationship was, in the end there was still a boss-to-employee relationship. Tang Ru also had work to do in the internet cafe. She wasn't eating for free or living here for free, only playing here for free. First rest a bit, I'll ask someone to switch with you, Chen Guo said. No need, no need. Tang Ru chatted with Chen Guo while her hands never stopped moving. This night, through the guides and the game, Tang Ru had learned how to use the battle mage's low-level skills. Tang Ru had improved a lot and was already different from before, not completely relying on reaction speed and hand speed to play. Okay. Under Chen Guo's watch, Tang Ru's soft mist soloed the Spider Cave's final boss. After logging out of the game and shutting off the computer, she immediately headed towards the reception desk. Chen Guo silently followed her, and then when she reached the reception desk, Tang Ru had already logged back into the game. We should at least eat something. Right? Chen Guo said. You haven't eaten either, thanks. Tang Ru laughed as if she had won a favor. I don't know what to say. Chen Guo forced a smile. She went out to buy breakfast and then returned to give Tang Ru a portion. She even brought a portion for Yiziu. Ah, boss. You're too kind. Yiziu took the breakfast and said, I didn't help put a blanket over you yesterday night. Did you sleep well last night? Both of you are mad. Chen Gyu thought of the rooms that clearly had 3 people living in them, but when she woke up, she found that she was the only one there. Oh, little Tang didn't sleep either, Yiziu said and opened up his friends list to check. Sure enough, Soft Mist was still online. You didn't know? Chen Gyu stared blankly. Don't tell me these two didn't say anything to each other over the entire night? Tang Ru was chasing after this guy's level, but this guy actually didn't know at all. I didn't notice. Perfect. I still have something I need to talk with her about. Yiziu took his breakfast and ran to look for Tang Ru. At this moment, Tang Ru was eating her breakfast while looking at a battle mage guide. Seeing Yiziu come over, she immediately swallowed the food in her mouth. After wiping her mouth, she nodded her head and said hello. What level are you? Yiziu asked. Level 16. How quick, hurry up and get to level 25, there'll be something fun to do. Yiziu said, Oh, what thing? Tang Ru asked. Have you seen the Frost Forest clear record? Yiziu asked. I saw it. It looks like your record was broken. Tang Ru said. She followed the records pretty closely because she had originally wanted to surpass Yiziu. But in the end, she didn't think that someone had already beaten that night. One of them was even Yiziu's own party. Tang Ru saw Lord Grimm's name on the second-place party. It was a much better time than his original one, too. It didn't only beat my record, it's the highest clear record in all 10 of Glory's servers. Yiziu said. You want to take it back? Tang Ru said. Yup. Fun. Right? Yiziu said. If you take it back and then I beat yours, that'd be even more fun. Tang Ru said. When were we enemies? Yiziu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like this sister really did want to beat him. Ha ha. Tang Ru laughed. When you get to level 20, try out the dungeon for yourself first. It looks to me like you're looking down on this record too much. Yiziu said. I was just kidding. The highest record in all 10 of Glory's servers must be amazing. Tang Ru said. Oh, then hurry up and level then. Yiziu let out a sigh. He was worried that this girl might be a bit too conceited. Okay. Tang Ru nodded her head. Are you sleeping tonight? Yiziu asked. Hey, you two are going too far. Chen Guo suddenly jumped out to interrupt them. After hearing this, it looked like these two weren't going to sleep. Did they need to play so crazily? Relax, boss. It won't interfere with work. Yiziu said. No good. The internet cafe's computers are all mine. I won't let you play on them. Chen Guo said unreasonably. Yiziu let out a sigh. He knocked on the reception desk. Little Tang, open up a membership card for me. Tang Ru was startled, but then immediately went to do it while mumbling to herself. Then I'll open up one too. Chen Guo fell apart. She really was going to die from anger. The more irritating part was that Tang Ru was also going to follow what he said blindly. She's ruined. Ruined? She's only played Glory for a day and she's already ruined. I won't care about you guys then. Chen Guo ran off in anger. Cough. Hurry up and level. Yiziu didn't mention the membership card and told Tang Ru to take care. He went back to the smoking area to continue struggling. Tang Ru's morning shift went from 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Business in the morning was relatively slow, so she wasn't very busy and could still play. In the afternoon, guests gradually began to flow in. The reception desk was a bit too busy for her. She could only play the game on and off, but she still continued to persevere. However, Yiziu stopped when it was noon. He ran over to check on Tang Ru and saw that she was still playing even under such busy conditions. It really wasn't easy. You're really not going to sleep? Yiziu asked. I have the morning shift. I don't get off until 3. Tang Ru said. Okay, Yiziu replied. You still have to pay attention to your sleep. Physical strength greatly influences your ability to play, too. Chapter 88 Glory League. Between Yiziu and Tang Ru, one of them went to sleep after lunch, while the other went to sleep after the 3 o'clock shift. When dinner arrived, neither of them were there. Chen Guo angrily annihilated her dinner with the other employees. She originally didn't want to leave either of them food, but after eating midway, she gave in to her soft-heartedness and in the end, she left the two of them food. At 8 o'clock at night, Yiziu, with 8 hours of sleep, woke up like a machine. After smoking a cigarette, he went to rinse his mouth and wash his face. He then left the room and headed downstairs. The internet cafe downstairs was pitch black again. It was the same as when Yi Qiu's retirement was announced. Yiziu was startled. Then, he thought of Happy Internet Cafe's practice of broadcasting the Glory Profession Alliance Championship. He calculated the date. Today was the day of Glory's 20th match. He looked at the first floor's lounge, and just as expected, the projection curtain from last time had already been opened. At this moment, the esports channel was already being streamed onto it. The match hadn't yet started, but many people had already scrambled for a good position. While they played on the computer in front of them, they waited for the match to start. Yiziu walked up to the reception desk and asked the little sister there. "Which match?" Clearly, the little sister at the reception desk didn't care too much about Glory. As before, she was still watching her K-dramas. However, as part of an internet cafe, she knew what should be known. Excellent eras? Yiziu nodded his head. He understood very well. The Glory Professional Alliance had a total of 20 clubs. The 20 teams fought each other one-on-one. The 10 matches were held at the same time. The TV channel was limited in how much it could show at once, so they usually only broadcasted the most important match. But as an esport, the true broadcasts were on the internet. On the internet, all 10 matches were streamed at the same time. The spectators could freely choose which match they wanted to see. Happy Internet Cafe and Club Excellent Era were in the same city, so most of the people here naturally supported their hometown's team. Happy Internet Cafe mainly broadcasted Excellent Era's matches. Now that EQ retired, although the supporters were sad, their support for their club didn't change. The newly introduced expert, Sun Xiang, made them feel even more expectant. They hoped that Excellent Era could rise from their slump in the previous season. Currently, as the second-to-last place team, they were still quite far from getting a playoff spot. But the season was just a bit over halfway through, so everyone still had hope that some miracle would happen. The matches all started at 8:30 p.m. There were still 10 minutes until they started. After Chen, Gu attended to all of the guests. She came over and saw Yiziu at the reception desk. "Boss," Yiziu immediately said hello. "I left you some food." Chen Gu said, "Thanks." Yiziu went to go get food to eat. Broadcasting Excellent Era's match, Yiziu chatted with Chen Guo while eating food. "Yeah." Chen Guo nodded her head. "Who are they against?" Yiziu asked. 301. Chen Guo said. "Oh," Yiziu nodded his head. With regards to the pro teams, he obviously knew more about them than Chen Guo. 301 was the short form for Team 301 Degrees, a part of Club 301 Degrees. They were an old team in Glory. They kept their rankings in the middle with a steady performance. Although the team didn't have a powerful account like the Battle God, One Autumn Leaf, the 6 main accounts had equal strength. Among the 6 characters that the team captain Yang Kong controlled, the assassin scene killer possessed silver dual swords, chaotic winding shadow swords. He played shrewdly and ruthlessly, a troublesome opponent. In the league's first half, Excellent Era had been bullied around by everyone, but now that a new expert had come, they clearly showed their intent to rise again. It was Sun Xiang's first match since he joined the team, yet the TV channels all chose to broadcast this. 8:30. The matches began on time. Yiziu had already madly annihilated his dinner. The atmosphere in the internet cafe began to heat up. Everyone boldly discussed their opinions on the upcoming match and arrogantly commented on their predictions. Yiziu looked to Chen Guo, who was also extremely excited. She was worthy of being called one of Glory's most devoted fans. The 20th match of the Season 8 Glory Professional Alliance Championship, 301 Degrees versus Excellent Era. A title appeared on the broadcast. The commentator spurred the mood by shouting as if he were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, while introducing today's honored guest, Li Yibo. "So it's Li Yibo?" Yiziu didn't need any introduction. There were very few people he didn't know among the pros. Li Yibo was a former pro player, but he retired 4 years ago. His skill level in the professional circle was also considered top tier, and he was very good at networking. When he was a pro player, he established a good relationship with the media. After retiring, he immediately became an honored guest among the professional commentators. He had already been doing this for 4 years. At this moment, immaculately dressed, Li Yibo was chatting leisurely in front of the camera and commentated on the 2 teams. The recent change in Excellent Era was obviously the focus point. And talking about Yi Qiu's commemoration obviously couldn't be avoided. With a solemn expression, Li Yibo recalled a story between Yi Qiu and himself back in the days. Hearing this, Yi Xiu was dumbstruck. "You fucker. You and I only said a total of 10 words to each other. Make it up. Keep on making it up." Calm and composed, Li Yibo made up the entire story, with just a look. It was obviously a script he prepared beforehand. Soon after, he randomly chatted with the commentator for a bit, and then the match officially began. 301 degrees versus Excellent Era. Individual match, Round 1. Player introduction, 301 degrees. Player, Gao Jai. Character, Stellar Sword. The internet cafe was filled with hissing sounds. There were even curses thrown in there. With regards to the loyal fans, any opponent was an enemy. A complete beatdown would be immensely satisfying. Next up, Excellent Era, player, Suma Cheng. Character, Dancing Rain. OOHOHOH. SUMUCHENG? Yi Xiu still hadn't figured out what had happened when a tsunami of whistles and shouts almost made him fall off his chair. Especially the nearby Chen Gu screeching. They carved into his bones and engraved itself into his heart. What intense reactions, huh? Yi Xiu laughed. He had never doubted Suma Cheng's popularity, but this scene made him jump in fright. Of course, she's the #1 female expert. Chen Gu proudly said this was her #1 idol. #1 female expert? Who said that? Yi Xiu said baffled. That's what everyone says. Chen Gu said, that's just hype. Yi Xiu said, if not her. Then who else? Chen Gu asked. If you're talking about skill level, then the strongest female expert should be Chu Yongxiu. Yi Xiu said, Team Misty Rain's Chu Yongxiu? Chen Gu asked. Yup. Chen Gu thought for a moment. In the end, the match started and her thoughts immediately flew there. Another OHOHOH, SUMUCHENG was shouted, giving her idol a cheer as if she believed that Suma Cheng could hear her. This is a fangirl? Yi Xiu exclaimed in surprise. If he called Suma Cheng over to the internet cafe to play a round, would this boss be so excited that she'd burn down the internet cafe in order to celebrate? Chapter 89, Home Advantage. In the middle of everyone's cheers, the match officially started. In the pro scene, an overwhelming victor was extremely rare. It was impossible to show off such ridiculous gaps in strength, such as between an experienced veteran and a noob. A few powerful, dominating players and their god-level characters could create a certain amount of suppression to ordinary pro players and their characters, but Suma Cheng and her Dancing Rain weren't at this level. However, in comparison, Gao Jai and his Stellar Sword were a bit inferior. But this sort of strength shown on paper wasn't enough to say whether he would win or lose. In this one-on-one match, it wouldn't be a surprise if either of them won. Their performance on stage could either increase or make up for the gap between their strengths on paper. When all was said and done, in the end, this was a player-oriented competition. God-level characters also needed a player to utilize its strength. No matter how tyrannical a player was, there would always be a time when the player would go into a slump and lose. What's more, it was currently a period of rising stars. The title of Unequaled had already been sealed long ago. Beauty Sue, I'll be starting now. A message from the Stellar Sword jumped out in the chat box next to the match scene. That's right. In the glory competitions, although the two opponents couldn't use their voice to communicate, they could type out words to send out a message. In the playing field, there was only this single public chat channel. The messages sent here wouldn't be blocked and would be directly broadcasted for everyone to see. Truthfully, in some matches, the trash talk between the two players were even more memorable than the actual battle. In the pro scene, there was no lack of players who were experts at trash talking to irritate their opponents. After the message was sent out, the opponent would definitely see it. There was no way to block or close the chat box. Of course, whether a player wanted to use this sort of method all relied on the player's preferences. In all of these years, all kinds of players with different styles appeared. There were players that would talk whenever there was a chance to. There were players that would seize any opportunity to calmly insult their opponents. There were players that wouldn't say anything from start to finish. There were even a few dirty players that would fill the screen insulting their opponent's genitals. And ultimately, that sort of dirty talk wasn't blocked either. However, those players would be penalized by the Alliance. Moreover, with so many people watching, dirty and violent words would obviously damage the player's image. As a result, most of these happened when they made a mistake and accidentally said them. Specialists in talking dirty hadn't appeared in a long time. Gao Jai's opening remark implicitly made fun of her being a girl. Happy Internet Cafe's numerous fans immediately went into an outrage and roared at him. However, Suma Cheng only typed out a smiley face and said okay. Gao Jai had no other verbal attacks other than his opening remark, so he immediately took out his sword and began to attack. Stellar Sword was a blade master. Suma Cheng was a launcher. One was a long-ranged class and the other a close combat class. Gao Jai relied on his familiarity with the map to wind around, hiding his body as he moved, and quietly closed in on Dancing Rain. Why was Gao Jai familiar with the map? This was because in the regular season, the Glory League adopted a double round-robin system, splitting into a home and away game. The home ground's biggest advantage was that they had the privilege of choosing the map. Glory had numerous battle maps and added new ones every year. Knowing which map they would use naturally meant the players could do research and practice beforehand. They might also play in the same map in their away game, but they obviously wouldn't have the focused practice like when they did in their home games. It was definitely possible that the home team and the visiting team prepared for the same map, but such an occurrence hadn't yet happened. And as the number of maps in Glory increased, the probability of this happening also decreased. If the map chosen was the same as what their opponents had once chosen as their home map, then that was their own mistake and couldn't be blamed on others. The current map that was used in this one-on-one match was a white snow-covered town. Stellar Sword's character wore a full body of white-colored equipment. Even the opponent's silver weapon, white lightsaber, implied that it emitted white light. The reason for using this map was too obvious. At this moment, Stellar Sword was taking the long route to close in on Dancing Rain. The current broadcast was on Stellar Sword's first-person perspective, letting everyone experience his current circumstances. Then, it switched to a bird's-eye view of the entire map. From this view, they could see that Dancing Rain wasn't stupidly staying in her original position, not moving and turning around everywhere. The point of view quickly switched to Dancing Rain. The match broadcast had many different points of views. They didn't only have the player's first-person view. Right now, it was a third-person view, letting everyone see that Dancing Rain was circling around a small area scouting around. From this, it could be seen that whether the match was exciting or not was decided by the performance of the two players. However, this broadcast also showed to everyone that an outstanding cameraman was needed for this too. If the camera angle stayed on a bird's eye view from start to finish, then no matter how exciting the match was, the broadcast would turn it into trash. This time, the cameraman was clearly quite good. By switching between these three camera angles, plus the casting by the commentator and the guest, the intentions of both players became obvious. Gao Jai was controlling Stellar Sword along a roundabout route to close in, preparing to catch Dancing Rain off guard, but the experienced Suma Cheng clearly anticipated this. After observing the surrounding terrain, she controlled Suma Cheng to jump to a good sniping spot. This spot occupied the high grounds. If Stellar Sword wanted to get near, then he would have to expose him to Dancing Rain's heavy fire. Happy Internet Cafe immediately started booing and laughing. Their laughing was naturally aimed at Gao Jai. He had originally wanted to mount a sneak attack, but now he would fall to Dancing Rain instead. But Yi Ziu knew that there was no way it would be so simple. If Gao Jai really would fall from this ambush, then he would have wasted his home ground advantage. Just as expected, Yi Ziu predicted correctly. After Gao Jai's Stellar Sword closed in, he didn't rashly rush forward. Instead, he took another detour and slipped his head out from a small alley to look around. This guy sneaking about really is so wretched. Just hurry up and die already. Chen Guo impatiently said. Yi Ziu shook his head. His current position is a blind spot. Suma Cheng's movements were within his calculations. Gao Jai's current position is a blind spot. No matter what sniping spot Suma Cheng chooses, none of them would have been able to see his position. It looks like all of Suma Cheng's movements are within his calculations. In the broadcast, Li Yibo's voice also said this at just the right time. It was identical to what Yi Ziu said. It looks like 301's research on this map was very thorough. The commentator laughed. Naturally, Li Yibo said. How does Gao Jai know which sniping spot Sima Cheng is hiding at? Chen Guo was startled when she said this because the commentator also asked the same question. Footprints. Yi Ziu and Li Yibo answered. Their answers were the same. Chapter 90, The Footprints Are a Trap. Oh, so it was the footprints? The commentator suddenly realized. Everyone look, the map 301 chose is a snowy land, so after a character moves, the character will leave behind a footprint. Following his explanation, the broadcast showed a few of the footprints Dancing Rain left behind. But if he goes out to check the footprints, then he'll expose himself to Dancing Rain's fire, the commentator felt. So look here. Stellar Sword began moving. While Li Yibo explained, Gao Jai should be going to a footprint where Sima Cheng can't see him. 301 has studied this map very thoroughly. Oh, is there such a spot? The commentator was unconvinced. Probably only Gao Jai can answer this question. Li Yibo pretended to move back and forth in suspense. Ha ha ha, the commentator laughed. Actually, to be a professional glory commentator, Pan Lin had already done this for several years. He himself was a glory fan. Although he wasn't at the level of a pro player, he had done this as work for a long time, so his scope on the game wasn't ordinary. He probably already knew the answers to his previous doubts and questions, but no choice. That's what the program wanted. The commentator and the honored guest were supposed to echo each other and chat. The commentator and the honored guests did different work. The commentator usually introduced the subjects, while the honored guest analyzed. Pan Lin had commentated for many years and had worked together with Li Yibo many times. They could be considered well-coordinated. Gao Jai controlled Stellar Sword to go around the surroundings. After finding a spot, the camera angle changed, giving everyone Stellar Sword's first-person view. Just as expected, Stellar Sword found one of Dancing Rain's footprints. As spectators who had seen the map from a bird's-eye view, they obviously knew that this footprint was already enough to expose Dancing Rain's position. Sure enough, she was found. The commentator said, Sima Cheng is too careless. This mistake shouldn't have been made. Yeah, it looks like Yi Qiu's retirement had a big mental impact on her. From when she first started her career, she had always been with Yi Qiu. Li Yibo spoke as if he understood the situation well. Oh no, what should she do? Chen Guo nervously tugged at Yi Ziu's arm. Yi Ziu laughed a little. He puffed out a smoke and said, the footprint is the real trap. What? Chen Guo was startled. She turned her head towards Yi Ziu. Her previous question wasn't actually aimed at Yi Ziu. She was simply nervous and was talking to herself. Look. Yi Ziu pointed at the projection. The sound of a gun came through. Chen Guo immediately turned her head. Dancing Rain was using an aerial fire to move. In midair, she targeted Stellar Sword, who was behind the wall, and launched an anti-tank missile. Gao Jai clearly hadn't anticipated this sudden attack. The anti-tank missile sent out 3 artillery shells that whistled over. It was already too late to dodge them. The artillery shells exploded, and the shock wave blasted Stellar Sword into the wall. Sima Cheng landed on a roof. Her pitch-black gun aimed at Stellar Sword, and a tongue of flame roared out. An artillery shell flew out a short distance, and then suddenly exploded into several smaller artillery shells and dropped down in numerous arcs towards Stellar Sword. No matter what direction Stellar Sword moved, he was already trapped. Launcher skill, Phi M-92 Stinger. The fired artillery shell would explode into 8 stingers and drop down, carrying out an AoE attack. This skill was usually used on flat grounds and pointed up towards the sky. After the initial artillery shell exploded, the smaller stingers would envelop the target, dropping from the sky. However, Dancing Rain was already on higher grounds, so she saved time by not needing to calculate where to release Stinger. Although Stellar Sword couldn't avoid the shots, he could still try to minimize the damage. If he stood there without moving, then he would take damage from all 8 stingers. As a result, Gao Jai controlled Stellar Sword to rush forward. There was no way he could avoid the damage, so he decided that he might as well close the distance between Dancing Rain. Right now, he was already closing in. There was no point in trying to mount a sneak attack in his position. He opened up a path with triple slash. After eating 2 stingers, Stellar Sword rushed to underneath the house and immediately used Rising Dragon. He raised his sword above his head. Light flashed out and he flew up. Relying on the skill's powerful liftoff, Gao Jai believed that the gunner had no way of blocking his path up to the roof. Just as expected, he rose onto the roof and looked. Dancing Rain had already pulled away, maintaining a certain distance from Stellar Sword. Seeing that Stellar Sword was about to land on the roof after flying up, Dancing Rain's hands made a clicking sound and a heat-seeking missile launched in an arc dropping towards the edge of the house. Heat-seeking missile, using a heat source to find its target. It dropped from the sky to attack the opponent. It had a wide explosion radius and had high damage. It was an extremely powerful skill. Except, it was too slow. The not yet landed Stellar Sword used a sword draw in midair. A snow-white sword light streaked across the sky. With a dong, it accurately hit the heat source. Beautiful! Pan Lin and Li Yibo exclaimed in admiration at this brilliant and outstanding move. But at this moment, a smiley face sent by Suma Cheng flashed on the chat box. Immediately following, a thick pillar of light dropped from the sky, completely enveloping Stellar Sword from head to toe. Stellar Sword and the house underneath his feet exploded and then collapsed. The light pillar spun and then split into 6 smaller light pillars. While spinning, they revolved around the center and then gradually spread out, causing the snow on the ground to fly up, covering the sky with a sheet of white snow. Launcher ultimate skill, satellite beam. An amazing satellite beam? The commentator Pan Lin reacted quite quickly, immediately following with these words. The original high praise beautiful looked as if they had anticipated this and were praising Suma Cheng. Li Yibo's reaction wasn't slow either. He immediately followed. It looks like Gao Jai miscalculated this time. Let's all see how much damage this satellite beam did. Pan Lin directed the cameraman to look at Stellar Sword's life. It looks like it's gone down a third. Li Yibo said, "Let me see." "You're right. Stellar Sword's life dropped by 1/3. This satellite beam really did some work. Adding onto the previous anti-tank missile and stinger damage, Gao Jai is not in a good situation," Pan Lin shouted. "Correct. Let's see if he has any new methods to close in on Dancing Rain. If the distance between them is kept like this, then there's no way he'll be able to beat a launcher," Li Yibo said extensively. "The point you've analyzed is correct." Pan Lin immediately followed. From when Dancing Rain was about to be sneak attacked to Stellar Sword being caught unprepared and losing 1/3 of his life in an instant, Happy Internet Cafe's fans all stared in awe and all forgot to cheer. This included Chen Guo, until she heard Yi Ziu say, "It's over for Gao Jai. Suma Cheng is in an extremely good situation." Chapter 91, Excellent Era's Trump Card. "Really?" Chen Guo said blankly and thought of an idiom. The expert grasps the essence, while the amateur sees the surface. She always thought that glory players like her already grasped the essence, but today, hearing Yi Ziu's words made Chen Guo suddenly feel that they were only amateurs who knew what skills were used. Chen Guo continued to watch the match and was somewhat baffled. She already had trouble concentrating. Sure enough, the following development was just as Yi Ziu had predicted. Gao Jai's Stellar Sword was in a complete disadvantage. Under the suppression of the long-ranged fire from Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain, he could only take a beating without any chance to fight back. Although there were a few times where he rushed forward to Dancing Rain, Suma Cheng quickly broke away from him every time. She kept a distance between herself and Stellar Sword and continued to relentlessly attack. The scene continuously changed camera angles, letting everyone see the skill and control of a pro player. The commentator and the honored guest continued to echo each other. Time and time again, they could only feel sorry for Gao Jai's numerous attempts to close in. On the other hand, every time Suma Cheng sent out a beautiful attack, they applauded and praised her. For them, they had to take an absolutely neutral standpoint. Although they might favor one side in their minds, they rarely displayed it when commentating. The white, snow-covered town had already destroyed by the intense battle between the two. Thick smoke billowed out from the heavy artillery explosions everywhere, and sword scars lay etched into the fields by the numerous sword slashes. Finally, the word glory violently jumped onto the screen. The broadcast quickly zoomed in onto Stellar Sword. The scene also went into slow motion, showing Stellar Sword killed by an anti-tank missile. From the slow motion, they could clearly see that what had originally been 3 missiles in a one straight line was pulled into a triangle shape by Suma Cheng. "Ha ha, it's a tri-shot." Chen Guo, who was familiar with launchers, recognized this move. The player rapidly moved the front sight on their guns, making the 3 consecutive missiles pull apart at an angle, expanding the anti-tank missile's explosion radius. Yup. Can you do it? Yiziu asked. I can't, I can only do 2 of them. Chen Guo said regretfully. After a bit of hesitation, she said, This is hard, right? Little Tang can't do it either. Her hand speed isn't a problem, but timing between the 3 consecutive anti-tank missiles has to be grasped. If you don't have enough experience, then you definitely can't do it, Yiziu said. So it's like that. Chen Guo nodded her head. The broadcast had already zoomed in on the victorious dancing rain. Afterwards, they broadcasted a few of the highlights while the commentator and the honored guest continuously commentated. Team Excellent Era won the first round and earned a point. There were 3 parts in the Glory League's competition. The first part was an individual competition. Each team sent 3 players to play 3 1-on-1 matches. Each victory won them 1 point. The second part was the group competition. Each team made a 3-player group and fought in a KOF format. Each team would send out 1 player to compete. The loser would leave the field and switch with another team member. Once one team ran out of players, the other team would obtain victory and would earn 2 points. The third part was the team competition. Each team had a total of 6 players competing, but each battle would be a 5 vs 5 team battle. The 6th player could be called to substitute a player. Once all players in a team were defeated, the other team would obtain victory and earn 5 points. In this format, players chosen in the first part cannot be chosen to play in the second part. For example, Gao Jai and Su Mucheng had already played in the first round of the 1 vs 1 competition, so these 2 could not participate in the second part. However, they were allowed to participate in the third part. In this match, a total of 10 points could be won. The Glory League ranked teams by the total amount of points they had. In this 301 vs Excellent Era match, Su Mucheng won the first round and earned 1 point for the team. Happy Internet Cafe cheered, and every one of them was extremely excited. Among all of the noise, the highlights from the first round ended and the second round of the individual competition began. In this round, 301 didn't waste their home ground advantage. Relying on their familiarity with the map, Team 301 won the second round. Of course, this time no one in the Internet Cafe could smile. The same type of highlight reel rolled, but the Internet Cafe was completely lifeless. In the third round of the individual competition, Team Excellent Era lost again. The spectators in the Internet Cafe began to look sinister. Everyone felt extremely terrible in their hearts. Some cursed at 301. Some sighed in disappointment at Team Excellent Era. Chen Guo wasn't feeling good either. She didn't know when, but looking to the side she saw that Yiziu had already left her side and stood outside the door to smoke. The cigarette butt glowed brightly in the dusky night, but the person's expression was indistinct. After the highlight reel and the commentating, the second part, the group competition, began. Both sides revealed their group arrangements. All of the spectators' spirits in Happy Internet Cafe ignited. Excellent Era's trump card finally stepped into the spotlight. Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf was in the first position of the group, and his opponent was also 301's best player, the team captain Yang Kong's assassin, Scene Killer. 1 Autumn Leaf had been the recent subject of discussion in the recent few days. In this moment, it was hard to avoid talking about it. Yi Qiu's name was naturally touched upon from time to time until the match started. Pan Lin and Li Yibo hadn't finished talking about what they wanted to. There was nothing to be done. There were far too many stories about Yi Qiu and 1 Autumn Leaf. Okay, the competition has started. Let's pay attention to the match. This is Sun Xiang's first time using 1 Autumn Leaf as the representative of Excellent Era. Coach Li, what do you think? Pan Lin skillfully cut off the previous topic and switched over to the competition. If we compare their individual skill levels, Sun Xiang is above Yang Kong, not to mention their characters. All of the 301's character strengths are all around the same. Yang Kong's Scene Killer and Gao Jai's Stellar Sword are almost on par and isn't comparable to the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf. Li Yibo said. Yeah, we know. 1 Autumn Leaf should be the character with the most silver equipment in the professional alliance, right? Pan Lin said. Yes, it's true if you just look at the amount. However, as we all know, because the silver equipment's attributes are rarely publicized, we don't know the attributes, so the amount of silver equipment isn't an accurate indicator. Li Yibo said. You're right, after all. Sometimes silver equipment are at the same level as orange equipment, or even purple equipment, blue equipment are all possible, right? Pan Lin said. Correct. From my observations of the first half in the season, I feel that God-level characters like Troubling Rain, Desert Dust, Peaceful Hermit, etc., although they don't have as many silver equipment as One Autumn Leaf, they aren't in any way weaker than One Autumn Leaf. Li Yibo said, there's also the question of skill points. Pan Lin said, as God-level characters, how could they be losing in skill points? Li Yibo laughed. That's true, but no matter how you say it, Scene Killer should be inferior by a level, right? Pan Lin said. Of course. Li Yibo said, however, this doesn't mean that Yang Kong is certainly going to lose. After all, in Glory, you can never tell who's going to win or lose just by looking at their stats on paper. Then, what advantages does Yang Kong have? Pan Lin said. First of all, he has the home ground advantage. I don't think it's necessary to talk about this. Second, Sun Xiang has just recently transferred to Excellent Era. He should still have some trouble getting used to One Autumn Leaf. We also know that his previously played character wasn't a battle mage. This is a very big obstacle. These are Sun Xiang's disadvantages. Switch them around, and these are Yang Kong's advantages. Li Yibo said, but I heard that Sun Xiang has done quite some research on battle mages. Pan Lin said, he definitely has. For Excellent Era to have replaced EQ with Sun Xiang, this is something they definitely considered. If they brought over someone who didn't know anything about battle mages, this would be just like in soccer. If the forward was put in as the rear guard, that'd be too funny. No matter how you say it, even if you gave EQ a battle mage with different equipment and skills, he would also need some time to adjust to it, right? Li Yibo said. With EQ's experience, he might not need to. Pan Lin laughed. Right. Speaking of experience, Sun Xiang has only been in the professional alliance for a year and a half. He could be considered a new player. There's a considerable difference between him and Yang Kong. Good, everyone look. Yang Kong decided to directly attack. Right now, Scene Killer has already appeared in One Autumn Leaf's view. Before, the two competitors were standing in position, so Pan Lin and Li Yibo analyzed and made a few predictions on the outcome of the match. But now, the two sides suddenly met. A fight could break out at any moment, so Pan Lin immediately ended their idle talk and began commentating on the current situation. Was Yang Kong a bit too impatient? Li Yibo said. Scene Killer has rushed forward. He's moving towards One Autumn Leaf's right side. Pan Lin passionately shouted. Oh, he's not directly going at him. Scene Killer rushed forward. But right when he was about to close in on One Autumn Leaf, he suddenly stopped and began to circle around, patiently looking for an opportunity. Ha ha. I thought so. Someone so experienced like Yang Kong wouldn't be so impatient. He should have enough patience to slowly wear down the opponent. Let's see how Sun Xiang is going to deal with this. Li Yibo laughed. Sun Xiang's moved. One Autumn Leaf has rushed forward to meet Scene Killer. Pan Lin shouted. Tusk tusk. Young people. Li Yibo sighed with sorrow. He's opened with Sky Strike. Scene Killer leaped back to avoid it and used Shining Cut to counter. This time, what? Interrupt. Sun Xiang actually used Dragon Tooth to interrupt Shining Cut. That's too unfathomable. Everyone watching should know of Shining Cut's speed. For Sun Xiang to actually use Dragon Tooth to interrupt it, that's too terrifying. Coach Li, what do you think? Pan Lin was no longer commentating. He was hollering. Ah, he really is. A young person? This. Li Yibo was unexpectedly at a loss for words, because for Dragon Tooth to actually interrupt Shining Cut, even he didn't know what type of crazy skill that was. Chapter 92, 1 verse 3. Dragon Tooth interrupts him. Sun Xiang begins his counterattack. That was the neutral chaser from the Dragon Tooth. Ah, too bad. Scene Killer's dual swords blocked it. However, as long as the chaser explodes, then the additional effects will apply. Right now, One Autumn Leaf's movement speed has increased. Sky Strike, Full Swing, Normal Stab, Double Stab. Scene Killer dodged them all, but it looks like he's having trouble doing so. Right, Coach Li? Pan Lin felt that Li Yibo hadn't said anything in a while and customarily raised a topic to talk about. Yeah, Li Yibo agreed with great difficulty. Pan Lin couldn't sense that Li Yibo was a little unusual. The match was extremely intense. Sun Xiang's One Autumn Leaf used a normal attack to steal time for his skills to come off cooldown. he attacked again and again without stopping. Although he wasn't able to continuously hit Scene Killer, Scene Killer was suppressed to the point that he didn't have any opportunities to fight back. In this process, Scene Killer was hit a few times by one autumn leaf. As Scene Killer's life slowly dwindled, one autumn leaf skills created 5 chasers that shot out and exploded. All of the additional effects buffed him, and the battle mage's specialty of the longer one fought, the stronger one got was displayed. It looks like Sun Xiang broke into one autumn leaf quite well, right? Pan Lin commentated while bringing up a subject to his honored guest after seeing that he wasn't speaking. Yeah. In the end, Li Yibo said this again. He deserves to be called a talented new player. Coach Li, do you think the current Sun Xiang's skill has reached the top-tier level? Pan Lin asked. This isn't so easy to say. All of the Alliance's top-tier experts use God-level accounts, but this is only Sun Xiang's first time controlling this type of God-level account, so I need to see a bit more before I can make a judgment. Li Yibo finally recovered. He became so absent-minded all because Sun Xiang's skill far surpassed his imagination. He suddenly felt that he had become outdated. Nowadays, he appeared every day on the program and talked big, discussing the players on paper. How long had it been since he'd touched glory? Had today's glory already developed to such a level? Thinking about his past commentating, there were frequently parts he didn't really understand and had to skillfully bring the discussion elsewhere. However, this time, Sun Xiang gave him a huge shock, so large that he even forgot to display his skill in pretending to understand when he actually didn't. The situation on the field was completely one-sided. Li Yibo's analysis of Yang Kong's advantages couldn't be seen at all. He could only see Sun Xiang's skill and one autumn leaf's dominance. His overwhelming offense completely sparked excitement in Happy Internet Cafe. Everyone was cheering loudly. Even Chen Gu was endlessly excited. The battle god's still here? Someone suddenly yelled this out, and all of the spectators immediately responded. Everyone yelled it one after another in a rhythm. Even Chen Gu couldn't help but follow everyone and clap her hands, yelling with all her might. The commentating from the broadcast had already been completely covered, but did everyone still need commentating? No need. One autumn leaf's overwhelming offense didn't need to be explained to them. When Scene Killer fell under one autumn leaf's battle lance evil annihilation, the Internet Cafe's atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone was clapping, cheering, screeching, and whistling. This wasn't simply a victory. Sun Xiang's dominance with one autumn leaf ignited everyone's hopes. His overwhelming victory reminded them of one autumn leaf's golden age, when its fame and glory swept across the Alliance. Once one team member fell, another would take his place on the field. There was no time to rest. At this moment, 301 chose another player to battle. Not knowing whether it was because of one autumn leaf's previous intimidating victory, this next player's display was clearly off, and up until now, became the quickest one to fall in the 5-1 vs 1 matches. One autumn leaf fought twice, yet its life had only decreased by 1/4. The commentators Pan Lin and Lin Yibo and Happy Internet Cafe's spectators all began enthusiastically discussing the possibility of a 1 vs 3 scenario. Looking at the current situation, this scenario looked extremely likely. 301's third player came out. Compared to the second player, this player was even more cowardly. He practically didn't dare to fight one autumn leaf up close. He worked very hard on his positioning. As soon as one autumn leaf even hinted at an attack, he would immediately dodge as if he were running for his life. The Internet Cafe's spectators had all already curled up in laughter. This third player looked as if he completely didn't dare to fight hand-to-hand with Sun Xiang, but had no choice but to put a brace himself. After coming up on stage, he didn't dare play around half-heartedly and cold only bounce around the stage looking very cute. This guy really is cowardly. Ha 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 ha, someone loudly commented. In a flash, the hazy 2 matches in the individual competition had already swept past everyone. 301's third player looked like a little clown, making everyone laugh. In comparison, it only made Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf look even mightier. Brother Su, you're really making things very difficult. Sun Xiang sent out a message clearly jeering at his opponent, but from beginning to end, his opponent kept his guard up and ran around. It looked like he wasn't prepared to fight at all. Carefully, Sun Xiang spent a long time catching him. feeling as if it wasn't good enough after his opponent fell. He sent another message. What was the point? Wasn't the end result the same? At this instant, everyone all had one thought: God DMN. It's finally over. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were all holding back their fire watching this match. However, as commentators, they weren't allowed to insult players. In the end, they heard Pan Lin say, Sun Xiang had a difficult time this round. Su Bin deserves to be called Grind King, whether it be his match or his opponent. Even the viewers out there and us commentators are all feeling extremely exhausted. However, this also reflects the spirit of pro players. In this match, even when there was no chance of success, we've all witnessed Su Bin's strengths. Li Yibo said, Right, I've really opened my eyes today. Pan Lin replied. The two continued to echo each other. They praised him on the surface but implicitly mocked 301's third player Su Bin. Okay, there's a bit of time to rest before the team competition. Let's all enjoy the highlights of Sun Xiang and his One Autumn Leaf's brilliant 1 vs 3. The highlight reel rolled, while Pan Lin and Li Yibo commented a bit. Sun Xiang's third round versus Su Bin was even longer than the combined time for the first and second rounds. However, there was no shortage of highlights from the first 2 rounds. Pan Lin and Li Yibo couldn't help but make a few furtive attacks on 301's players. After the highlight reel ended, there was still a bit of time before the final and most important team competition. The program played a few ads while everyone rested a little. They lined up to use the restroom, went over to drink some water, ran over to smoke a cigarette. People ran all over the internet cafe as if they were at a market. Chen Guo was clearly accustomed to this. She turned her head to look, and Yi Ziu was still as before standing at the internet cafe entrance, smoking a cigarette. The night sky shrouded over him as the cigarette light glowed and glowed, making him seem very lonely. But the problem was, there was clearly space here. Why did this guy need to stand at the door and look so pitiful? Chen Guo couldn't restrain herself. She headed over to Yi Ziu and called out to him. What are you doing here? Yi Ziu asked. What are you doing standing there? Come over here and sit. Chen Guo said. I was afraid my smoke would irritate you. Yi Ziu shook the cigarette in his mouth twice. This guy could hold onto his cigarette without it affecting him speaking. The cigarette wouldn't fall out either. His skill over his cigarette was appalling. Chen Guo was startled. This guy hid away because he was afraid to bother me, as if you were that good. Can't you just smoke less? Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu lifted his hand and took his cigarette. He stretched out his fingers. Smoke drew out an arc in the night sky and then was accurately thrown into the trash can. Following after, Yi Ziu walked back in to sit down. Chen Guo looked towards him and didn't say anything to him in the end. The broadcast had also finally entered into the most important part of each match, the team competition. In most circumstances, each team had 6 main players to ensure that they could fight in all 3 parts of the match. The Glory Professional Alliance set up a rule that a limit of 9 players could sign up for one match. Before the match began, the list of names would be announced. As a result, most clubs had 9 to 11 pro players in a team, although there were times when a few of the poorer new clubs had the minimum of 6 players. They would quickly expand their numbers. After all, if they only relied on these 6 members, then if one of them happened to be sick or something unexpected happened, then it would affect their match results. In the clubs currently in the Professional Alliance, they all had at least one famous and outstanding shot caller, supplemented by 5 reputed players. Besides these 6 players, everyone liked to sign on and nurture a few newcomers with potential. There were many ways to find potential newcomers. Some recommended themselves. Some were discovered through non-pro matches. Some were exceptionally accomplished players in Glory's arena. In short, after drawing lessons from past esports scenes, the Glory Alliance operated smoothly for almost 7 years. There was a relatively developed system for everything. The scene wasn't lacking in any way compared to traditional sporting events like soccer or basketball. Under the situation where nothing unexpected had happened to the 6 main players, the 3 parts of the competition were usually fought for by these 6 players. 301's and Excellent Era's match was even more so. In this final team competition, the previous 12 players from the individual and group competitions participated. Along with the commentator Pan Lin's impassioned shout, the team competition officially started. 301 was the home team. so the map was chosen by them. However, Team Excellent Era's Sun Xiang had just recently pulled off a magnificent 1 versus 3 feat. The wind favored neither side. Pan Lin and Li Yibo also discussed whether or not this round would mark the turning point in Team Excellent Era's decline. It started. When the match started, Chen Gu followed the internet cafe viewers and clapped together. "Don't be so excited," Yiziu said. "We're watching a competition. If you don't throw yourself in, then it's no fun. You should also get excited." Chen Guo felt helpless towards Yiziu. He played all night and even continued playing afterwards with so much energy. But the rest of time, why was he always so lifeless? I don't understand him. "The greater your hopes, the greater your disappointment," Yiziu said. "What do you mean?" Chen Guo heard this and was a little puzzled. "Watch the match, it started." Yiziu calmly said, "Chapter 93, that wasn't an intentional loss." Spectators, even the commentator and the honored guest, all thought that Excellent Era would easily defeat their low-moraled opponents with their momentum from their imposing 1 versus 3. But who knew that once the match started, Team 301 Degrees showed an extremely energetic and positive look. When the match started, the guild leader Yang Kong's scene killer took the initiative to storm towards Team Excellent Era. Wow, what spirit! It's probably because he found that losing 3 times in a row was too embarrassing, right? The internet cafe spectators all poked fun at them, causing the whole room to roar with laughter. Even the commentator Pan Lin had a similar guess. "Oh, 301 opened with such energy." Coach Lee, "Do you think it's because they want to take back the face they lost last match?" "Yeah, this is a possibility. After all, the skill level and characters between everyone in the professional alliance are all very close. Situations like Sun Xiang's 1 versus 3 are extremely rare. If I remember correctly, from the first season up until today, this has only happened twice, right?" As an honored guest, Li Yibo was still quite dedicated to his work and had a few statistics prepared. "Yeah, once was by Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain," Pan Lin said. "The other was by Han Wenking's Desert Dust," Li Yibo said. "However, these 2 times were against weak teams. Team 301 Degrees are still relatively strong. This is probably the reason they can't accept it." Pan Lin said, "Hey, let's look at this match, right now. Both sides are directly clashing face to face. It looks like this match will be decided quickly." Li Yibo said, "Right. The player leading the charge on Excellent Era's side is Sun Xiang's 1 Autumn Leaf. What type of opening attack is he going to use on his opponents this time? Oh, what? Yang Kong's scene killer isn't going to attack 1 Autumn Leaf face to face. They're all scattering. It looks like they're getting ready to go around 1 Autumn Leaf," Li Yibo added. "This, if the 5 are scattered. No matter how skilled Sun Xiang is, there's no way he can block these 5 players at the same time," Pan Lin said. "It's a team competition, no? You can never count on one person to win it." Li Yibo said, "Yeah, Team Excellent Era's other players are all getting ready to confront their opponents." "Oh, what, they're running now?" Pan Lin was astonished. "I don't understand what 301's planning to do." Li Yibo was also puzzled. "Nice. Sun Xiang's 1 Autumn Leaf has finally tangled with an opponent. Let's see how long his opponent can hold. In theory, there's no one on 300, and one can contest with Sun Xiang's 1 Autumn Leaf 1-on-1. Pan Lin said, 301's players should be coming back to save him. If someone is killed off in the beginning of the match, then it'll make things very difficult for them. Li Yibo said, "I understand 301. It looks like they're not attaching any importance to the strength of Sun Xiang's 1 Autumn Leaf." Pan Lin said, "Wait a second." Pan Lin suddenly shouted, "Who is 1 Autumn Leaf facing?" It was quite troublesome spectating the team battle. The characters were all in a mess and often changed positions. It was often difficult to tell who was who. When the battle intensified and those flashy skills flew about everywhere, it became even harder to distinguish between different players. It seems like. Li Yibo was also trying hard to identify the player. "It's tied." Pan Lin's words sounded like a scream. He held back a DMN with great difficulty. DMN, this sort of everyday life phrase, wasn't usually seen as a very vulgar word. However, in this sort of broadcast program, it definitely had to cared about. If Pan Lin used it once on this program, then there would be a lot of criticism. Hearing this, Li Yibo was also speechless. All of the spectators were all completely speechless too. Tied. Grind King Su Bin's character. Did we make a mistake? It wasn't one autumn leaf who went to tangle with Tide, but the other way around, Pan Lin said. After all, Pan Lin was only a commentator, so he didn't really care. However, Li Yibo was an honored guest who represented power and prestige. Him admitting to his mistake would make it seem like he had lost a lot of face. As a result, he immediately started evading the subject, and after randomly saying a yeah, he followed. This Su Bin really is unusual. There are very few players in the professional alliance who use knights. That type of solely defensive class, he could probably be considered the most outstanding among them. But isn't it hard to display this type of class's strength in a PvP setting? Coach Li, Pan Lin smoothly picked up the topic. Correct. Li Yibo finally brought back a bit of his power and prestige. Right now, Su Bin's Tide is fighting Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf. Yang Kong's Scene Killer has also avoided being tangled with 3 of Excellent Era's players. His target is Dancing Rain. Su Macheng's Dancing Rain. Who would have thought? So 301 has placed Dancing Rain as their #1 target. Li Yibo was clearly quite puzzled. Whether it was towards determining skills or analyzing tactics, he felt that they were becoming harder and harder for him. This sort of situation intensified year after year. In every match, he would always come across a few awkward moments where he had to use his evasion tactics to resolve them. Fortunately, he saved some trouble this time because the match was so intense. There was simply no time for him to reply to Pan Lin's stream of questions. He immediately said the following commentary. Beautiful. Yang Kong's Scene Killer turned 2 times beautifully in the air to dodge Dancing Rain's 2 shots. He lands and rolls. A shining cut. He perfectly dodged another shot. He's closed in. Dancing Rain's about to be in his range. Oh, Su Macheng's reactions are very quick. She hops and uses aerial fire to fly backwards. Wow. Yang Kong's Scene Killer is even faster. Diving arrow. Dancing Rain's been stepped on. It'll be troublesome for her this time. What about Excellent Era's players? Wow. They've all been restrained. No one can come over and help. Su Macheng's in a dangerous position. Brilliant. That backwards leap was too beautiful. Right, Coach Li? Pan Lin shouted. That's right. He just happened to dodge the knock-up knee from Su Macheng's barbecue. We can see Yang Kong's sturdy basics from this backwards leap. Viewers who like glory. Dancing Rain also leaps backwards. In such an intense battle, Li Yibo still wanted to give the viewers a lesson, but Pan Lin heartlessly interrupted his commentating. Open fire. Dancing Rain finally used aerial fire to fly backwards. Dodged again, even with such a short distance between them. Yang Kong's Scene Killer was still able to dodge it. Shadow Move and Swift Run, Glory's quickest movement skill on the ground. Its speed surpasses aerial fire, and Scene Killer instantly closed the gap with Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain still can't break away from him. Pan Lin continuously gasped. Happy Internet Cafe, on the other hand, was completely silent. They had originally thought that Excellent Era would utterly destroy Team 301. Who knew that such a situation would unfold? Currently, even the normal players, who weren't listening to the commentating or expert analysis, could tell that 301 had the absolute advantage. Excellent Era's 5-player team had been split into 3 parts. Grind King, Su Bin's Tide was wrapped around Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf. Gao Jai and 301's other 2 players were fighting Excellent Era's 3 players in a 3-versus-3. For the moment, it was difficult to see what the outcome would be in the 3-versus-3. But the worst situation was in the final split. Yang Kong's Scene Killer versus Su Macheng's Dancing Rain. Su Macheng was the true target 301 wanted to isolate. Dancing Rain was also the first target they wanted to kill off. Possessing the longest firing range, the launcher wasn't like the sharpshooter, which had several close combat skills. Dealing with an assassin's close combat attacks would be extremely difficult. It would also be impossible to break away from. How could it be like this? Seeing her idol in such a predicament, Chen Guo was the most worried in the internet cafe. She couldn't help but tightly grip onto Yiziu and discuss with him. 301 clearly understood Sun Xiang and one autumn leaf's strength. They had never looked down on him from the start. Yiziu said. What? With Sun Xiang and one autumn leaf overseeing the group competition, they knew that they had a very small chance of winning, so they simply gave up on the group competition. Yiziu said, so you're saying that they had intentionally lost the previous group competition? Chen Guo was astonished. They didn't intentionally lose, they gave it up. Yiziu corrected Chen Guo. This is one option as an overall tactic. Them losing the group competition was already arranged by them. The first round's Yang Kong plays delicately and quickly. When he fought with Sun Xiang, he effortlessly brought up Sun Xiang's hand speed to excite Sun Xiang. Afterwards, the second player lost extremely quickly. This stirred up Sun Xiang's arrogance. As for the third round Su Bin, he made Sun Xiang, who was flushed with the success from the previous 2 rounds, want to quickly make him fall. In this round, his hand speed exceeded his hand speed when he fought with Yang Kong. However, Su Bin displayed his strength as the grind king, making Sun Xiang keep up his extremely quick hand speed. In the end, he also wasn't Sun Xiang's opponent and lost. But after the 1 vs 3, Sun Xiang's state of mind and hand speed reached the peak. So what? Chen Guo didn't really understand. His hand speed's already gone out of control. Yiziu said. Hand speed's gone out of control? He's unknowingly been caught in his opponent's trap. To put it simply, he's already in way over his head. Yiziu said, What then? There are a lot of possibilities, to say the least. His excessive excitement will mess up his coordination with his other teammates. He had just recently joined Team Excellent Era, so his synergy with the other members isn't that good yet. Him being excited to this degree is already fatal. The team competition has never been decided by a single player. It has always depended on the team's strength. 301's current tactic is to isolate Su Macheng and put her dancing rain as the priority target. But seeing this arrangement, it looks like the first target they isolated was Sun Xiang. But if we were to rank 301's priority targets, he would probably be last. Why? All in all, his strength is tyrannical. If Su Bing continues to grind him down, then under such a violent hand speed, it looks to me that his hands will cramp up. Although 301's team captain is Yang Kong, a lot of their tactics are actually done with Su Bin as the focus. This is a team supported by 2 core members. Yiziu said, for both of their 2 strongest core members to appear in the group competition, do you still think that they intentionally lost? Chapter 94, dropping the ball at a crucial moment. Losing the group competition was unavoidable, but 301 has always looked towards victory. Their outstanding display in the group competition will lead them to the path for victory in the team competition. The most important part of this battle actually lies in the second part. Moreover, it's not about winning, it's about losing, Yiziu said. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. Normally, she already felt that the analysis by commentator and the honored guest were already amazing. However, hearing what Yiziu said made her feel that the commentators and honored guests' words were nothing worth mentioning. Was the commentator and honored guest intentionally holding back their analysis to keep the suspense, or is Yiziu on a higher level? Chen Guo wasn't sure, but hearing about hand speed going out of control, the team coming apart, etc., they all felt like fantasies. This guy wasn't blabbering nonsense, right? Young people, they're not at that level yet. Yiziu shook his head and sighed. Chen Guo stared blankly towards the match. At this moment, the internet cafe was deathly silent, like how they were when Excellent Era lost the second round. Everyone was sweating and nervous on behalf of the team. They weren't like Chen Guo. After hearing Yiziu's analysis, Chen Guo couldn't help but come to a conclusion. But these spectators still carried hope and still looked forward to Excellent Era's powerful counterattack. Unfortunately, their hopes never came. In the middle of Pan Lin's loud shouts, Su Macheng's dancing rain was the first to fall. Although they could call for the 6th player to switch in, the 6th player had to switch in a designated area. Under Scene Killer's desperate chase, Su Macheng wasn't able to hold on until this step. When dancing rain was killed off, Excellent Era's 6th player automatically entered the battlefield. He also knew that the situation wasn't looking good and hastily rushed over to rescue everyone. Pan Lin's commentating never stopped. Seeing Excellent Era's 6th player enter the battlefield, he immediately said, "Good, Excellent Era's 6th player has entered. Yeah, the player who's come." He Ming's merciless magic and elementalist. Coach Lee, do you think He Ming will be able to reverse Excellent Era's current situation? Yeah, the sixth player often becomes the turning point in the team competition. However, Excellent Era weren't the ones to actively decide for a substitution. He Ming automatically entered the field. This in itself is already trouble for them. In addition, 301 has certainly prepared for this step. He Ming himself also isn't a top-tier player. His merciless magic isn't one either. I'm afraid that relying on him to instantly change the situation is a bit unrealistic. Li Yibo said. Then what do you think he should do? Pan Lin asked. He first needs to coordinate with his other team members. This is crucial. Li Yibo said, but I feel like Excellent Era is already a bit disorganized. I can't tell if they have a clear plan on what to do. Pan Lin said, the crucial point is still on Sun Xiang. I feel like his individual performance has been a bit too outstanding. His sudden prominence up until now makes him feel like he's not on the same page as the rest of his team members. This also confirms my previous points. Sun Xiang just recently joined Excellent Era a few days ago. There's still the problem of breaking in. Li Yibo unleashed another one of his great tricks, the concept of disguised replacement. By mentioning his previous point on Sun Xiang's disadvantage of breaking into one autumn leaf, he briefly answered the question while making him look perceptive and very professional. No one could tell if Pan Lin knew whether he had been tricked or not. In any case, he still repeatedly praised him in a "you're always right" attitude. At this moment, Chen Guo turned her head and looked at Yi Ziu in astonishment. What the professional honored guest had said was the same as what Yi Ziu analyzed. However, they were a bit different too. The honored guest had said that the team was coming apart because of the issue of breaking in, while Yi Ziu said that the reason was because it had been set up that way by their opponents. Good. Next up, let's see if He Ming's addition will turn the tables for Excellent Era. Pan Lin continued to commentate on the match. Chen Guo didn't ask any further. Although her idol, Suma Cheng, had already been defeated, she still had hopes for the substitute He Ming. Go, go, go. The spectators in the internet cafe all thought this to themselves, but no one yelled it out. They seemed as if they were afraid that the players on stage would hear them and be disturbed. The only sounds remaining in the internet cafe were the sounds of fighting in the matches and the commentating. After He Ming entered the field, he cast magic all along the way, having learned from Su Mucheng's mistakes. And this made things very difficult for Yang Kong's scene killer, who needed to be up close to assassinate. The elementalist used everything he had to prevent Yang Kong from closing in. Keeping this sort of quick tempo all the way through, he met up with his team's players. He Ming's display drew praise from honored guest Coach Lee. Hearing it, happy internet cafe's spectators all became restless again. It looked as if they saw another hope for victory, and the atmosphere immediately brightened up. Right when it seemed like He Ming's merciless magic was about to join forces with Excellent Era's other characters, a sudden bang rang out. The scene on the massive projection curtain disappeared along with the working sounds of every computer in the internet cafe. The few lights that were on also died out. The entire internet cafe suddenly turned pitch dark. A sudden clamor of noise, the just recently excited viewers instantly exploded. Screeches, whistles, etc., they were all there. Many of them were loud shouts asking, "Cafe manager, what's going on?" Amidst all of the yelling, the internet cafe's emergency lights lit up, and everyone was free from the darkness. Once the emergency lights lit up, some people were able to figure out the reason: a blackout. How'd that happen? Chen Guo went outside the internet cafe to look at the streetlights. They were still brightly lit. Some of the guests patiently waited. Some of them were loudly asking for the situation. Some even immediately got up and left. Little Lee, go check if the circuit breaker was tripped. Chen Guo called the cafe manager to go look. At this moment, the second-floor customers also found their way down to ask what the situation was. Little Lee quickly returned. The circuit breaker was still in a good condition. She didn't know what the problem was. Chen Guo saw that there was nothing she herself could do to fix it and could only wait for the repairman to come. Once the customers all got the news, they immediately rushed like the tides to the reception desk in a hurry to pay their bills and leave. There's no electricity, how are they going to pay? Yi Ziu was originally next to the reception desk. Because the crowd rushed forward, he was immediately squeezed onto the reception desk and had to ask Chen Guo. Manually, how else? Chen Guo's situation was the same as Yi Xiu's. She was also pushed onto the reception desk while answering Yi Xiu's question. She turned her head and roared, "Don't squeeze, line up one by one." A customer who was tightly pressed behind Chen Guo recognized her and felt embarrassed. "There's nothing I can do, lady boss. I can't move. See for yourself. If you take the chance to lean onto my body again, I'll kill you," Chen Guo threatened. This brother was of good quality. He really wasn't doing it on purpose. After being threatened by Chen Guo, he alone had to hold back the huge army as if he were Zhang Wuji against the 6 major sects. He was in unspeakable pain and miserable beyond words. Luckily, it was at the peak of the evening, the time when there were the most employees on duty. They came one after another to help the customers settle their bills and find change. Chen Guo wanted to squeeze through the crowd to get behind the reception desk, but was unsuccessful. Looking to the side, Yi Xiu was also struggling in the crowd. With great effort, he was able to free one hand, and inside his hand was shockingly a cigarette. "You're going to smoke at this time." Chen Guo saw Yi Xiu deliver the cigarette into his mouth and turned furious. What was this guy? "What else should I be doing?" Yi Xiu said, seeing that he had no lighter in his hand. He called the little sister at the reception desk. Come here, help this brother light a cigarette." "Ignore him," Chen Guo said. The little sister obviously listened to her boss and ignored Yi Xiu. But in the end, a caring person to the side said, "Brother, I have a lighter here." Thank you. Yi Xiu borrowed the lighter and lit his cigarette. After sucking in a mouthful, he cast a glance at Chen Guo. Chen Guo spat blood. While this beast was happily smoking, she was crammed tight until her chest was almost flat. Luckily, order was quickly found. After forcing her way to behind the reception desk, Chen Guo let out a sigh. Wielding his employee status, Yi Xiu was also able to get behind the reception desk. He didn't do a thing and just stood there smoking. Chen Guo had her hands full manually settling the customer bills. Seeing that this guy was still smoking there so easily and comfortably, she immediately ordered him, "Go call the repairman to come over." "What number?" Yi Xiu asked. "Look it up yourself." Chen Guo handed over her cell phone. Yi Xiu took the cell phone and opened the contacts list, starting from letter B. Repairman 1, Repairman 2, Repairman 3, Repairman 4. "Which repairman?" Yi Xiu asked. 4. Chen Guo said. "Boss, you're a genius." Yi Xiu worshipped. Flipping open Repairman 4, sure enough, it was the electrician's number. The other side asked for the situation, the address, and said that there just happened to be someone nearby and could conveniently come and look. After hanging up the phone, he informed Chen Guo of the situation. Chen Guo nodded her head and didn't say anything more. The customers were gradually sorted out. After hearing that they had called an electrician and that he was coming over, some of the addicted customers unexpectedly waited instead of leaving. However, this was just a small minority. Most of the customers quickly left. Chen Guo saw that even if the electrician came and fixed the electricity, she wouldn't know what time it would be by then. She waved her hand saying that they would get off work early today. The employees in mid-shift happily left. They definitely didn't care. On the other hand, Yi Xiu looked quite worried. He'd even run outside from time to time to look around. Someone found their way downstairs and said, "What happened?" "Nothing much. A power outage." Chen Guo heard the voice and knew that it was Tang Ru. "Ah, a power outage? Can it be fixed?" Tang Ru said. "They said that someone nearby would come, but it's been quite a while and no signs of him yet." Chen Guo said. "Really? Then why isn't he here yet?" Tang Ru immediately went out the door to look and happened to come across Yi Xiu, who had just come back after looking outside. Chen Guo looked. These two reacted so similarly. They cared so much about the internet cafe. Chen Guo felt very warm in her heart. After looking outside and running back, Tang Ru immediately asked Yi Xiu in disappointment, "If there's no electricity, then we can't level up?" "Right." Yi Xiu also knitted his brows in worry. "This is a very tense moment where I need to rush to level 25. Boss, why did this lousy internet cafe have to drop the ball at such a crucial moment? Both of you go to your rooms and sleep?" Chen Guo stamped her feet furiously. Chapter 95, Unexpected Guests. "I just got up. Why should I sleep?" Tang Ru said. "I'm feeling pretty good." Yi Xiu said. "When did you wake up?" Tang Ru asked. 8 o'clock. The two chatted, each minding their own business, making Chen Guo speechless in anger. At this moment, The internet cafe door opened and an uncle came. "Is it you guys with no electricity?" Yizu and Tang Ru were overjoyed at the turn of events. They both welcomed him, nodding their heads and bowing. Yeah, uncle. You've arrived. What happened?" The uncle carried his toolbox and entered. "You two take care." Chen Guo was already done with these two. Right when she was about to go upstairs, she heard Yizu yell from behind, "Boss, we have to pay, right?" When Chen Guo heard this, her feet slipped and she nearly fell to the ground head first. After a long time, she recovered and said slowly, "Get it from the cash box." Yizu and Tang Ru immediately became little robot servants. They followed him everywhere, waiting on the side with tea and water to serve. After the uncle electrician inspected the situation, he found the problem. But his expression didn't look good. The problem was clearly difficult to resolve, already causing the electrician to think of withdrawing. "How is it?" Yizu asked. "It's not easy to fix. It's too late right now. I'll come back tomorrow." The uncle said this and was about to pack up and leave. Yizu panicked. He was about to try and bribe the uncle with cigarettes when he heard a "no way" interrupting his move. At this crucial moment, the beauty Tang Ru showed her power. She went up and pulled at the uncle, telling him soft words and asking him for help. After a few words, she broke down the uncle's defense. The uncle's IQ and EQ drastically dropped. His hands waved as if he were wiping away his drool. Carrying his toolbox, he turned around without hesitation. "Watch me!" Yizu was delighted and gave a big thumbs up towards Tang Ru. Tang Ru returned a smile. The two became professional electrician apprentices. One of them held the flashlight and the other carried the tools. While listening to the uncle explain the reason for the malfunction, they had no idea what he was saying and used "okay," "yeah," "sure," every possible agreeing noise. The electrician uncle was a kind and honest person. When he said that the problem was difficult to fix, it really did take a long time. In the end, customers that had originally wanted to wait until the electricity came back all left. As time went on, Yizu and Tang Ru also gradually felt a little sorry. It was already 11 o'clock. He had been fixing for 2 hours and no signs of the electricity coming back anytime soon. "Let's go buy some midnight snacks and rest for a bit." Tang Ru, who had made the move to have the uncle stay, felt even more sorry. She felt that she should at least bring the uncle some midnight snacks to eat. "Okay, I'll go," Yizu nodded. He rubbed his head while asking, "Take the money from the cash box?" Tang Ru made a sideways glance. Yizu quietly nodded his head and went to the nearby restaurant to buy some food. He returned to invite the electrician uncle. The uncle really was tired, so he didn't decline. "How much money?" Tang Ru asked Yizu. "What?" "Food," Tang Ru said. 86, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right?" Yizu said. "Yeah, 86. I only have 43. I owe you then," Tang Ru said. "No need," Yizu laughed. This sister really was earnest. She wanted both of them to split the bill. "If you insist on inviting me, then I don't mind." Tang Ru smiled. Eat. Yizu didn't mind. He turned around towards the uncle. "Uncle, thanks for your trouble. How much longer do you need?" "Not much, around half an hour," the electrician uncle said. The two let out a sigh. They finally saw some light. He didn't need 30 minutes. After 20 minutes, everything was restored and the internet cafe's electricity came back. The bill went to the internet cafe. After the uncle left and the internet cafe's lights came back on, only Yizu and Tang Ru were there. It was already past midnight. Yizu didn't have much work experience and asked Tang Ru, "Will there still be people coming?" "I have no idea. Let's keep watch." Tang Ru turned off the useless lights. Yizu sat at the reception desk and had already turned on the computer. "Then I'll sit down too." Tang Ru went over and prepared to use the server computer. As long as there was one computer station that needed it, then the server computer would need to be turned on too. The electricity had only just come on at this time, so she didn't know if anyone would come to the cafe, and it'd just be better to just directly use the server computer than to turn on another one. "You don't mind me smoking, right?" Yizu promptly asked. "I don't mind," Tang Ru said. "That's good." Yizu let out a sigh. "Would you like some tea?" Tang Ru carried her cup. "About to go make tea." "Thank you." Yizu didn't decline. "Your cup." How could Yizu have his own cup? In the end, Tang Ru took out a bottle of healthy master green tea from the cupboard and handed it to Yizu. "It's my treat." Yizu was speechless. The majority of the internet cafe's lights were turned off. In the huge space, only their reception desk had some light. It looked like a small island. Tang Ru didn't say anything else and swiped her card to enter the game. She controlled her soft mist directly to Skeleton Graveyard. Yi Xiu, on the other hand, first went to open the web browser and went to the Glory Professional Alliance's official site. They lost. As expected, Team Excellent Era lost the team competition. In the end, in this round, relying on Su Mucheng's single victory in the individual competition and the second part's group competition, Excellent Era earned 3 points. Team 301, on the other hand, earned 7 points. In the 20th round of the league, Team Excellent Era's ranking in the league didn't change. They were still second to last place. However, all of the supporters had their hopes reignited after this round. All because of Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf's extraordinary 1 vs 3 in the group competition. As for their loss in the team competition, everyone just blamed it on the fact that Sun Xiang had just entered the team and hadn't broken in yet. In short, everyone held high expectations for Sun Xiang. Many of the faithful fans had already researched how many points Excellent Era would need to enter the top 8 spots in the regular season and qualify for playoffs. From these calculations, they found the Team Excellent Era still had the possibility of qualifying for playoffs from their second to last place position. Their final result: in theory, there was still a possibility, but it would be extremely difficult. Their performance in the first half of the season really was too poor. Among the comments, there were many complaints towards the previous team captain Yi Qiu. Yi Xiu silently closed the web page and immediately swiped his card, entering the game. Once he got online, he received a greeting from 7 Fields. After the greeting, 7 Fields sent an invite. "Want a dungeon with us, brother expert?" Yi Xiu turned his head to look at the level of Tang Ru's soft mist. She was level 18, almost 19. She would definitely reach level 20 tonight. He only had a limited amount of entries for the Frost Forest dungeon. Yi Xiu felt that he should leave some entries and later bring Tang Ru over to get familiar with the map. As a result, he replied to 7 Fields, "How about a bit later, train a bit first, I have a friend here, I'll bring her over in a bit and then we can dungeon together." "Okay." 7 Fields obviously didn't object. "Then are we still going to Boneyard?" "Yeah, you're the only one on today, right?" Drifting Water and Sunset Clouds didn't appear as online on his friends list. "Sleeping Moon too," 7 Fields replied. "Then let's go together. Is Steamed Bun Invasion with you?" Yi Xiu's friend list showed that Steamed Bun Invasion was online. No, he doesn't dare level, so he ran over to the arena to player killing. Just when Yi Xiu was reading 7 Fields' reply, Steamed Bun Invasion sent a message. "God, when are we going to go dungeon?" "Soon." "Soon, you keep polishing your skills in the arena. How are you doing?" Yi Xiu asked. Steamed Bun Invasion replied with a hee-hee and a silly smiley face. It looked like he was doing quite well. Yi Xiu wasn't surprised. With Steamed Bun Invasion's hand speed, he was more than good enough to be a champion among the new players. As for the experts, Blue River, Plantago Seed, Cold Night, all of these experts were rushing to level up, who would go play around in the arena. After joining up with 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon in the Boneyard, they began leveling and didn't have anything much to really chat about. Tang Ru was simply soloing dungeons, so she didn't have anything to say either. The internet cafe was extremely quiet. Only the 2 people's mouse clicking and keyboard tapping could be heard. This sort of atmosphere stayed for about an hour. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. The 2 shifted their gaze from their computer screens to the internet cafe entrance. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was unexpectedly a customer. The person at the entrance glanced inside the internet cafe and then turned around and called in pleasant surprise. "Brother Hao, the internet cafe's empty." While he said this, 3 more people walked to the entrance. They looked inside the internet cafe. The previous person already rushed towards the reception desk, where there was light, and asked, "Are you guys open?" If there were customers, then they had to do their work. Tang Ru ignored them. She was here to play the game. She wasn't on night duty. The one with the night shift was Yi Xiu. So Yi Xiu was in charge of the customers. Yi Xiu immediately stopped playing. He brightened up the lights at the reception desk and greeted, "How many guests are with you?" He raised his head and saw 4 people. Yi Xiu was startled. He completely recognized the four of them. The person who had just been talking with him was called Chen Yehui. In glory, he was excellent dynasty's guild leader. The three others that came with him, Liu Hao, Wang Zi, Fang Fengren, were all pro players in Team Excellent era. The four people's faces were all flushed and looked a little drunk. When they walked in, their angle just happened to be unable to see Yi Ziu, who was blocked by the computer. But they could see Tang Ru and their eyes all brightened. When the four walked forward, Yi Ziu continued to sit calm and collected. That Liu Hao walked at the very front. Supporting his body with the table, he stretched out his neck, and after glancing at Tang Ru's computer screen, he immediately laughed. "Sister, you play Glory?" Tang Ru turned her head and took a quick look at him. After smiling and saying, "Yeah," she turned her head back and continued playing. "Cough." Liu Hao coughed for no reason. It looked like he was trying to get her attention. He followed up as if nothing had happened. "You play pretty well." "Thanks." Tang Ru turned her head and smiled politely at him. Soon after, she ignored him again. Liu Hao was puzzled, extremely puzzled. If she played Glory, how could she not recognize him? He himself was a great and famous pro player. With such a short distance between them, and the lighting being good as well, could it be because his hairstyle was a little different today? So puzzled, the people behind him tugged at his clothing twice. Liu Hao turned his head and saw that the two people behind him looked uneasy. They were looking to the side with a meaningful glance. Liu Hao turned his head and looked. He saw Yi Ziu with a cigarette in his mouth heading over towards them. "Are you going to use the computers?" Yi Ziu asked. Chapter 96, Because You Made Mistakes. Liu Hao was also startled. He looked like he didn't believe what he was seeing. After a long time, he recovered and suddenly grinned. "What a coincidence. It's actually Brother Yi. Brother, you're here. As a cafe manager?" Liu Hao said, 30% astonished and 70% in ridicule. "Yup," Yi Ziu laughed. Oh. How is it? Is it hard? How much money do you earn every month?" Liu Hao asked as if he were very concerned about Yi Ziu. 18,000, Yi Ziu said. In Chengguo's internet cafe, most employees had a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan, including food and shelter. For someone like him who had just arrived, this was quite good. Yi Ziu earned an extra 300 because he was there full-time for the night shift. "Whoa," Liu Hao acted extremely worried. 18,000, isn't that a little tight? Do you have enough money for your cigarettes every month? If you don't have enough, then you don't have to be polite. Come look for us, brothers. We're not that far away anyways. You just have to cross the street and walk a bit, no?" Liu Hao said. "Okay," Yi Ziu said as if everything was normal. On the side, Tang Ru could hear that this wasn't any ordinary conversation. Something was fishy about this customer's tone. She turned her head and asked Yi Ziu, "You're friends?" Right when Yi Ziu was about to answer, Liu Hao stole it away. "Hey, don't flatter us as his friends. How could we dare be friends with Brother Yi? To be more accurate, we're only Brother Yi's underlings." Yi Ziu remained silent as before. His gaze was locked straight onto Liu Hao. Liu Hao immediately retreated back a step and made an exaggerated expression of alarm. "Wow, it's that look. It's that look again. Did you guys know? Once Brother Yi makes that look, then that means he's going to teach me a lesson. Oh no, oh no, oh no." That excellent Dynasty Guild leader Chen Yehui immediately took the opportunity. "Brother Hao, he can't teach you anymore, right?" "Right." Liu Hao made another exaggerated expression. "How could I forget? You're already no longer the team captain. Oh no, what are you going to do now? Brother Yi, you definitely want to say a few words to me, right? But what a pity, I don't have to listen to anything you say now. Ha 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 ha." "Mister, did you drink too much?" Tang Ru showed her rare impolite tone. "Beautiful. You don't have to worry about it. This is a personal grudge between me and him." Liu Hao already had no interest in getting to know the beauty. Yi Ziu laughed. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it out. He slowly stood up and said to Liu Hao, "I always scolded you before because you made mistakes. You didn't want it to be like that, but you never gave me an opportunity to know." Tang Ru made PFT laugh. Chen Guo was right. This Yi Ziu really did have incredible skill at making others angry. Hearing this, Liu Hao really did grow angry. His previous act had already disappeared. Blue veins popped out from his head, and he straightened his neck until he was in front of Yi Ziu's face. "I didn't give you angry opportunities, or you didn't give me any opportunities. Starting from the first day I joined the team, you always beat me down and never gave me the chance to come out. I always knew that you were scared of me. Scared that once I came out, I'd steal your position. But did you really think that you could keep me down? What about now? The one who stayed on the team is me. The ones who has been kicked is you. I'm the team vice captain. You're a small cafe manager. 18-0 every month. Ha 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 ha, hilarious. Too hilarious? Ha 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 ha. Yi Ziu silently stared at him. He didn't say a word. Liu Hao cruelly laughed. Chen Yehui also smiled with him. Wang Zi and Fang Fengren hid behind them with unnatural expressions. Not saying a word. You too. Yi Ziu suddenly opened his mouth. Liu Hao immediately held back his laughter. He wanted to hear what else Yi Ziu was going to say. In the end, Yi Ziu waved his hands at him and his gaze fell behind him. Move, I'm not talking to you too. Liu Hao turned his head and looked. Behind him was Wang Zi and Fang Fengren. But there's no way he'd move if Yi Ziu told him to. In the end, Yi Ziu ignored him and minded his own business. Both of you played badly today. Wang Zi, you still care too much about being beautiful. You have too many unnecessary movements making it easy for the opponents to find an opening. Actually, your opponent today is a good example for you to learn from. Simple and practical. If you can do it like that, then adding on your smooth skill and tempo, you wouldn't lose to anyone one-on-one. Fang Fengren, you're too careful. You always worry too much about the pros and cons. As a pro player, you should know that the difference between everyone's reaction speed and hand speed is very small. If you always think so much, then you'll obviously have the key moments stolen by your opponents. Using your brain to compete is good, but you think too much. There are times when you need to learn to rely on intuition to make a decision. Intuition isn't as unreliable as you think. It's an accumulation of your experience. Wang Zi and Fang Fengren stared blankly while hearing this. After listening, they weren't sure how to react, answer, or not to answer. In the end, the two could only lower their heads. Hey! Liu Hao had also recovered after foolishly hearing this and suddenly jumped out. What are you doing? You're still pretending you're the team captain. What qualifications do you have to teach my teammates? And you? Yi Ziu looked towards Liu Hao. When Sun Xiang's energy was like a rainbow in the second round, did you not realize this? When he was completely relying on his individual strength in the team competition, did you warn him of anything? Did you have a complete plan to deal with Yang Kong's and Su Bin's combo? I always scolded you because you made mistakes. I didn't let you come out because you're still too far off. But I have to admit, you are quite capable. You were actually able to climb your way up like this. Since it's already like this, then work properly. That isn't an easy position. Strength, you need true strength. You can do it. Fuck you. Okay, the four of you can go back. Yi Ziu made an order to expel the guests. What are you doing? We're here to use the internet. Give us 4 computer stations. Liu Hao yelled. Yi Ziu took a newspaper and rolled it up into a tube. He went to something on the wall and tapped at it a few times, but the lighting wasn't good, making it difficult to see clearly. Little Tang, turn on the lights here. Yi Ziu turned his head. Tang Ru agreed. After the lights turned on, Yi Ziu once again took the newspaper roll and tapped a clause hanging on the wall. He turned his head and said towards Liu Hao, "Do you see it? The internet cafe has the right to refuse any drunk people. I'm so sorry." You, Liu Hao was furious. They had drunk a bit of alcohol, but they were still far from drunk. How could they be considered drunk people? This guy was clearly using a feather as a banner of command. Liu Hao was about to argue when Yi Ziu dully said, "Don't be so noisy. You guys are also public figures. If you keep on being noisy, then you guys won't look good." After saying this, Yi Ziu quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. Liu Hao's gaze was fixed maliciously on Yi Ziu. In the end, he clenched his teeth and turned around. "We're leaving. I won't send you guys off." Yi Ziu lit his cigarette. His eyes followed them as they left. Tang Ru had stopped playing long ago. She had quietly watched the entire scene. After seeing Yi Ziu puff out some smoke, she noticed that his face looked a bit sad, and then immediately returned back to his usual half-dead, lazy look. "Who were they?" Tang Ru still asked. "They were former colleagues." Yi Ziu dully said. "People from the Glory Pro scene?" Tang Ru asked. "Yeah," Yi Ziu said. "Were they famous?" Tang Ru said. "They were quite famous. You actually said you didn't recognize them, making them look like they lost a lot of face. Did you know that?" Yi Ziu smiled. "I can't do anything about that," Tang Ru said helplessly. I only know 2 pro players from Glory. They were both often talked about by Guo. One is called Suma Cheng and the other is called Yiqiu. Ha ha, Yiziu laughed. Especially that Suma Cheng. Guo really likes her. She even had a few ads of Suma Cheng hanging on her wall, Tang Ru said. Oh, it doesn't look they're gone now. Yiziu recalled. You've been in Guo's room? Tang Ru was astonished. Once, when I helped bring her a blanket. Yiziu immediately explained in order to avoid her making the mistake that he was some kind of guy that looked to steal stuff from a girl's room. Oh, she fell asleep on the sofa again. Tang Ru was experienced. Yeah, is she always like that? Yiziu asked. Pretty much every day. She's probably sleeping on the sofa right now. Tang Ru said, shouldn't you go check on her? Yiziu said, you're fine. Me, do you really think I'm not? Yiziu asked a question in reply. Haha, it was just a small scene. I can sail against any strong storm. Yiziu laughed. Then that's good. Tang Ru said and went upstairs. Yiziu watched her back and smiled. This girl had a good heart. She was even afraid that he wasn't feeling good and talked about this, and that to accompany him for a bit. Tang Ru went up and came back down after a short while. After coming over, she declared, my guesses were correct. She was asleep on the sofa. Tusk, Yiziu sighed. His hands were already focused on playing the game. Tang Ru also continued to run the dungeon nonstop. After quietly playing for a while, she suddenly asked, will they come back later? No, Yiziu said. Why? I feel that because they know that you're here as a cafe manager. Tang Ru didn't finish. She knew that Yiziu also saw those people's true intentions. When those people saw Yiziu, they wanted to go to a computer station even more. They would have used the opportunity to order him about as a servant in the internet cafe. Because it's not convenient, Yiziu said. Why is it not convenient? Tang Ru didn't understand. Think about it. If a professional sports star randomly appeared on a crowded field, what do you think would happen? Yiziu said. Oh, it's the same. The internet cafe is a place where many Glory players gather. If they randomly appeared here, what would happen? Wouldn't there be a crowd around them? They'd be even more bothered by it than me. Yiziu laughed. I understand. Tang Ru immediately thought of the 4 guys from before who had first looked around to see if anyone was there. Don't worry about this. Hurry up and level. Yiziu said. I'm level 20. Tang Ru announced. Oh, Yiziu turned his head. Soft Mist had already reached level 20. Change classes and then go to Frost Forest. Yiziu said. Chapter 97, Stupid Noob. The quests for changing classes were difficult for normal newbies. They would often need to try it again several times before succeeding. But for Tang Ru, who had quick hand speed, it wasn't difficult at all. She easily completed the quests for changing classes and Soft Mist officially became a battle mage. Where are you? Tang Ru asked Yiziu. Yiziu sent some coordinates over to her. 7 fields. And Sleeping Moon had already rushed over towards the dungeon. In addition, he sent Steamed Bun Invasion a message to come over too. But Steamed Bun Invasion had already become addicted to player killing in the arena as if he were Dugu Kyubai. He was actually unwilling to go dungeon. There was nothing Yiziu could do about this noob. No matter what a noob played, he'd quickly become addicted. No matter what a noob played, he'd find it fun. While hurrying on, Yiziu sent a message to Tyrannical Ambitions guild leader Cold Knight, asking him if he had gotten a hold of the information on Excellent Dynasty's party. Not yet. It's not easy finding what equipment they had. Cold Knight replied. Glory didn't have any setup to directly check a player's information. In order to figure out a stranger's equipment, you had to be very familiar with equipment and then examine the clothing on a character. Cold Knight was quite meticulous for this task. He sent an equipment specialist from his guild to study those 5 players' equipment. Their classes then? You should at least know their classes by now, right? Yiziu asked. That wasn't hard to find. Yeah, we've already found it. Gray-Black is a Spellblade, Sea Breeze is a Sharpshooter, Inherit is a Striker, Nowhere to Run is a Witch, Purse is an Elementalist. Cold Knight said. Okay, got it, Yiziu replied. The corners of his mouth were grinning carelessly the whole time. Spellblade, Striker, and Sharpshooter just happened to be the classes that Liu Hao, Wang Zi, and Fang Fengren used. When he saw that these 3 and Excellent Dynasty's guild leader Chen Yehui were together, Yiziu had already suspected this. Now that he got the info, sure enough, the 10th server's Frost Forest clear record was indeed done by pro players. But these 3 really did have a lot of free time. To actually come out and clear Frost Forest, that sort of low-level dungeon. What exactly were they planning? Just for fun? Yi Xiu couldn't think of the reason why at this moment. If they wanted to play for fun, then they could have just gone to the heavenly domain to play. Was it possible that they just did it because they wanted the pleasure of setting a new record? If it was like that, then Yi Xiu had to blush with shame on behalf of them. To challenge the record for the new server's Frost Forest. That was like if an NBA basketball star came to a high school match to determine the winner. How shameful was that? But no matter how shameful that was, pro players coming out really was different. They had set the all-time record for Frost Forest in all 10 servers. In fact, in each of the servers, there were many dungeons where the final record was set by pro players. Moreover, they were also the highest records in all of the servers. However, these records weren't admired by anyone. On the contrary, players were actually angry at them. These records set by pro players were clearly better than normal players by a large margin. No matter how hard a normal player tried, they wouldn't be able to beat it. They lost the chance to get the rewards for setting a new record for no reason. Of course, they wouldn't be happy. What happened to pro players? Pro players didn't compete in the alliance and ran to the game to bully others. The forums were once filled with these posts, making the pro players that set new records look extremely bad and making them not dare to say that those records were set by them. The characters that set the records became disused and basically became characters hated by everyone. In reality, these pro players didn't mean to be bullies. They had just casually played because they were bored. They didn't think that they would have caused such a ruckus. There were even conspiracy theorists. They thought that the game company invited these pro players to deliberately set impossible-to-beat records, so that players wouldn't be able to set a new record and grab the rewards. The game company had taken a bullet even though they weren't involved, as if they received an unjust treatment like Liu Yuzu. They had received unjust treatment. When the anger was at its peak, they even had to go out and explain it. In the end, they had to negotiate with the Professional Alliance, and the Professional Alliance made a statement saying that pro players were not allowed to do this sort of thing. But a statement was just a statement, and no one monitored it. As a result, it all depended on the pro player. However, to be honest, pro players didn't really have any interest in setting this sort of record. After this mess, such an act became even rarer. After all, if the record was clearly made by a pro, then millions of players would hate them. Only those mentally twisted guys would like that sort of feeling. So for those three to set the Frost Forest record, Yi Xiu really didn't think too much of it. Seeing that they were together with Chen Yahui, it was probably Chen Yahui who mentioned it. So the three just conveniently played around. Low-end dungeons had their good points, although it made them seem even more shameless. Not many people paid attention to low-end dungeons. Are you there yet? Yi Xiu turned his head to look at Tang Ru's screen. His group of three had already arrived. They were currently waiting for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. On the way, Tang Ru said, "Do you know the way?" Tang Ru was still a noob, so Yi Xiu was afraid that she didn't know the way there. "I know." It looks like Tang Ru wasn't that noobish. Outside of the dungeon, the 5 players met. Seeing that the new player was a female character, ordinarily, they would have went over to check her out. But because Brother Expert had brought her, 7 Fields restrained himself. Sleeping Moon, on the other hand, expressed that such an act was beneath him. Only Steamed Bun Invasion, that stupid noob, ran up in front of Soft Mist and bounced up and down. Hey, beautiful. Before level 20, Tang Ru had leveled on her own. Previously, when she played with Chen Guo, she was only controlling the character and had never communicated with others. This was her first experience with Glory's voice system. After staring blankly for a bit, she suddenly started laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Xiu turned his head strangely. "So that's how you speak? It feels so stupid," Tang Ru said, after seeing Steamed Bun Invasion bouncing up and down and say a single greeting. Tang Ru had laughed uncontrollably. For the first time, Yi Xiu began to have a few doubts. Were these two reliable? Beating a record set by pro players isn't something so easy to do. "How do I speak?" Tang Ru asked. "Oh, is your voice option not turned on?" Yi Xiu recovered and instructed Tang Ru to turn on the voice option. Tang Ru coughed twice and then greeted everyone with a "Hi everyone." Immediately after, she began laughing again. "What's so funny?" Yi Xiu couldn't understand. "I don't know either." Tang Ru laughed while saying this. In the game, Steamed Bun Invasion was quite excited. Wow, it really is a beauty. Even her voice sounds nice. Brother 7, Little Moon Moon. Did you guys hear it? Little Moon Moon, you fucky are? Sleeping Moon was alarmed. How terrible. How could someone he just met already know of this top-secret nickname? It must have been that son of a beach who privately taught him. Right? Sleeping Moon began conspiring theories. He obviously didn't know that right now, whenever he was talked about, they would always use the name Little Moon Moon. Of course, Seven Fields and the others still used Sleeping Moon when they were in front of him, but Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't care less. A noob? What was a noob? This was one. Okay. Stop being so noisy. Let's party up and get ready to dungeon. This is Soft Mist's first time doing this dungeon. Everyone take care of her. Yiziu said. Your name is really pretty. Beautiful, Steamed Bun Invasion said. Thank you, Tang Ru politely replied. Beautiful, what's your astrological sign? Steamed Bun Invasion said. Aries, Tang Ru answered. Cough, Yiziu coughed. Beautiful. Can you guess what sign I am? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. I don't know, Tang Ru said. Guess, I'll give you 3 guesses. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Cough, 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 we're going into the dungeon. You too, Yiziu couldn't bear it anymore. But after going into the dungeon, would Steamed Bun Invasion calm down? Of course not. He continued to circle around Soft Mist and say, Beautiful. Be careful. This dungeon is very dangerous. You should stand behind me. Did you know? When I first came here. Steamed Bun, Steamed Bun, Steamed Bun. Yiziu felt that his IQ was rapidly declining. You can chat when there's time. I'm going to pull the monsters. Soft Mist, come with me. Okay. Tang Ru controlled Soft Mist to follow Yiziu's Lord Grim. When Lord Grim took out his 1000-chance umbrella, it was already in the battle lance form. It was the same type as Tang Ru's weapon. Look, the monsters in this dungeon, Yiziu said to Tang Ru while pulling the monsters. He gathered together different types of monsters in combat, explaining them to her while instructing her on how to pull the monsters. Steamed Bun Invasion was very lonely. He was bouncing about in front of 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon. Can you guys guess what sign I am? Fuck off, the two said. Steamed Bun Invasion was gloomy. He went to the side and began drawing circles. He still felt that the beautiful girl was more gentle and kind. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon, on the other hand, were watching Lord Grim pull monsters. The more they looked, the more they were amazed. It wasn't because of Brother Expert. They were already used to Brother Expert's skill. The one that amazed them was the girl that Brother Expert brought. After explaining and demonstrating it a few times, this girl had already begun personally going into battle. From her positioning, to pulling monsters, to attacking to dodging. How was this a new player who had never been to Frost Forest? Who is that person? 7 Fields muttered. With so many experts like this, as a middle-ranked players, they really did feel jealous. In fact, not just these two, but even that brawler noob over at the side drawing circles. After Lord Grim had taught him for a bit, his skill had advanced by leaps and bounds. His hand speed was clearly faster than theirs by a large margin. Right when 7 Fields was feeling heartbroken, Brother Expert and the newly joined girl had brought back a few monsters. Bringing this bunch, Yiziu didn't dare use one-wave rush, but there were still a lot more monsters that were pulled than normal. 7 Fields and the 2 others immediately went up to support them. While fighting these monsters, Yiziu said this and that to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. Sleeping Moon heard this and was baffled. He asked 7 Fields, why is he speaking so much to them? 7 Fields heard this and became heartbroken again. They're planning on setting a new record for Frost Forest at level 25. Us 5, Sleeping Moon asked. Those 3. 7 Fields said. 3 players, no way. Right? Sleeping Moon was stunned. 7 Fields was helpless. This guy really did know how to invite trouble. He could only comprehensively explain. To set a new record, Brother Expert is needed. Brother Expert looks like he's preparing Steamed Bun and that girl to help him challenge the record. I don't know who the other 2 members are. Chapter 98, Teaching Like Crazy. Sleeping Moon naturally felt depressed. This clearly meant that 7 Fields and his skill weren't good enough. Sleeping Moon didn't want to accept it, but after seeing Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion, they were clearly better than them by a grade. Their constant moving and quick skill release all reflected high hand speed. The gap in their microing was difficult to see, but the fact that they could see it meant that the gap was quite large. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon fought monsters while heartbroken. Yi Xiu was still continuously instructing the two on what to do. Sleeping Moon wanted to learn too, but he wasn't of the same class. The other side was teaching them about the battle mage and brawler. Actively ask for Lord Grimm to teach him? It'd be better to just die. In the end, Sleeping Moon thought of a way. He should stick with Sunset Clouds more. That guy was a blade master like him. If he shamelessly went to that guy to ask for guidance, then couldn't he eavesdrop and learn too? Right when he was thinking of this, he suddenly heard that guy say, "Little Moon Moon, what are you doing?" Sleeping Moon recovered and looked. He started sweating. While he was thinking, he had already killed off his target. He was hacking at nothing right now. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he immediately went back to fighting. Then, he heard that new girl say, "So it's this easy? When the time comes, we're going to have to pull more of them. I'm just letting you get familiar with the dungeon right now." Each monster's position, attack patterns, attack speed, movement speed. You need to pay attention to them all. Steamed bun too. Yi Xiu said, "Why do you need to pay attention to them so much?" Steamed bun invasion was killing the goblins in the dungeon quite relaxed, so he didn't really take things very seriously. Sometimes the final record will only be better by a few seconds. This small difference comes from these small details. Yi Xiu explained. "So I'm not doing well enough right now?" Steamed bun invasion asked. "Not good enough, but it'll be enough for today. In this run, I'll just give you a rough explanation. A bit later, you go back and continue fighting in the arena. Save up your experience for now. Wait until I gather a few more people, and when the time comes, we'll practice properly." Yi Xiu suddenly had this cautious thought. It really was all because this steamed bun invasion behaved too much like a noob. This type of guy wasn't stable. It'd be best to spend more time practicing. Luckily, steamed bun invasion was also addicted to player killing. Hearing that he didn't need to dungeon, he was actually quite happy. He unreservedly agreed. Yi Xiu followed and then suddenly thought of something else. "Right. How many points are you at in the arena?" 98 points. Steamed bun invasion said proudly. He had been playing one-on-one duels in the arena. Each win would only earn him 1 point, so 98 points meant that he had already won against 98 opponents. Don't randomly use your points. Save up until you have 250 points and then trade for a level 25 purple weapon. Yi Xiu said. The arena was similar to the pro scene. There were different types of matches that could be played. One-on-one was 1 win, 1 point. The group single elimination competition, winner stays on until defeated, was 2 points for every member on the victorious group. The team competition was different from the pro scene though. It wasn't a 5 players and 1 sub setup. In this competition, players could set it up however they liked. 2 vs 2, 3 vs 3 were all fine. The highest it could go to was a 5 vs 5 with 1 sub, just like in the pro scene. The points earned could be used to trade for equipment. In the level 50, level 60, and level 70 stage, there was even orange equipment that could be traded. Level 50 orange equipment required 8,000 points. Level 60 orange equipment required 10,000 points. Level 70 orange equipment required 12,000 points. This orange equipment couldn't be obtained with just perseverance. That was because starting from level 50 in the arena, besides earning points from winning, players would also lose points. Like this, players unable to achieve a 50% win rate couldn't profit. However, it wasn't like there weren't any shortcuts. There was one method that could earn a player enough points in a single round: gambling. Players could gamble with points, in-game currency, and even equipment. There was no betting limit. In the default setting, if a player opened with 1,000 points, then a challenger could join as long as he had 1,000 points. In addition to this, players could also negotiate. For example, if a player opened with 1,000 points, then if the challenger lost, the challenger would only have to pay 500 points. As long as both sides agreed to it, this sort of setup was possible. The system always acted as the mediator, so it wasn't possible to shamelessly cheat others. Those who dared to open a gamble undoubtedly had a trick or two up their sleeves, but most of the time, players made a profit of 100 points or less, because no one was confident in winning 100% of the time. Of course, there definitely were brave gamblers that made huge bets on one match. These types were usually between two sides with enmity towards each other and used the bet to decide who was better. Apart from this, there were quite a few who had no idea what they were doing. In such a large game with so many players, there were definitely strange players with gambling mindsets that could not be understood by ordinary players. The 10th server was only a new server. With steamed bun invasions level, there was no difference in fighting in the free-for-all matches or the same level matches. Apart from the fixed field, which didn't give any points or rewards, the other places were all the same. Yizu had suddenly recalled that the arena's level 25 purple weapon was a good weapon. Steamed Bun Invasion was currently addicted to player killing, and he just happened to have the ability to obtain this weapon and increase his strength. Oh, is that weapon powerful? Noobs always had questions. Yizu naturally explained it to him. They continued dungeoning, and Yizu explained to them the entire way. When they reached the boss, he said even more. This was because once the party reached a certain level, as long as they didn't make any mistakes, then the small monsters were nothing, and nothing would surprise them. On the other hand, more changes could occur during the long fight with the boss. The few seconds of time that could be improved on came from here. It was Tang Ru's first time in Frost Forest, so Yizu taught her the boss's characteristics in detail. Steamed Bun Invasion had already cleared the dungeons several times already, but who else gave such a detailed explanation like this? So he learned quite a bit too. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon had cleared it before too, so they roughly knew the dungeon. However, after hearing him, they also learned about quite a few details, especially Yizu's lessons on how to deal with certain situations. A lot of those parts made the two widen their scope. In the end, this dungeon took 35 minutes to clear, all because Yizu was talking too much. After leaving the dungeon, Yizu, whose throat was about to catch fire from being too dry, grabbed the green tea and madly drank a few mouthfuls. He turned his head and asked Tang Ru, "How about it? Do you understand everything now?" This lesson was mainly for Tang Ru. In the end, Tang Ru was happily laughing. "No more guessing, no more guessing, I really don't know." Yizu turned his head and looked. Steamed Bun Invasion was once again asking her to guess his astrological sign. A mouthful of tea almost spurted out from his nose. Fortunately, Tang Ru immediately replied, "It's all so easy." "Then go solo it," Yizu said. "Solo?" Tang Ru stared blankly. "It shouldn't be a problem for you, right? It's all so easy," Yizu said. "I'll clear it for you to see." Tang Ru didn't say anything further and entered the dungeon. The Frost Forest dungeon really was a lot harder than the beginner village's educational dungeons, but Tang Ru was still confident she could do it. Soft Mist left the party and then entered the dungeon alone, which made 7 Fields and the others all at a loss. "Brother expert?" 7 Fields was puzzled. "Oh, she's going to practice," Yizu said. "Solo Frost Forest?" 7 Fields felt as if he was going to faint. These guys weren't humans. "Ha ha. She won't be able to do it," Yizu said. Although Tang Ru was no longer in the same voice channel as them when she entered the dungeon, she herself was sitting next to Yizu. She directly heard it and turned her head. "Who said I won't be able to finish it?" "I said so," Yizu laughed. Tang Ru didn't reply and wildly killed monsters. "You guys go look for other players to dungeon with. I'm not going to clear it for now," Yizu said to 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon. Oh, as a result, the two looked for other players to party with. Steamed Bun Invasion now had a goal to trade for the purple weapon and seemed even more excited. He yelled loudly, 250. 250. My goal is 250. Among the surrounding surprised players, he ran off to the arena, making Yizu feel another shadow over his heart. Will this guy really be okay? Noobs couldn't be managed, but this sister next to him could still be taught. Yizu pulled up his stool to behind Tang Ru. He drank tea and smoked his cigarette, leisurely watching Tang Ru solo Frost Forest and waiting for a bad situation to occur. With Tang Ru's skill, soloing Frost Forest wasn't an issue of skill. She was already quite proficient with using level 20 and under battle mage skills. The newly learned level 20 skills, Circle Swing and Neutral Chaser, had already been explained before by Yizu. At this moment, she was also gradually getting absorbed into her playing. She had slaughtered her way through very smoothly and easily. It truly wasn't something anyone could do, but right before the first boss, in the last wave of monsters, something bad finally occurred. Pulling a few monsters, her flowing playing continued. Her left hand beautifully swiped the keyboard and used falling flower palm to attack, but Soft Mist didn't respond. After staring blankly for a bit, Tang Ru looked at a system prompt, not enough mana. Tang Ru immediately gave Soft Mist a mana potion to drink, but potions were either instant recovery or slow recovery. Instant recovery potions were high-quality goods. How could beginner village NPCs sell that type of instant recovery potions? Naturally, her potions were the slow recovery ones that required some time before the potion completely took effect. This duration was usually 10 seconds, but different quality potions recovered different amounts every second. While Tang Ru waited for the potion's effects, she used skills to kill off the monsters. In the end, after 10 seconds, the effects disappeared and her mana was also used up again. Potions had a cooldown of 1 minute, so in the following 50 seconds, she had no way of using skills. Tang Ru could only let Soft Mist dodge left and right and used a normal attack whenever there was an opening to. It put her in a somewhat difficult situation. After fighting with difficulty for 50 seconds, she drank another potion and used another 10 seconds worth of skills before her mana was all gone again. Ha ha ha, Yizu laughed, which felt extremely ear-piercing to Tang Ru. She grinded her teeth and endured. Under such a vicious cycle, she was simply wasting her time on these small monsters. Her own injuries weren't light either, and she had to hurriedly begin using food items to recover her health. When we're going for a new clear record, how is there going to be time to rest and recover? Yizu said from behind. Oh, I'll remember to drink potions. Tang Ru said, it's not just drinking potions, it's the rhythm for when to use your skills and potions that's needed to obtain the greatest endurance. You go to the side and watch me play for a bit, I'll show you how it's done. Yizu said, Chapter 99 Endurance Limit. After I finish this round. Tang Ru wouldn't let him. Yizu laughed. He knew that this sister cared about his previous judgment that she wouldn't be able to finish the dungeon, so she insisted on soloing it herself. As a result, he didn't bother her anymore. He left a call me when you're done and then dragged his chair back to its original place. Hearing Yizu's tone, it seemed like Yizu didn't care at all whether she could complete the dungeon or not. Tang Ru suddenly felt quite embarrassed, but in her heart, she refused to give up and continued to solo Frost Forest. Forgetting to drink potions was a common mistake among new players. Now that Tang Ru paid attention to this problem, she wouldn't be so careless. She took note of the amount of mana that the mana potion recovered, and wouldn't wait until her mana was completely used before she used a potion. Tang Ru already felt that she was already at the limit using potions like this, but her mana still ran out, so she had no choice but to stop fighting and rest a bit. While she was resting, she turned her head to look at Yizu. Yizu was simply minding his own business and training. Puffing out clouds of smoke, he didn't even glance at her. HMPH? Tang Ru's fighting spirit wouldn't die out because of this. She continued to fight, stop, drink, recover. Just from potion consumption, it was already clear how much more difficult Frost Forest was. She had soloed all 3 dungeons in the beginner village, but when had she ever had such a hard time? Especially when she reached the final boss, Frost Tine. It didn't need to be said that this final boss had the most health among all of the monsters in the dungeon. Tang Ru filled up her mana bar, adding on her potion consumption while battling. She was unable to beat the Frost Tine before her mana depleted. In the end, she had to resort to drinking a potion every minute, using her skills for 10 seconds, and then awkwardly attacking without skills for 50 seconds. She was also lucky that she had already been taught by Yizu on the Frost Tine's specialties and attack patterns. If not, then if she had rashly gone to solo, she would have fallen for sure. In this battle, Tang Ru used up a lot of her red and blue potions fighting the Frost Tine. In the end, she was finally able to take down the Frost Tine, and she let out a sigh of relief as if she had a weight off of her mind. The dungeon statistics came out. Time, 1 hour 33 minutes 24 seconds 49 milliseconds. Although she eventually soloed the dungeon, this didn't make Tang Ru feel any sort of sense of success. She also felt too embarrassed to call Yizu over. She just sent a message to tell Yizu that she had finished. Oh, you're done? Yizu received the message and sent a reply. Yeah, you really brought a lot of potions, Yizu laughed. You should get up, let me show you how it's done. Yizu said. Tang Ru silently dragged the wooden chair to the side. She did want to see how Yizu played. She secretly noted how many potions she had used and how many potions she had left. Yi Xiu dragged his chair over to sit. He lifted his hands and then let soft mist enter the dungeon. While pulling the monsters, he started explaining. If you want to reach the endurance limit, then you have to do a lot of meticulous planning and careful accounting. Although the theories are all the same in different dungeons, the methods you use won't be completely the same. First, the most basic point is to be clear on the amount of mana you have at any time, Yi Xiu said. Yeah, I pay attention to it, Tang Ru said. After that, you also have to know very well the amount of mana your skills use, Yi Xiu said. Oh, Tang Ru couldn't answer. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Double Stab, she was already quite familiar with these skills, but she had truly never thought of remembering how much mana these skills used. And after that, we want to use the least amount of mana to do the most amount of damage. First, you have to know what the hidden effects of each skill is. You should have already seen them in those guides. Right, Yi Xiu said. I've seen them, Tang Ru agreed. Then have you tried your best every time to do the most damage with each skill? For example, Yi Xiu talked about a skill. Then, soft mist jumped into the air. The battle lance stabbed a monster and immediately swung, a circle swing. Yeah, circle swing's hidden effect is that if the arcmate is greater than 180 degrees, then it will do more damage. I know this. I also do my best to do this as much as possible. Tang Ru said. Then have you fully used this skill's AoE effect? Yi Xiu said. The goblin, which had been circle swung, smashed into a group of its comrades. To maximize the damage, you have to consider the AoE effects of each skill. Yi Xiu explained while demonstrating. Although Dragon Tooth and Double Stab are single target skills, if we knock the target into the air and then use an aerial attack, we can make the target collide with other enemies and create an AoE effect. Falling Flower Palm is an AoE attack, but its range isn't large. The palm attack can at most hit 3 monsters at the same time, but its blow-away effect is strong. An aerial attack will increase the blow-away effect, so when using this skills, it's best to knock the targets up into the air first. Using a normal attack won't be able to knock up 3 monsters at the same time. You have to use Sky Strike's diagonal knock-up effect. You've seen this in the guide, right? While Yi Xiu said this, soft mist stepped forward. From a side view, a Sky Strike leapt out, hitting 3 goblins into the air, but their heights were clearly uneven and they rose up and fell down at different times. At this moment, soft mist had already quickly turned around. Not waiting until these 3 goblins fell, he launched a falling flower palm. The 3 goblins were still in the palm's range. After being blown away, they once again smashed into a group of goblins. After these series of attacks, do you know how much health these goblins have left? Yi Xiu asked. You have to know how much health these monsters have too. When these monsters only have a sliver of health left, a single normal hit will kill them. Why waste your mana on using skills? Skills do more damage, but they can't be rashly used. For example, this goblin over here. If this was a one-on-one scenario with your skill's damage, you have to use at least 3 attacks to finish it. So then, we'll first consider the first combo. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, and then a normal attack, Tang Ru said. Yup, it looks like you've already understood this part, but your choice isn't the best one, Yi Xiu said. Why not? Because you forgot that Dragon Tooth will automatically create a chaser, and creating a chaser costs mana. So the best method is, Yi Xiu's hands flicked, a normal attack, a double stab to create the bleed hidden effect, and then let it bleed to death. But double stab's bleed has a chance to fail. The goblin was hit by soft mist's double stab and then really did fall down from the bleed. But double stab only had a 50% chance to bleed. Tang Ru remembered that the guide said this. Right now, we're pursuing the limit, not the most dependable way, Yi Xiu said. Oh, I understand. Tang Ru nodded her head. Soon after, Yi Xiu continued to explain. The skill's damages, their mana consumption, the monster's life, how to gather monsters, how to use the skill's features, back attack, aerial attacks, knockups, etc. effects. The so-called endurance limit playing was simply extremely meticulous planning and careful accounting. Because Yi Xiu had to divide his attention to explain, it wasn't 100% perfect. But even so, Tang Ru still saw that the mana consumption was reduced, and that the damage output didn't lose out to her madly using her skills the entire time. In the end, Yi Xiu soloed Frost Forest in 1 hour 12 minutes 21 seconds 32 milliseconds. The harsh 20-minute difference made Tang Ru unable to open her eyes. It wasn't just the time either. Yi Xiu's potion consumption was much less than Tang Ru's. Beside eating food one time before fighting the Frost Tine, he had never stopped fighting the entire time. She knew that this wasn't this guy's limit either, because Yi Xiu was explaining to her along the way. He had stopped sometimes and gave a demonstration. If this guy had focused on soloing the dungeon, then Tang Ru doubted that he'd even need 1 hour. Do you understand now? After exiting the dungeon, Yi Xiu turned around to ask her. Yup, Tang Ru nodded her head. Practice then, remember to pay attention to the things I said before. This type of fighting really is tiring, but if we're going to set a new record, then you definitely need to give your 100%, Yi Xiu said. Understood. Tang Ru waited until Yi Xiu let her sit down before returning. After you've finished clearing it twice, use my account to clear it 3 times. Yi Xiu said. You didn't dungeon because you wanted to give me more chances to practice? Tang Ru asked. Yup. My account and your account's damage from skills and mana consumption aren't too different. Using them interchangeably will let you break into this type of fighting style even faster. Once you've formed this sort of habit, concentrate on getting familiar with your own account and you'll be good, Yi Xiu said. Then every time I dungeon, I'll switch accounts. Tang Ru said, that's fine. Then I'll start with your account, yours 3 times. Mine 2 times, 5 times is perfect. Tang Ru said, okay. Yi Xiu got up and let Tang Ru play on his Lord Grim. Tang Ru sat down and looked at his equipment's damage, skills, and attributes. This made Yi Xiu very happy. This girl had good prospects. The 2 alternately used accounts. Yi Xiu trained, Tang Ru dungeoned. From time to time, Yi Xiu would turn around and give a few pointers. Tang Ru grasped it quickly. Her high mechanical skill was equivalent to having good hardware. In this sort of scenario, installing software was quite easy. With just software and no hardware, then the software couldn't be used. And upgrading hardware was much more troublesome. Seeing Tang Ru's rapid progress, Yi Xiu felt that she was quite reliable. She wasn't like that guy Steamed Bun Invasion, who made him worry. Even worse, Steamed Bun Invasion's level was high. He wasn't like Tang Ru, who was still level 20 and had more space to practice. If it's just these 2, I might still be lacking, Yi Xiu sighed. Right now, he had already understood who his opponents were. They were pros, which made it even more clear what type of strength he needed. Equipment actually didn't need to be understood. Level 25 and the new server. Equipment couldn't make much of a difference. The damage was at most at the level of purple equipment. Tang Ru's dungeoning needed an hour. After clearing it 5 times, daybreak had arrived long ago. The Internet Cafe employees with the morning shift came and saw that there weren't any customers in the Internet Cafe. There were only these 2 sitting at the reception desk madly gaming. Wait a bit. Seeing that people were coming to take her spot, Tang Ru wouldn't let them. Her precious dungeon entries, how could she let them at this time? Come here, Yi Xiu lit up his computer. You keep practicing, I'm going to make a phone call. Yi Xiu said to Tang Ru. Okay. Tang Ru didn't even turn her head. Hello, Yi Xiu called a number. The other side seemed a little fuzzy. Have you gotten up? Yi Xiu asked. Huh, the voice immediately became clear. Where are you? Sima Cheng asked.